One day, an incredible horror began to happen in the city. Houses, bridges, and roads were completely destroyed. Residents of the city were desperately trying to escape from the epicenter of the events they found themselves in. Panic gripped people as it was almost impossible to escape, and sirens sounded throughout the city announcing the state of emergency. People tried to help each other escape the danger by seeking temporary shelters. The government has announced an urgent evacuation, primarily of the elderly and children. The city's residents were panicked and unable to control themselves, and the streets were in real chaos. Some people were lucky enough to run into their houses and could only watch what was happening from the window, hoping that it would soon be over and they would stay alive. The city was covered in destroyed houses, and new fires broke out again and again, taking more and more lives. People who had cars tried to cross the river to the other side on the bridge, but not all of them succeeded. The fierce explosions caused cars on the bridge to turn over and stop moving. After all, the city was constantly attacked by monsters who wanted to take the lives of all the people who lived here. The monsters were looking into every car to see if anyone was still alive, so as not to miss a single person trying to escape. Giant blocks of stones were flying around because of all the destruction caused by the monstrous creatures. A giant monster walked across the bridge, destroying everything under his feet because everything below did not create any obstacles for him. The monsters were everywhere on the ground, in the water, and in the sky, and they were unrestrained, and there were an incredible number of creatures. With their powerful force, they destroyed buildings, roads, pillars, and everything around them. They wanted only one thing: to destroy humanity and dominate the world without any obstacles. The city was destroyed, monsters were flying around, and every minute there were more and more of them. Those who managed to stay alive tried to hide, knowing deep down that all these attempts were pointless. The giant monster erased everything and everyone in front of it, step by step. It was not only large in size but also terrifying in appearance, which scared even more. Unfortunately, for all the residents of the city, it was not a dream, and not just another game in which they could save their lives and start a new level. It was a reality dominated by creatures that were not subject to any law of physics. The monsters walked between the tall skyscrapers that had been mutilated by attacks and explosions. The city was gripped by fear, despair, and chaos. People no longer believed in salvation because they realized that there were too many monsters. The monsters about which the fairy tales were written became a reality, and now they have managed to come into the world of people. A young man in a hood stood on the roof of a skyscraper watching all the horror that was happening. The young man heard cries for help and a dog barking, which meant that there were still people alive who could be helped. The little dog barked at the monster, trying to protect its owner. The boy was sitting on the floor, and the dog was by his side when the terrible giant creature was approaching them closely. At that moment, the guy who was standing on the roof came down in a few seconds to protect the child from the monster. The young man was flying past a creature that was 10 times his size and wanted to take his life. The guy was determined and had no fear of the monsters that swept the whole city. The young man realized that no one else could save the little boy who was begging for help. The creature opened its mouth and had giant sharp teeth that could destroy anything that got in its way. The guy gathered his strength and was about to deliver a powerful blow to the offender. The young man hit the monster so hard that an explosive wave began to spread after the impact. With just one punch, the boy managed to destroy the creature that threatened the child and all of humanity. The monster was eliminated in a matter of seconds and fell with its giant body on the building below it. The guy went down to the child and the dog and took them in his arms to calm them down a bit. He immediately took the boy to another place where it was a little safer and nothing was going to fall on him from the mountain. The guy put the child on the ground and asked if he was okay, and received a shaky voice, "Thank you." At that moment, the monster the boy had defeated came to his senses and wanted to grab him for revenge. But the guy noticed it in time and was ready to resist the creature further. He concentrated on his strength and dealt another blow to the monster that left no chance for the creature to even move. The boy with the dog in his arms was scared to death and could not say a word. In moments of confrontation, The young man's eyes were filled with a blue glow and a pattern appeared on his face, symbolizing the possession of magical powers. He stood and looked at the destroyed monster while the child simply ran away, not thinking that he would ever see such an action not in a movie, but in real life. The number of monsters was increasing every second, and the guy realized that he had to overcome them right now. He prepared himself and began to attack all the ugly creatures that managed to sneak into this world. The young man possessed unreal strength and speed, with the help of which he easily defeated monsters. He realized that no creature with the goal of destroying humanity could resist him. All the creatures were destroyed, and the young man stopped to see if the danger had passed or was still there. Suddenly, a giant monster the size of a skyscraper was walking down the road, and its next step was to crush the boy. The creature put its foot on the young man, but at that moment, something went wrong for the monster. For the first time in all his time in this world, he felt an obstacle in front of him. Thanks to his strength, the boy restrained the creature's leg and prevented it from being put on the ground, which irritated the monster. The young man held his leg with one hand and was preparing to strike with the other, which the invincible monster would not expect. The power began to accumulate at the speed of sound in the fist of the guy who was supposed to hold back this giant creature. The young man knew that he would succeed because he simply did not consider any other option. Humanity needed salvation, and he was the one who could save everyone. He swung hard and struck a blow that was sure to destroy the enemy, who wanted to take many innocent lives. A powerful magical blow pierced the monster through and through, making a big hole in its leg and stomach. The creature fell and shattered into many pieces, which formed a puzzle, and the young man could breathe in for a moment. Suddenly he felt someone approaching and turned to look. His main enemy was standing on the roof, and he had to deal with him once and for all. The man watched the boy closely as he fought the monsters and successfully destroyed them. The young man realized that now was his chance to finish off his enemy and never put humanity in danger again. The man felt that the guy was about to attack, so he decided to prepare for this fight. With a single movement of his hand, he threw off his cloak and activated his power, which was to play a decisive role in the battle. He was determined because he knew he had a stronger power than anyone else. The young man instantly activated his magical powers and prepared to go into battle, which was to decide the fate of humans and monsters. The enemies rushed to meet each other. It was not just a battle, but a battle that would decide everything. They clashed and each wanted to win. At that moment, the boy realized that all these monsters had come to destroy him. 8 months ago, everything was completely different. He was at school and not as brave as he is now. He tried to be invisible to his classmates because he was not at all confident in himself. The young man was walking along the path when he heard someone behind him talking about photos and subscriptions after the photo was posted on the internet. He heard the guy shouting that he was filming and decided to turn around to see what was going on. And at that moment he felt someone hit him, and the guy started to fall from surprise. His classmates filmed the young man's blow and fall on their phones and mocked him, asking how he felt. They shouted that it was a great shot and asked if the guy was going to get up or stay down. The young man's abuser sat on top of him and shouted to his friends to take a better photo to show him off on social media. The guys laughed and continued to film their abuse of the defenseless boy. A classmate was sitting on top of the boy and said that he was even more miserable than a cockroach because he could not fight back against those who bullied him. Then he took him by the hair, hurting the young man who was lying defenselessly on the ground. And he said, "Good morning." This bullying was happening all the time because the boy could not defend himself. At that moment, his strength had not yet manifested itself, and he could not even imagine that he would someday be stronger than his abusers. In the school cafeteria, as always, there were many students eating lunch and talking about various topics, some of them discussing going to karaoke. Someone talked about a movie whose ending was so unpredictable that it made you feel very different emotions. And some people were just talking about whether the bus would come and thinking about what kind of car they would like to buy in the future. The two boys were looking for free seats to have lunch and wanted to sit next to the young man, but abruptly changed their minds when they saw who was sitting at the table. He was a real outcast at school. No one wanted to be friends with him or even sit next to him. The young man sat and listened to everyone discussing him in a negative way, and almost no one even remembered his name. The young man ate and thought that he wanted to remind them that his name was Naro, but no one was interested, so they gave him the nickname Naro the dog. The boy had not always studied at this school. He was a transfer student, which made him an outcast in his new school. The young man took out a bottle of pills from his bag that he was supposed to take on a regular basis and poured the required amount into his hand to drink them. Naro stood by a water vending machine to get a drink to wash down his pills. Suddenly he heard someone calling him and was just about to turn around to see who was behind him. But as always, he was not in time and received another blow from his classmates who were constantly bullying him. Naro fell to the floor and all the pills in his hand scattered on the floor of the dining room. The guy was hurt, but as usual he was unable to answer and defend himself and fight back against those who mocked him. Naro was writhing in pain while the perpetrators watched with satisfaction and said that he was a drug addict because he was taking pills. They began to ask the young man what he was taking every day, but it was a rhetorical question because no one was going to listen to the answer. The boys kept on mocking him, coming up with different versions of what kind of pills they were. They told him to be careful so that his mother would not notice that he was swallowing illegal pills. The perpetrators immediately added that they remembered that Naro had no mother and was an orphan. The offenders thought it was a very funny joke and could not get over their actions. Naro really didn't like the fact that they were joking about the young man's real pain, and he didn't even dare to answer. The guys stood over him and were not going to stop because they knew they would definitely go unpunished for their antics. They mocked Naro for looking so serious and asked if he was going to fight back. The boys continued to talk to the young man, trying to make him cry so that they could mock him even more. At that moment, their friend who had beaten Naro in the morning came into the dining room and asked the boys why they were abusing a sick boy. And he added that those who are sick need physiotherapy, hinting that the guy needs to be beaten even more. And he didn't wait long to strike Hanar with his foot at a time when the young man was already unable to defend himself, at least minimally. The young man was barely able to keep from losing consciousness because his perpetrators did not know the extent of what they were doing. The head of this bullying team continued to beat the boy no matter what. He took pleasure in the fact that others suffered and chose only those who could not fight back. Naro thought that it didn't bother him much that he was getting hit or being constantly mocked and ridiculed. He didn't like the fact that at these moments his body seemed to be shackled with iron chains and didn't listen to him at all. All the emotions that the young man had at such moments, such as anger, rage, and thirst for revenge, seemed to be suppressed. All these emotions seemed to be bound by rusty chains that he could not get rid of. Naro's heart was filled with rage, but some unknown force seemed to restrain him and prevented him from striking at least one blow to his offenders. He wanted to get angry at the offenders at least once so that they would regret everything they do every day to the young man. Hanaro tried to squeeze this rage out of himself, but it was all in vain, and an unknown force held him back, not allowing him to stand up for himself. The guy continued to abuse Hanaro, despite the fact that the young man was already barely holding on. He demanded that Naro not look down, threatening to punch him in the face again. Suddenly, a girl approached the boys and told them to leave immediately because she couldn't get water because of their childish quarrels. It was a girl named Lee Luna, and the main offender, Hanaro, was head over heels in love with her. His rhetoric changed instantly, and the guy apologized to the girl and said he would leave immediately so as not to disturb her. The other guys on the team who were with the young man also could not contain their crush on Lee Luna and apologized to her for blocking the way to the water vending machine. The boys immediately left Hanaro and went away as she asked them to. Hanaro was sitting on the floor and could not get up because his body was in unbearable pain after the blows. The girl looked at the trail of the boys leaving the dining room and could not understand why they were behaving so disgustingly. And they walked away happy that they were able to talk to Lee Luna and admired how beautiful and sweet she was. The girl stood in front of the boy and looked at him attentively without looking away. Hanaro gathered all his strength and began to get up from the floor because he did not want to stay in the place where he had once again become a laughingstock for everyone present. He slowly walked to the exit and accidentally stepped on one of his pills, which spilled onto the floor. The girl looked after him and actually felt sorry for the young man who did not defend himself. She looked at the floor where the young man's pills had just been stepped on, and it seemed that the girl understood why Hanaro was taking them, and now she had to find out exactly what these medicines were for. Hanaro was very upset. He did not like the fact that he had to suffer from bullying all the time and had no one to complain to because he was no longer a child. The boy watched the team playing football with joy. The life of these guys was calm, joyful, and carefree, unlike Hanaro, who stood on the edge of the roof and wanted to take an irreparable step forward. He thought that he was being bullied all the time and that it was only getting worse and that he could not do anything about it because of his weakness. The boy was really jealous of his peers because they were happy to be able to play football together. They looked quite carefree, discussing various trifles and walking around the yard. Hanaro thought that he could just jump and all his problems would be over. No one will mock and ridicule him anymore because he will simply disappear for everyone forever. Suddenly, he received a message from his grandmother asking what to cook for dinner, and the young man plunged into his memories of the person he loved the most. My grandmother always gave all of herself when raising little Hanaro and always said that he was her greatest treasure. Since childhood, Naro's grandmother loved to watch the little boy eat despite the fact that he was not very tidy. She smiled lovingly and asked only that the boy chew everything carefully and take his time. My grandmother loved Hanaro very much and gave everything she had and was even willing to give her life for him. The years passed, but her love for her grandson did not change, only the age of the boy in whom she still saw a small, carefree boy. Hanaro looked at the message and realized that he simply could not take this step because it could just break the heart of the person who loves him so much. Unexpectedly, someone climbed up on the roof and called him to prevent the young man's irreparable act. The guy who came up asked Naro what he was doing and asked him to move away from the edge immediately because it was very dangerous. Hanaro said that he was just enjoying the view from the top, but his only friend understood why the young man was really here and what he wanted to do. Naro's friend's name was Jongyeon, and he spoke to the young man only when no one else was around, which was understandable because otherwise he would have been bullied like Hanaro. The guy slowly descended from the edge of the roof and stepped back so as not to scare anyone. Jongyeon was very worried about the boy and asked how he was feeling, but Hanaro did not want to say anything. He just slowly walked to the stairs and said one phrase that he had better leave. Jongyeon stood there watching his friend, wanting to help him so badly, but realizing that he could do nothing. Hanaro walked into the classroom, and his appearance was not the best, and it was clear that he was not feeling well, not only physically, but also mentally. He walked slowly around the classroom so that no one would pay attention to him because he felt very bad. Liluna sat in the back of the classroom and watched Hanaro, not understanding why everyone was making fun of him. The boy sat down in his seat and leaned on the desk, lowering his head to make himself invisible. At this time, all the classmates gathered together and looked at the photos of the joint trip to the ancient tower on their phones. One of my classmates noticed that there was something very strange in the window of the building and asked me to zoom in to see the silhouette that was there. After the photo was maximized, an unknown creature resembling either a ghost or a monster could be seen in the window. Liluna listened attentively to what her classmates were saying and tried to understand what they could have seen that was so strange and scary. Opinions about what they saw in the photo varied greatly. Some people were frightened by the creature, others simply could not understand whether it was possible, and some thought it was just a joke. While her classmates were discussing Liluna's photo, she got up from her desk and hurried out of the classroom. When it got dark outside, something very strange began to happen in the tower, whose photo the students were looking at. The monster that was spotted in the photo crawled out of the tower, crawling along the wall and down to the ground. He was on his way to the human world to find a key to avoid being noticed, and with one movement, he changed his appearance and looked like a human. He had only one goal: to find the key he needed, and he set out on this quest. Hanaro was already at home and tried to cover up all the bruises on his body so as not to upset his grandmother, who was very worried about him. There were a lot of bruises, and it was very difficult to hide them, because the young man was beaten more than once that day. His grandmother knocked on his door and asked if he was there, and he immediately hurried to hide all the ointments and adhesive plasters and turned off the light so that his face was not visible. The grandmother was very surprised that the boy was going to bed so early and had even turned off the light. She emphasized that before resting, you need to eat something to have strength for the next day. Hanaro said that he had already eaten, and his grandmother noticed the ointment and adhesive plasters that the young man was trying to hide under the blanket. The woman immediately understood what was going on and why her grandson did not want to show himself to the light. The grandmother asked Hanaro if he really didn't want to go to dinner, but the young man said he had eaten with his friends. The woman started to leave the room and told Hanaro to invite his friends over next time, and she would cook something delicious. She was in great pain because her beloved grandson was bullied at school, and she could not help him. The guy was lying in his room under the covers and waiting until he could continue to cover his bruises. After waiting for his grandmother to leave and close the door, he got out of bed and wondered why he couldn't believe in himself and fight back against his abusers. The grandmother did not bother with her grandson and continued to do household chores that would not do themselves. She took out a basket of dirty clothes to wash them, because she had already accumulated quite a lot of clothes. The woman began to sort her clothes by color to put them in the washing machine and suddenly noticed her grandson's shirt among the clothes. It was the same shirt he wore to school today, and there were boot marks on it. It was very painful for my grandmother because Hanaro was forced to endure terrible beatings, and as it turned out, he was beaten not only with fists. While all the residents were going about their business and did not suspect anything, there was already a monster under their house who was eager to find the key he needed. At that moment, a car appeared on the road. It was a courier delivery, delivering various packages to the city residents. The man behind the wheel was very tired and had only to deliver the parcels to the last house, and then he could go home to rest. But the monster had other plans and attacked the driver because he needed clothes that would make him look like a human being so as not to arouse suspicion. Morning came, and Hanaro's grandmother was busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast for her grandson. The guy woke up and immediately picked up a mirror to look at his appearance, and realizing that the bruises were very visible, he began to think about what to do. In the morning, his face was very swollen, and the young man was worried that his grandmother would be very upset if she saw him in this state. The boy heard his grandmother calling him because it was time to get ready for breakfast and go to school. The woman told Hanaro to hurry up because the food was ready and it would soon be cold. The guy covered his face with a towel and walked past the old lady and said that he was not feeling well. She tried to persuade him to eat at least a few spoons, but Naro said he didn't want to eat yet and would take a shower first. As the guy was walking down the hall, he heard the intercom ring and came over to ask who could come so early. He pressed the video camera button and saw a strange man in a delivery company uniform standing at the door. Unexpectedly for the boy, his grandmother asked who was there, which frightened Hanaro. He began to cover his face with a towel so that the woman would not notice anything, and said that a delivery man had come and quickly opened the door for him to hide in the bathroom. The monster stood in front of the door and could now enter the entrance and go wherever he wanted to find the key. My grandmother could not understand who came because she was not expecting any parcels and had not ordered anything. Haran went into the bathroom and began to undress to take his morning shower and regain some composure. He looked in the mirror at his body, which was completely covered with large bruises, and couldn't think of a way to disguise them. While the guy was in the shower, a delivery man entered their apartment, or rather a monster dressed as a delivery man, and he confidently walked toward the woman as if she knew where the key he was looking for was. When he came closer, the woman could see his face, and under the baseball cap, she saw not a man, but a horrible monster. She got scared and slowly started to back away because she did not understand what was going to happen next. The monster joyfully exclaimed that it had finally found her and began to attack the woman. Hanaro was taking a shower at the time and did not hear what was happening in the corridor because the sound of the water was loud enough. The woman fell backward because there was nowhere else to go, and she would hardly have been able to escape the monster. The monster was determined to take what it wanted and so continued to attack the woman. He managed to hit her, and Naro's grandmother got a wound on her cheek. At that moment, drawings began to appear on her face, which only appeared in those who possessed magical powers and could resist monsters. She began to cast spells and use ropes to tie her enemy up so that he could not harm her and her grandson. It wasn't the first time monsters had come to the woman's house, and she knew what to do with such guests. She told the monster that she had already told them not to come to her anymore and to stop looking for her. He tried to say that he wanted to get the key, but the woman didn't even want to listen. The monster shouted that he would not give up until he got the key and tried to get out of the ropes and knocked over a chair in the hallway. Hanaro heard something fall in the hallway and couldn't understand what happened, so he turned off the water and wanted to check if his grandmother was okay. He was just about to go out and check, but by the time he got out of the bath, everything had calmed down. The woman tied the monster even tighter and told him to be quiet and not to scare her grandson. The young man stood in the middle of the bathroom and tried to listen to what was happening behind the door, but it was quiet and he thought he was just imagining things, so he continued to shower. The woman fought the monster and was not going to let go of the monster that was looking for the key. She struck the creature hard because she had to hurry so that her grandson would not notice anything strange. The woman made a giant net out of her rope and was ready to kill the monster. Hanaro heard something fall again and realized that this time he was not imagining things and was hearing a crash. The guy opened the door and asked the grandmother if she was okay or if something had happened and she needed help. The woman was holding a tied-up monster just in front of the bathroom door, and Hanaro was about to see the monster. The young man's grandmother tightened the ropes even more so that the creature would not say anything, because Naro was not supposed to see it in their house. At that moment, the guy got shampoo in his eye, which he did not have time to rinse off his hair. The woman said that nothing happened, and he just heard the noise of the TV in the kitchen, and added that her hearing had deteriorated, so she turned it up. After making sure everything was fine, the young man went to rinse off his shampoo and finish his morning routine because he had to hurry to school. The woman told the monster that he had made a big mistake for coming in search of the key, because today he had to say goodbye to his life. And in an instant, she took the life of a creature that threatened not only her, but also her grandson. Hanaro's grandmother took on her usual appearance and began to quickly clean up without her grandson noticing. After the shower, Hanaro looked at himself in the mirror once again and noticed that the swelling had subsided, and it was not so noticeable that he had been beaten yesterday. At the same time, my grandmother was also looking at her face in the mirror and examining her wound from the fight with the monster. The woman had magical powers, so she could heal her wounds instantly and then pretend that nothing had happened. Hanaro and his grandmother were simultaneously thinking about what they should say to each other, but it was a really difficult conversation that neither of them dared to have. A little later, Hanaro came to school and was already in physical education class, with all the students running on the treadmill to warm up. The boy was the last, and the teacher tried to encourage him and shouted at him to hurry up and catch up with his classmates. The young man could not think about the lesson and physical activity because his mind was filled with thoughts of his grandmother and how she looked sad when he went to school. Hanaro tried to put all his thoughts aside and focus on his task because he didn't want to be the last one to finish. He started to accelerate, but suddenly something started to happen, and the soccer field began to look much bigger than usual. The teacher heard that something had happened and turned to Ha-Ran and saw something he had not expected. The boy was lying on the treadmill, and the teacher asked him what happened, but he could not hear the answer. The young man fainted, and everyone around him was just shocked. The teacher immediately told him to take him to the first aid station. Harano slightly opened his eyes and saw many black crows circling overhead. When he was unconscious, the guy saw strange pictures, As if in a dream, he saw many monsters being gathered into a huge army. The city, with towers of incredible size, was burning and destroyed, and it seemed as if it had been attacked by meteors falling from the sky. People were running through the corridors of the castle trying to escape death. After that, a strange picture appeared in which a woman jumped into the abyss, accelerating, and a strange red silhouette followed her. And she disappeared in the whirlpool that was below and sucked in everything that fell into the water. Hanaro suddenly regained consciousness and opened his eyes, trying to mentally put the pictures he saw together into a single puzzle, but it was too difficult. The guy started looking around and realizing where he was, and soon wondered how he could have ended up in the medical center. The young man slowly got up from the bed and felt that his head hurt a lot. Hanaro thought that every time he fainted, he had the same dream, and it must have meant something. He was distracted from these thoughts by a phone call, so Hanaro hurriedly took the phone out of his pocket and answered it. The young man saw that his grandmother was calling him, and he did not know whether the teacher had called her to inform her about his grandson's condition, so he simply picked up the phone and said hello. Hanaro asked what had happened and why his grandmother was calling because he was not sure if she had been told that the boy had fainted in class. But the woman seemed to know nothing about the incident and told her grandson that she had a serious conversation with him. She asked me to come home soon. On her desk were boxes in which she had packed all her things. She told Naro that they had to move again and that she was on her way to the real estate agency and asked him to pack his things when he got home. Hanaro didn't know what to say because he realized that he would have to go to a new school again. They were constantly moving, and Hanaro did not know why this was happening, even in his childhood. The boy recalled the first time he changed schools and the teacher brought him to class and introduced him to his classmates and asked him to make friends with the young man. At the first physical education class, the boys accidentally pushed a boy, causing him to fall and bruise himself. And the teacher scolded everyone because she emphasized that Naro was in poor health and needed to be treated with care. Because of this situation, they did not want to start a friendship with the boy right away, lest they inadvertently receive comments from the teacher again. Even as a child, Hanaro became an outcast in the classroom, and no one wanted to be friends with him. The boy was not included in the team to play soccer because they might push him again, because the game involved a kind of struggle. The class began to discuss the young man and the fact that he had no mother and lived only with his grandmother. All of my classmates talked to each other, but no one wanted to maintain any contact with Hanaro, and all of this started happening in junior high school. But the young man did not have to study in this class for long anyway, because he and his grandmother were moving again, and automatically the boy had to go to another school. He constantly heard the voices of children behind him, saying that he had just arrived, why he was immediately transferred. Some did not remember him at all, and others thought he was pretending to be sick all the time. Hanaro felt once again defeated and devastated, and despite the fact that he had been bullied, he did not want to find a new school and start over. The woman stood on the balcony and met the boy who was returning home from school. She thought that monsters were appearing more and more often, which meant that something very bad could happen soon. She did not know how much longer she would be able to hold them back because there were more of them and her strength was not infinite. She went to her grandson's room to talk to him, but when she came in, she saw that the young man was already asleep. It was very hard for her to realize that very soon his life could be in great danger. The woman looked at her adult grandson and wondered if she would be able to protect him. As night fell, strange things began to happen at the city's landfill that did not bode well. The monsters began to sneak back into the human world in search of the key that the monster had sought from Hanaro's grandmother the day before. The landfill security guard who was on shift did not notice anything because he had simply fallen asleep and did not suspect that danger was approaching. Absolutely unhindered, the monsters began to crawl out and go where they needed to go. This time, there were many more creatures than last time, because they realized that they could not achieve what they wanted alone. A delivery truck was driving down the road, and the man was in a good mood, heading home to rest after a hard day's work. The monsters who had already gone on their hunt were already near the road and needed to disguise themselves from people. The driver of the car heard strange sounds, and the atmosphere around him changed strangely, which scared the man a little. Suddenly, he saw a horrible monster next to him, who definitely did not want to be friends with him. The monster monotonously told the driver to drive more carefully, which scared the man. At that moment, he was afraid he couldn't handle the steering wheel, because it's not every day that you are attacked by monsters. The car collided with a fence, and the man was no longer able to resist the terrible creatures. The monsters began to climb on the car and get inside to achieve their goal and get the desired key. At the entrance of the house where Hanaro and his grandmother lived, a guard was feeding a stray cat. The man liked looking after his new friend because now he didn't feel so lonely while working. A delivery truck pulled up to the house and started looking for a place to park. The cat immediately noticed this car and felt something wrong, because animals can sense otherworldly energy better than humans. The guard immediately noticed that the cat started to behave strangely and turned around to see what he could see. The animal was very frightened and scratched the man from stress and ran away, but he did not understand what could have provoked such behavior of the always friendly cat. While the guard was trying to clean up, the car drove closer to the house. The car was dirty and scratched, which was quite strange because the delivery company always monitored the condition of its vehicles. The man stood up and was about to go to his workplace to get the scratch treated. Suddenly, the man heard his dog start barking and thought it was strange because the dog usually behaved quite reserved and quiet. The barking of dogs began to echo from everywhere, and instantly all the animals seemed to go crazy and began to behave differently than usual. The security guard was standing at the entrance and noticed the delivery man getting out of the car and heading for the trunk. The delivery man, who was actually a monster in disguise, opened the door where all the monsters who had escaped to the human world that night were sitting. Hanaro and his grandmother were sitting in the kitchen having breakfast, and the boy was surprised that suddenly all the dogs started acting like crazy people. The boy didn't understand why they were barking so much in the morning, and his grandmother suggested that something might have happened. The woman instantly felt something wrong and realized that most likely the monsters were close by again. She suddenly stood up and told her grandson to hurry up because he might be late for school. The young man did not understand why his grandmother was worried that he would be late, because it was still early, but the woman said she had urgent business. Hanaro was surprised by his grandmother's behavior, because only yesterday she had insisted that he should eat well before leaving the house. The woman told him not to forget to tell the teacher that they were moving, and pushed him out of the apartment. Naro could not understand what was happening and why his grandmother's mood had changed so suddenly. The guy stood waiting for the elevator to arrive and thought that this morning was very strange. The dogs were going crazy, and his grandmother was behaving strangely. The elevator doors opened, and the young man saw a large number of delivery people coming out on his floor. Hanaro did not understand why the delivery had come again in the morning and why there were so many of them. While the men were passing by, he smelled a strange odor coming from them. The young man seemed to fall back in time for a moment and tried to remember where he had heard it before. Hanaro went over in his head all the situations he had been in before and couldn't find the answer to why the smell seemed so familiar. He looked at the trail of men and did not understand where they were going and why. A neighbor came out of the other apartment, also in a hurry to get to work, and waiting for the elevator to arrive. The elevator doors opened, and a neighbor asked Hanaro if he was getting on the elevator because he was in a hurry and didn't have time to wait long. The boy came in, and they went to the first floor, but the feeling that something strange was happening did not leave the young man. A crowd of monsters in disguise stood at the door of Hanaro's apartment because they knew they had to look for the key from his grandmother. She knew they were already there and was ready to confront them no matter what. Hanaro had already come downstairs and was slowly heading to school to study. He noticed a delivery truck and was surprised that the door was unlocked, something he had never noticed before. The guy decided to look into the car to see why the delivery people left it unlocked. The young man was surprised because there was not a single parcel in the trunk, and now he wondered why there were so many delivery people if there was nothing to deliver. Suddenly, someone flew out of the floor where the guy's apartment was and fell down, which scared Hanaro. One of the monsters disguised as a delivery man flew out of the floor, which could symbolize that the woman began to fight the monstrous creatures. The guy was standing near the car and trying to see what was falling from above. And now he was sure that it was a human being. The young man could not believe that it was really happening right before his eyes. He noticed a security guard and told him that a man had just fallen from the top floor so that the man could check and call for help. At the same time, he hurried back home because he was very worried about his grandmother, and everything was happening on their floor. Hanaro ran up to the elevator and pressed the call button, but it was quite high up and took a long time to get there. He didn't have time to wait, so he decided that it would be faster to climb the stairs because he had no time to waste. The monsters were already in Hanaro's apartment, and they were all eager to get the key they had been looking for and couldn't find. She had no intention of giving anything to these creatures and was determined to destroy them all. She began to use her powers and deal with the monsters, not allowing them to escape or survive. She was incredibly strong and determined to win because she could not afford to endanger her grandson. The monsters also did not want to give up and stop without getting what they came for. The creature attacked the woman, and she was hit hard and fell. But this was not the end of the battle because the woman instantly repelled the enemy and was ready to fight on. She managed to successfully destroy all the enemies who tried to harm her. There was one monster left that was different from the others because it looked more like a demon than a monster. He told the woman that it was useless to resist and made it clear that he would not just leave. The monster emphasized that the king's army would soon arrive in the human world and no one would be able to escape. She realized that she could not give up, and her struggle would continue as long as she could resist. The monster was just about to strike the woman, but she beat him to it and attacked first. She wrapped ropes around his arms and neck and prevented him from getting out quickly. The woman leaned over to the monster and asked how she could be so sure, because she knew that this army would not be able to get into the human world. The monster did not like the woman's words and began to feel very angry. At that moment, he managed to free himself from the rope that had tied him up and could now attack her. The monster demanded that she open the entrance to this world for the king's army and called the woman by the name of Sana. It was clear that he had known her before and that she possessed the key that the monsters were constantly trying to find. It was the key to enter the world of people. Sana knew 100% that she could not let the monsters get in, and she had to destroy all the creatures that would try to open the entrance. She attacked her opponent over and over again, making him realize that he had no chance of getting what he wanted. The woman could not understand who the king was who had appeared among the monsters and gathered an army of creatures who wanted to destroy humanity. While a fierce battle was taking place in the apartment, the guy hurried home to make sure his grandmother was okay. He was very tired by the time he got to his floor, but he couldn't stop because his grandmother might be in danger. The monster continued to demand that she give the key, but she insisted that she did not have a key and that the entrance would remain sealed forever. Finally, Hanaro was outside the apartment, trying to recover from his heartbeat. The monster did not retreat and kept repeating that Sana should give him the key. At this point, Hanaro took hold of the doorknob and tried to open the door to the apartment, because his anxiety was not going away. The boy's grandmother heard someone trying to open the door, but she could not let anyone see what was happening in the apartment. Hanaro tried to open the door and couldn't understand why it wouldn't open because he hadn't locked it when he left the house. The woman was holding the door handle from the inside so that the boy could not enter, and he was calling his grandmother to make sure she was okay. Unexpectedly for the woman, the monster managed to wound her and she was forced to let go of the enemy. The boy heard a scream outside the door and he became even more nervous because he realized that something bad could have happened to his grandmother. The monster, who was also wounded, insisted that Sana should not resist, but she replied that he had no idea about the real reason why she was not giving the key. The woman said that she wanted the monsters to leave them alone, and the man was surprised to hear the word "we." I immediately realized that the woman had a boy next to her. Sana used to be the head of the guard, but then something forced her to give up her title. The monster began to realize that it was all about the boy, who had been looked after by a woman all this time. Sana was very angry because the monster began to realize that the whole secret was about Haran. The monster saw the woman's reaction to his mention of the boy and realized that he had guessed right. Sana, despite her injury, pushed the monster's hand through the door as he began to talk about what the king needed to know about the boy. The woman began to ask him how he could have known about Hanaro, since no one else had the information except her. She told the monster that he could share with her how he knew because he would still live. While the events were unfolding in Hanaro's apartment, the security guard went to see if someone had fallen from the top floor and whether he needed to call for help. He examined the approximate place of the crash, but there was no one and nothing there, and the man did not understand what could have happened. While the boy was trying to get into the apartment, the monster that had fallen from the floor climbed back up and was ready to attack the young man. The monster saw a victim in front of him whom he wanted to get rid of right then and there to complete his work. The woman killed the last monster and tried to figure out what she had to do so that Hanaro would not suspect anything. She thought that this was probably not the last visit of the monsters and that she and her grandson had to move urgently. While the boy was waiting, the monster grabbed him and began to strangle him with its terrible tentacles. Hanaru was very scared and kept calling for his grandmother, even though he was not sure that she would be able to help him. Sana looked through the peephole and saw that the monster had grabbed her grandson, and she told the creature to let the boy go because he was just a normal person. The woman opened the door and the monster came inside and said that he was not just a person, but a person who was dear to Sana. She told the monster to let Hanaro go and the woman would give him what they were all looking for. The monster said that he knew quite well how cunning Sana could be and said that first she had to give him the key. Otherwise, he would just leave the boy he loved so much here. Sana could not control her emotions because the young man was really very important to her and she had to protect him no matter what. The boy's grandmother took on a fighting look that Hanaro had never seen before, and he did not even suspect that his grandmother was anything but ordinary. The boy did not understand what was happening that morning. A lot of strange things had happened to him, and his grandmother had shown him her true colors. Sana was just about to attack the monster when it noticed, and immediately cut off her arm so that she could not harm him with her powers. Hanaro was so angry that he couldn't stand by and bit the monster's arm hard to get out. The monster did not expect the young man to resist him and pushed him away with a single movement of his hand so that he would not interfere. The guy flew into the wall and was severely injured because the body of an ordinary person could not withstand the powerful blows of the monster. The woman was shocked and worried about her grandson because she could not let the monster destroy the boy. Hanaro was severely injured and could not say anything because, in addition to emotional pain, physical pain was added. The woman ran to her grandson to help him and prevent the monster from harming the young man even more. But the creature did not allow Sana to approach the boy and inflicted an irreparable blow that prevented the woman from being near Haran. The young man could not realize the horror of what was happening to him and his grandmother and what he should do. He attacked the monster with his fists, but it was his mistake because the monster pierced the boy through and he had no chance of surviving. The monster looked at the boy's body and said that he was disappointed with Sana, who was the head of the guard, because she put herself in danger for the sake of an ordinary boy. But the monster definitely did not expect that the woman was still alive and could get up and attack him. Sana was overwhelmed with emotions. She wanted revenge for the fact that her grandson had been wronged, and gathering all her strength, she struck the monster. She bound the whole body of the creature with her ropes, not allowing it to move. And she clenched her fist tightly, so that the ropes began to squeeze the monster even more and cut it into small pieces. The monster was destroyed, and at that moment, there was nothing else that could threaten Hanaro and Sana. The guy was gradually losing his vitality, as no one could survive such an injury. The monsters knew the woman, because a terrible war had broken out long ago in the world where the monsters lived. Everything was burning around, and it was almost impossible to escape. The monsters were destroying everything around them. The woman ran very quickly to the edge of the cliff to escape the monster's attack. Hanaro's mother shouted after her to take care of the boy and protect him from monsters. This woman was Sana, the head of the guard who was entrusted with guarding the young man, and she was approaching the edge with a baby in her arms. When she was near the abyss, she jumped out and flew down with Hanar. She fell into a water gate that was the gateway to the human world, where she and the boy had to hide from the monsters. Hanaro was unconscious, and somewhere in the distance, he began to hear a voice begging him not to die. He was sure he had heard it before, and the voice kept telling him that he had to live. Hanaro began to recall a situation from his childhood when he was on a playground, and a boy said that the young man had no mother, for which Naro began to beat him. The boy kept saying that Hanaro lived with his grandmother, but the young man was not pleased to hear that he was an orphan. He did not stop and dealt blow after blow to the boy who was mocking him for something the young man could not influence. Suddenly, Hanaro felt someone slap him from the side, and this made the young man stop beating him. It was the boy's mother who scolded Naro for his actions and reproached the young man for his grandmother's poor upbringing. Hanaro had a lot of power because he was no ordinary boy and had extraordinary abilities. The woman took her son from the playground and told him that he should not be friends with children like Hanaro. He was hurt and very offended that he could not find real friends because almost everyone, sooner or later, started making fun of him because he was an orphan. The voice the young man heard was that of his dearest person, his grandmother Sana, who had supported and cared for him all his life. And at this most terrible moment, when the young man was saying goodbye to his life, she was also there and begged him to fight. She held Hanaro's head in her lap and could not believe that she could lose her grandson. The woman could not hold back her tears because the whole meaning of her life was this boy whom she loved more than life itself. Sana sat over Haran and could not forgive herself for not being able to fulfill her promise and protect the young man. She was trying to understand why the monsters started coming in search of the key and where the king who was gathering an army came from. The woman guessed that the rebels who once took over the government still rule the lands where the monsters live. But Sana still couldn't understand why new cracks between the worlds began to appear and how monsters were making their way into the human world. Suddenly, a red light began to spread from the top floor like an explosive wave after a shell fell. Sana began to use her power because she couldn't help but try to bring Hanaro back to life. She thought that now she had to return the weapon to the young prince and send him to the battlefield. The woman gathered all her remaining strength, and the magic rope seemed to gather in a ball on her hand. After that, this lump instantly turned into a small flame. It was Sana's life force that she had gathered in one place. The woman wanted to give everything she had to the young man and her strength, including the fact that she knew that Hanaro had to live for the safety of all mankind. She realized that from that moment on, the boy's life would become very difficult, because now he had to cope with all the challenges of fate on his own. Sana sat by the boy's side and waited for the powers to take effect, because there were no other options to bring Hanaro back to life. Suddenly, the magical powers of Sana and Hanaro combined, and the young man felt that the chain that had been holding him back all along had broken. The woman stretched out her hand to the boy to touch him for the last time because she would be gone after he woke up. The woman disappeared into thin air and knew that this was the end of Sana's guard, and now the prince had to take the right path on his own. She smiled one last time, looking in Naro's direction, and said goodbye affectionately, after which she finally disappeared. Hanaro felt that something very strange was happening to him, but he had no idea what he would face in the future. It was a normal day outside, the sun was shining brightly, and birds were flying around. People were going about their business as usual, workers were cleaning the streets, and it seemed that nothing had changed at all. But for Hanaro, everything changed from that day on. He now had the power to solve problems that could threaten not only him, but all people. The young man could not remember what had happened, but he realized that his grandmother had simply disappeared, as if she had fallen through the ground. A month passed, and Hanaro went to the police station once again to find out how things were going with the search for his grandmother. The investigator and the assistant were sitting in their office and solving urgent work issues. Suddenly, the assistant told the man that he had come again, referring to Hanaro, who came to the station regularly to wait for news about the search. The investigator went out into the corridor and asked the young man why he was constantly sitting in the police station, or whether he thought the longer he stayed there, the sooner his grandmother would return home. From the first day, Hanaro told the police that his grandmother was not going anywhere and had simply disappeared, and he did not understand how. The investigator said that the guy had already written a statement about the disappearance, what else he wanted from them, and why he came so often. All this time, the guy was constantly sketching something, and after the investigator asked him a question, he showed him the drawing he had been drawing all along. The young man drew a monster dressed as a delivery man that he had seen in his apartment and who attacked him personally. When the investigator saw the drawing, he was furious because he thought that the young man was mocking them, because there were no traces of blood, no fingerprints, no hairs in the apartment. The assistant tried to calm down the investigator, arguing that the boy had lost his family and was very worried about his grandmother. Police officers sent the young man home, which angered Hanaro because they believed that he was making up facts and telling lies about the day Sana disappeared. Out of despair and hopelessness, the boy crumpled up the drawing he had diligently drawn to help the police and simply threw it in the trash. The young man walked along the deserted streets and tried to understand why this had happened to him and his grandmother. The guy thought it was very strange that the guard did not see anything when the person fell from the floor, and there was nothing on the surveillance cameras. Everything that happened that day was very mysterious, and Hanaro could not yet find answers to all the questions that were constantly in his head. He looked around the apartment and everything looked as if nothing had happened, and after all the events, all traces of the struggle had mysteriously disappeared. Hanaro was exhausted and laid down on the couch to rest and gain strength to continue his search. The young man closed his eyes and still could not get that day that changed his life out of his mind. He recalled all the facts that happened that day, minute by minute, as he met a crowd of delivery people on his floor and a smell that seemed familiar to him. Then how he knocked on the door, not knowing what might be waiting for him behind it and what was happening to his grandmother. The moment when the young man was grabbed by a horrible monster who blackmailed Sana to give him a key that he had no idea about. And the last thing he remembered was that the monster had wounded his grandmother and she could no longer resist this terrible creature. Hanaro did not understand whether he was imagining things and all these creatures were not real. And in general, what was happening that day? The guy could not be sure of anything except that his grandmother had disappeared without a trace, and now he was left all alone. The next day, Hanaro came to the school principal because he intended to complete his studies and finish his education properly. The principal understood the young man's situation and said that they would not take into account the fact that he had been absent for a month because he had a really good reason for not attending classes. Hanaro thanked the principal and left the office and unexpectedly met his only friend from school, Jong-yeon. The young man was happy to see Hanaro and asked him if he was going back to school. Naro replied that he would, and noted that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The boys went out into the corridor and the young man noticed that everyone in the corridor was whispering about something, and Jong-yeon asked his friend if everything was okay. The students talked about something happening in Hanaro's family and said that his grandmother had passed away. And looking at Hanaro, the students were surprised that he didn't look like he was mourning, but was acting as usual. In physical education class, Hanaro trained harder than ever, and his classmates were surprised that he had developed such stamina and endurance so quickly, and joked that he had been missing from the gym for a month. His classmates even began to notice that the atmosphere around him had changed, and it was difficult to be around him, which was not the case before. Looking at his sports uniform, they simply could not believe that this was really the Naro they had studied with before. The boy only heard the words of the students from the side, who were surprised at how easily the young man performed all the exercises that he had previously been unable to do. Hanaro felt the stones under his feet differently from the usual breathing of his classmates. He had a feeling that everything around him was different. The young man did not stop and continued to perform the exercise, which he could not do with such ease before. Hanaro turned back to look at his classmates and was very surprised by the picture he saw. All the guys were very tired and tried to recover after the exercise. The guy stopped and did not understand why he had always been weaker than others, and now everything had changed. And to top it all off, he felt that someone was constantly watching him. But he didn't understand who it was, and this feeling came to him only at school when he left the principal's office. The boy was going to his classroom after gym class to prepare for the next lesson. The young man noticed a man and was sure that it was him who was watching him, and that he knew his grandmother because almost no one at school knew anything about her. Hanaro hoped it wasn't the monster who had grabbed him that day and tried to get rid of Sana. The boy decided to follow the man and make sure he was not a criminal, and quickly left the classroom. He hid around the corner and waited to see his face, but it was not a man but a girl heading in his direction. It was his classmate with whom most of the boys in the school were in love, and Hanaro was very surprised to see her. The young man began to talk to the girl, and she immediately asked if Naru needed help, and the young man replied that he just did not expect to see her because he was waiting for another person. And Hanaro began to think that he was just getting himself all worked up for nothing, and he just thought that he was being watched. Liluna started asking the boy if he was not taking his pills anymore, because she noticed that he used to take them every lunch, but not today. The young man replied that he did not need to take medication at the moment because he was feeling better, and the girl asked if it was true. Hanaro thought that he had simply forgotten his pills and had not taken them since the day his grandmother disappeared. Liluna followed the boy and asked him if he was okay and what was bothering him. Suddenly, Hanaro began to behave very strangely, and without explanation, rushed to jump out of the window. And just as he was running away, he shouted to his classmate that he remembered an urgent matter and needed to hurry. She seemed to want to tell Hanaro something, but didn't dare, and now there was no one to tell because he had just run away. Liluna stood in the hallway and noticed that there were guys coming down the stairs who were constantly being mean and insulting Hanaro. When the leader of this company saw the girl, he immediately changed his face and greeted Luna because he was head over heels in love with her. The guy looked at her and asked why she was standing alone in the middle of the corridor. He asked if the girl was waiting for him, but Luna didn't even want to hear anything and just left. She was very happy that Hanaro no longer had to take medication and thought it was just wonderful. The guy was walking home and reflecting on how his condition had changed since he stopped taking the pills. Even his body began to change. He noticed it everywhere in the corridor during physical education class when he jumped out the window without any problems, and the further he went, the more these changes became. Suddenly, he approached a convenience store and noticed Liluna working there. The young man was surprised to see the girl in this place because he did not know that she worked as a saleswoman after school. This store was close to the guy's house, so he thought it was worth going over to say hello. But I began to doubt whether it was worth it after the way he behaved at school when they met in the hallway. He decided that it was better to go home and take a break from a hard day and try to understand what was happening to him and his body. Suddenly, an elderly woman's cart broke down and the cardboard she was carrying fell apart, and she began to fold it. There were a lot of cardboard sheets, and it was not easy for a woman of that age to cope alone. So Hanaro decided to help the old woman, especially since he was in no hurry and had the opportunity to do a good deed. The woman thanked the boy and said that there were still children who could help him just like that. The young man looked at the woman, and she reminded him of his grandmother. The boy was sad because his grandmother had disappeared and he did not even know for sure whether she was alive or not. The woman said that her bigger cart was a little further down the road, and she went to bring it back to load all the cardboard onto it. Hanaro told the woman that she shouldn't go anywhere. He would bring the cart himself, and she could just wait for him. At that moment, her and Naro's classmates came into the store where Luna works, and were surprised to see her working there. They complained to the girl that all the vendors were very law-abiding and no one wanted to sell them cigarettes. The boys said that they would come to her every day and that she would be able to earn more money and asked for 2 packs at once. But the girl was not going to lose her job because of a violation of the law and told the boys to show their IDs. Luna repeated that she would have to see their IDs before she could sell them cigarettes, and the boys started talking about how she could sell them anyway because she knew them well. The innocent-looking boy continued to ask, and Luna said that because they knew each other, she would not sell anything to children in school uniforms. The young man leaned toward her and began to threaten her that, despite the fact that she was very beautiful, he would not be polite if she refused them. The boy kept trying to buy cigarettes, but his friend tried to calm him down, worried that Sang Chun would take revenge on Luna because he was courting her. The young man said that he had just stayed in the same class several times, and Luna immediately asked him what year he was born. After the guy could not answer the question, they were forced to leave the store without buying anything. The guys were angry because they left empty-handed and tried to find someone who could help them. Hanaro had just found the right cart and was on his way to help his grandmother, who was waiting for him outside the store. The young men handed the woman money and asked her to go to the store and buy cigarettes for them. The guy tried to convince the woman by saying that she could keep the change and added that she could buy a new trolley with the money. The woman didn't even want to listen to them and started shouting that they were too young to smoke and advised them to go home. They began to trample on the cardboard the woman was holding, threatening her and saying that she was so old that she did not understand anything. One of the guys hit the old woman and said that it was none of her business how his body would suffer and that she should not ask questions, but just do what she was asked. Hanaro took the cart and approached the place where the woman was waiting for him. And suddenly, he heard that something was happening there and that someone was insulting the old lady, and it made him very angry. He was standing on the other side of the road and noticed that his school bullies were harassing not only him, but also the elderly, all those who could not defend themselves. One of the boys noticed Hanaro and asked him if he was really seeing the young man at this time. The boy helped the woman and his classmates began to mock him as a hero of justice. The classmates were sure that it was Hanaro's grandmother, and the boy was always lying to everyone saying that she had disappeared. Suddenly, Naro noticed that his classmates had ruined the cardboard of a woman who was already struggling to make a living. And the young man began to be filled with rage, and now he did not feel those chains that constantly held him back and did not allow him to fight back against his offenders. But his classmates did not stop mocking Hanar, confident that he would not be able to do anything to them. The guy grabbed Hanaro by the collar, making it clear that he had gone where he shouldn't have, and he took the young man around the corner, talking about how they were worried about Naro's life for the last month without daily beatings. The guy pushed Naro and he fell right into the garbage cans that stood near the store. Hanaro fell and hit his head hard, and he realized that the rage he had begun to feel was not going away. A classmate mocked him, saying that he needed constant physiotherapy, but he did not listen to him and felt as if something was starting to break out of him. The guy started kicking Hanaro, and the young man felt that something unusual was happening to him, something that had never happened before. He realized that something was cracking inside him, and he could not stop this process. The classmate believed he was doing the right thing and put Naro in his place so that he would not stick his nose in his own business. The guy said that Naro was a loser and wanted to kick him in the head, but something went wrong and he didn't manage to do what he planned. The young man could not understand what was happening because Hanaro had never resisted or stood up for himself before. He was simply unable to defend himself. Naro's eyes instantly changed, and he felt a fierce strength in him, so he grabbed the leg of the guy who tried to hurt him. Naro gradually squeezed the offender's leg because he felt an unrealistic strength in himself that he simply could not contain at that moment. Suddenly, a guy who was standing nearby waiting for his friend to deal with Naro heard his friend begging him to stop and let him go. This surprised him greatly because none of them could even imagine that Hanaro would be able to hurt any of them, because he was always very afraid to get into a fight. The guy rushed to help, because he realized that he could not cope with Hanaro by himself. The young man seemed calmer than ever and just squeezed his enemy's leg with fierce strength. His power broke out, and now he could not contain it as before. The classmate ran up to his friend and demanded that Naro let him go, because he realized that everything had gone wrong. The guy immediately started asking his friend if he was okay, but the young man said that his leg was hurting badly and he couldn't even stand up. He was yelling at Hanaro, accusing him of having injured his friend. When the classmate looked at Hanaro, he noticed that his face changed, and he began to ask what was happening to the boy. Hanaro, realizing that something had happened inside him, could not answer anything, so he simply began to run away from the place where his power first manifested. He stopped and did not understand what had happened to him, how he was able to confront those he was constantly afraid of. The guy was at his doorstep, swinging slowly on a swing and trying to come to his senses. Hanaro was sure that the monster had pierced him through and through that day, but when he came to, there was not a single mark on him. The young man realized that from that day on, everything changed, and his body belonged to him, and at the same time, it did not belong to others. The situation was also strange because the guy never dared to defend himself, and the power in Naro's hands was definitely not his. The young man did not understand what the hell was happening to him. The next day, Hanaro came to school and heard everyone talking about his classmate, Pan Kin-hak, who was hospitalized. The students said that the boy had been badly injured in a fight or an accident, and that he had been taken to the hospital. Hanaro understood why the young man was hurt, but he did not consider it necessary to tell anyone about it. Another guy who was also present during the fight was sitting opposite Hanaro and staring at him. He thought that a guy who was always on pills could not just become so strong and brave overnight, and it seemed quite strange to him. He decided to approach Hanaro to talk about what had happened the day before. But the guy didn't really want to start a conversation with his abuser and tried to ignore him. But this only made the bully more irritated. The guy started telling Naro that he didn't understand how it all happened, but that he was the reason why Kin-hak got hurt, and Naro didn't know what to say. The young man did not understand what was happening to his body. When Jong-yeon heard this conversation, he was very surprised that Naro was the cause of Kin-hak's injury. Mr. Kin-han's friend said that he had always felt sorry for Naro and was kind to him, but now everything would change. Continuing to threaten, he added that the boy should beware of meeting him and his friends in the future. Suddenly, someone interrupted his speech and started talking to the guy, and he turned around to see who dared to do that. It was Jong-yeon, who wanted to protect Naro and said that he had recently had a bad life situation. But at that moment, the guy lost his temper and was filled with rage, because Jong-yeon was meddling in his business and began to threaten the young man. But Hanaro was not going to take any more humiliation and slapped the boy to make him come to his senses and change the tone of his rhetoric. Hanaro's eyes changed again and took on the same look as the day his powers broke free. The boy looked at Naro in fright, and at one point it even seemed to him that the young man had become larger than before. After that, he noticed his changed eyes and realized that they did not look like a human's, and the young man began to fear that he himself might get hurt. For some time, he thought about whether to hit Naro back or wait for the next blow from the young man, but Naro was not going to get into a fight. So the guy decided to just turn around and go to his seat without giving Naro any response, either physical or verbal. Jong-yeon watched from the sidelines and was already thinking that a fight was brewing, but the offender left. The boy looked at his friend and realized that Hanaro had changed so much in the month he had been away from school that it seemed like he was just a different person. It was evening and the guy went for a walk to walk his dog. The young man was talking to his pet about how he had little time for walks because he worked a lot. At this time, Hanaro appeared on the track, jogging before bed and focused on his changes. Unexpectedly for the owner, his dog began to behave aggressively and lunge at Hanaro, even though this was not the dog's usual behavior. Naro approached and just looked at the dog, and you could see that his eyes were not human. The dog got scared and tried to hide near the owner, and the guy was very surprised by this behavior of his pet. He felt like the dog saw a ghost. Hanaro tried not to pay attention to the dog's reaction, but he still realized that something strange and incomprehensible was happening. The young man found himself in a place where there was no one, and in front of him was an old, abandoned building. The guy decided to climb the building and immerse himself in his thoughts, and try to find at least some answers to all his questions. On one of the floors, Hanaro stopped to look around because the building could be dangerous. Hanaro noticed a puddle in front of him and decided to look at his reflection because he didn't know what could have scared the dog so much. Outwardly, it seemed that nothing had changed, but the guy's inner feelings said otherwise. The young man climbed to the roof of a building where there was not a single soul nearby and took off his hood to enjoy the atmosphere of the night. Hanaro threw back his head and inhaled a deep breath of air because he needed to put aside all his worries and forget about all his problems for a moment. But the young man could not enjoy the silence for long, and he noticed a large metal part nearby. He decided to check whether he had really become so strong that he could at least move it. He began to test his body, and it was obvious how hard it was for him, and nothing worked because the part did not even move and stood like a glove. Hanaro decided to quit this class because it was clear that he had just imagined that he had extraordinary strength. He was about to return home when he stopped abruptly and decided to try again with all his might. The guy grabbed the metal part tightly, chose a comfortable position, and began to apply force. Deep down, he felt that he should succeed, but because of his failure, he began to get angry for the second time. And it was at this moment that his eyes changed, and a pattern appeared on his face that resembled the mark his grandmother had on her face when she fought monsters. The heavy part began to shift, and the boy managed to pull it off the ground and lift it, even though it seemed impossible. Hanaro had no trouble holding the huge metal part above his head with one hand. Now, the guy was 100% sure that something inexplicable was happening to him and that he had extraordinary power. The next day, Mr. Kin-hak came to school, who was absent due to an injury he sustained after a fight with Ha-nar. The guy was standing at the entrance to the office with a crutch in his hands because his leg was plastered up due to a fracture. His classmates immediately began whispering that the rumors about the young man were true, and now they could only guess where he broke his leg. Mr. Kinhan sat down at the desk, and his friend immediately started asking him how he was feeling. He immediately asked if he would ever be able to walk normally again, or if he would be on crutches for the rest of his life. He suggested that Kinhan just hit the wall hard when he was beating Hanaro, but the guy was in no hurry to answer. And the friend started asking louder, or rather shouting, and Kinhan asked him to speak quietly so that Hanaro wouldn't accidentally hear. After all, after what happened, he was very afraid of Naro and did not want to get in trouble with the young man again. Mr. Kinhan decided to close the conversation and reached for his textbooks, saying that he would rather just study quietly. The guy grabbed the textbook and pretended to read something carefully, but his friend, not understanding what could have happened, advised him to turn the book upside down first. The young man tried to understand why Hanaro had suddenly become strong and what was happening to his face and eyes. After the lesson, Hanaro and Chok Yeon went to the cafeteria to have lunch and, without expecting anything bad, talked about the delicious food. Suddenly, Sang-chun approached the boys from behind, clearly intending to do something nasty and unpleasant for his friends. He started saying that the guys had a lot of chicken on their plates and asked if they wanted to share it with him because he was hungry. Hanaro looked at the boy and did not provoke a conflict, and said that he would be happy to treat him. Sang-chun wasn't going to leave anything for Hanaro and Jung-yeon, so he didn't hesitate to take the entire plate and go to another table. Sang-chun's friends also wanted to enjoy the free food, but the young man did not want to share his loot with anyone. Liluna came into the dining room and was looking for a free seat, and Sang-chun saw the girl and immediately began to call her to sit with them. As Liluna was passing, a young man threw inappropriate compliments at the girl in an attempt to show her his affection. But the girl was not interested in communicating with Sang-chun or his friends because they constantly behaved so ugly that she did not even want to greet them. Liluna walked over to the table where Hanaro was sitting and asked if he would mind if she sat with him. The students who were eating lunch in the cafeteria immediately started gossiping about Luna's rejection of Sang-chun and began to speculate that she was dating Hanar. Luna saw that Sang-chun had taken the chicken from the boy and decided to share it with Naromi, saying that she was concerned that the boy eat slowly and not rush. Sang-chun was beside himself with anger because the girl he liked preferred a loser, in his opinion. And the guy came to the conclusion that Luna and Hanaro were in a relationship. When he went outside, Sang-chun pushed his friend who had broken his leg against the wall and demanded to know if Naro had really broken his leg. One of my friends immediately started talking about how he personally saw Hanaro take Kinhak's leg with his hand and break it, and his eyes were just crazy. Sang-chun did not understand how it was possible that the main loser of the school could inflict such injuries on his friend. Mr. Kinhan tried to justify himself by saying that Hanaro is very strange if you look at him closely. But Sang-chun didn't want to listen to anything because he was furious that his friend could allow Hanara to bully him and hit the wall with his fist. Imitating that he wants to hit Kinhan because anger was overwhelming the boy, and Hanaro had been standing across his throat since he returned. The girl noticed that something unhealthy was going on in the group of guys and decided to come over and intervene. Sang-chun tried to stab the girl because she chose Naro, and she immediately asked what had changed. They used to mock the boy, and now they are afraid of him. Luna began to tease the boys that they were just afraid they might get in trouble with Hanaro. But Sang-chun replied that the young man was just pretending to be cool, but in fact nothing had changed, and no one was afraid of him. And the girl decided to take the guy to task and suggested that he put Hanaro in his place and show him who was in charge. He was unhappy that Luna was comparing him to Naro because he thought they were on completely different levels of popularity at school. But she kept going and said that it was okay to admit that Sang-chun was afraid. The guy tried to joke to get the conversation over with as soon as possible because he didn't want to look weak in Luna's eyes. After the conversation, Sang-chun was so angry that he decided to put Hanaro in his place and show that he was definitely stronger than the young man. Suddenly, Hanaro received a message from an unknown person saying that he had to come to the back gate in the evening, and if he did nothing, he would be further abused. After that, I received a text from Jong-yeon, who asked if it was true that Naro would be fighting Sang-chun in the evening, but Hanaro didn't quite understand what he was talking about. The whole school was talking about the fight between Nar and Sang-chun, and students urgently canceled all their activities to watch the event that would take place in the evening. Hanaro read the messages in various chat rooms and thought that everyone was just joking because he didn't want to fight anyone, let alone Sang-chun. Hanaro decided to come as advised by the unknown person who wrote the message because he wanted his humiliation to finally end. Sang-chun was warming up, and when he saw the young man, he was surprised that he had decided to come and asked him if he missed his fists. The gathered spectators were sure that Hanaro would soon lose and be beaten, and the fight would end quickly, and Jong-yeon was very worried about his friend. Sang-chun was joking with Hanar, trying to add value to himself in the eyes of others, and he was sure that he would beat the boy as usual and prove to Luna that he was not weak. The boy demanded that Hanar be the first to start the fight, because it would not be fair if the young man did not have time to hit his opponent even once. Hanaro was sure that this was a case he had to solve on his own right here and now. Everyone around him said that Naro had no chance of winning because he was much smaller than Sang-chun. The discussion continued, and some people thought that the boys should be stopped because something irreparable might happen, while others wondered what Naro would do. Sang-chun heard what the crowd was talking about and said loudly for everyone to hear that this fight was really not fair, and he understood that. He immediately suggested that Hanaru change the rules a bit. The guy didn't quite understand what Sang-chun meant and listened to him carefully. The guy said for everyone to hear that he was letting Hanar hit him first, and he would just stand there motionless. Sang-chun said that they would immediately test the theory that whoever struck first would win. At this time, Jong-yeon could not find a place to sit down with excitement. Mr. Kin-hak was also standing among the audience and was really starting to fear for his friend, because he was the only one who really understood the power Hanaro had. Sang-chun was already eager for the fight to begin and was yelling at Naro to hit him so they could start. Hanaro didn't wait long and threw just one punch, which immediately knocked Sang-chun out. Jong-yeon was shocked and did not suspect that his friend would dare to fight the toughest student in the school, Sang-chun. As if in a movie, Sang-jun was falling as if in slow motion. Hanaro's blow was so strong that even a piece of his tooth broke off. The guy fell to the ground and could not move, let alone respond to Hanar with blows. Hanaro himself did not expect that he could hit so hard, but he was in no hurry to leave. He told Sang-chun to get up and fight. The guy grabbed him by the collar and started to lift him up because he was sure that the fight was not over yet. Hanaro struck a second blow to his opponent, a bully who had been constantly bullying him since Naro transferred to this school. The crowd was shocked by this development after a series of blows from Hanar, and everyone started telling the young man to stop because Sang-chun could no longer physically resist him. Hanaro leaned over to his offender and quietly said that he was not going to take his life. He immediately let go. Sang-chun was so exhausted and beaten that he could not even lift his head and just lay motionless on the ground. Liluna was also watching this fight, standing on the roof and watching Hanaro closely. Looking at the guy, Luna said only one phrase that she knew it was him. There was an unknown man near Hanaro's apartment. The boyfriend was not home at the time. He opened the door of the apartment and made sure that there was no one there. It was another monster who did not give up hope of finding the key that would help open the gates between the worlds. Hanaro was walking slowly home after school and a fight in which he managed to win. Suddenly, someone called him and he stopped, not knowing who was catching up with him. As soon as Hanaro returned, his briefcase flew at him and he successfully caught it. His friend Jong-yeon caught up with him and took Hanaro's briefcase from the scene of the fight, and the young man thanked him because he had completely forgotten his things. Jong-yeon was worried about Naro and asked him if he was feeling okay, and the boy immediately replied that he was fine. And the young man added that it seems to him that Hanaro has changed a lot lately. Hanaro was walking home and his friend's words that he was not the same anymore kept playing in his head, and he realized that the insecure Naro had disappeared forever. But at the same time, the usual Naro who had always been there disappeared, and the young man felt no regret for this and no relief either. While the guy was walking home, a monster was scouring his apartment and still couldn't find the key. Hanaro had already gone up to his floor and continued to think that not only he, but everything around him had changed. The monster heard that someone opened the door to the apartment, and he had to come up with something urgently. The guy came home and turned on the light, not suspecting that someone might be in his house. Hanaro walked into the kitchen and began to put his things away, taking a bottle of water out of his briefcase. He decided to drink, not realizing that there was a monster under the ceiling that could attack him at any moment. Suddenly, the young man noticed a flower in a flower pot that began to dry out a little, and he realized that it urgently needed to be watered and leaned over to the flower pot. At this point, the monster decided to seize the moment and attack Hanaro. But thanks to the young man's changes, he realized in time that someone was watching him and, when the creature was about to attack him, threw a flower pot at him. Hanaro sensed the monster as soon as he entered the elevator, and it was definitely connected to those who attacked the boy and his grandmother. The frightened monster asked the boy who he was, because he knew nothing about him. But Hanaro was not going to answer this question, and said only that he was the one who should ask such questions. The creature decided that the best defense is offense and attacked the boy, destroying everything in its path. But Hanaro already had a little bit of mastery of his skills, and was able to dodge the blow that the uninvited guest was trying to deliver in time. The young man grabbed his arm and tore it off with little effort so that the attacker would no longer think about attacking. The monster was screaming in pain that Hanaro was not a human being because he managed to resist it. The monster realized that the best solution would be to just run away and try to find out who this guy was. He jumped out the open window in the hope that he would be able to quickly hide in the darkness. The monster thought that the young man's strength was not human, but that his smell was definitely human. Hanaro couldn't just let the monster go, and he knew he had to destroy it once and for all. The boy caught up with the monstrous creature and struck a powerful blow to hold it back and prevent it from escaping. Then came the next attack, thanks to which the monster was wounded and now had every chance of winning. The monster was fast enough that he was able to hide, but Hanaro was not going to let the matter go unresolved. After all, it was not difficult for him to find the monster's location because he could smell it and use his nose like a hunting dog. The creature tried to run away very quickly from the young man with whom he did not plan to fight. The monster wondered who this guy could be and how he came to be in Sana's apartment, who was hiding the key. He was sure that he would not be able to continue the fight because it was simply impossible without his arm. And he was right, but he was unlucky to escape because Hanaro caught up with him very quickly. The monster started running at the boy, trying to pretend that it wanted to hit him, and threw a wooden table that was standing nearby at him. Hanaro watched the table fly at him, but he was not going to give up because he felt that he had the strength to deal with the monster. With a single blow, the guy smashed the table and could continue the confrontation with the ugly creature. The young man saw the monster desperately trying to escape from him and stay alive. But Hanaro could not let him leave so easily, and the young man grabbed a beach umbrella that was standing next to the table. But he decided that the umbrella could become a weapon that would help him destroy his enemy. The guy threw the umbrella like a spear at the monster with a powerful push, hoping that it would hit it. And he was right. While the monster was trying to figure out which way to run, the umbrella caught up with him. His body was pierced, and the monster could not physically escape anywhere, even if he was still alive. Hanaro approached him and started asking questions about who he was and why he came to the boy's apartment. The monster replied that he had come to find Sana, and the boy immediately remembered the day his grandmother disappeared because she was wanted by monsters like him. The monster added that the soldiers of their army went in search of her a month ago, and since then, no one has returned. Hanaro asked the creature why it needed his grandmother, and the monster was very surprised that Sana's head was the young man's grandmother. The monster was shocked and tried to ask the boy who he was. But Naro was not going to answer and reminded the monster that only he asks questions here and the monster has to answer, and asked again why they needed his grandmother. The monster replied that Sana had run away and taken the key, and now Kum wanted them to find it because monsters keep coming, and the young man asked where everyone else was. And the monster said that they were on the other side of the portal, all demons, and Naro asked if he was a demon, and he immediately replied that he was not like Naro, hinting at his demonic power. This made the young man very angry because he knew that he was a human being and definitely not a demon. But the monster insisted that he was definitely not a human because they could not possess such a powerful force. Hanaro began to realize that no one can really fight like he does now. Suddenly, he saw a broken mirror under his feet and could see his appearance at the time of the fight. And he really changed, his eyes and expression changed, and a mark appeared on his cheek that had never been there before. While Hanaro was absorbed in his thoughts, the monster managed to get out from under the umbrella and ran away. The creature found the nearest manhole to hide and go back to its world, but suddenly a man walked by on the street. He was walking and saying that he was very drunk, and when he saw someone trying to get into the manhole, he thought he was even drunker and decided to tell him that it was not a door. The monster turned to the voice, and the man was able to see the creature in front of him. The man was quite frightened and involuntarily began to shout loudly so that he could be rescued in case of emergency. A second passed, and there was no one in front of him, so he thought he had just had too much to drink and was just imagining things. The monster quickly dived into the manhole, and there was no trace of it to indicate that it had been in this place. Hanaro was running down the street because he wanted to catch up with the monster and still kill it without the other monsters finding out. But I accidentally twisted my leg and fell to the ground with many puddles on it because it was raining so hard. A woman with a child was passing by and saw the young man fall and asked if he was okay. The little boy was very afraid of Hanaro because his face was not human and frightening. The boy immediately understood why the child had such a reaction to him because he could see his own reflection in the puddle. The young man did not answer, but simply covered his face with his hand and got up to continue looking for the monster. Hanaro continued to run in the downpour, but it was useless because the monster was already unstoppable. At this time, Events were unfolding in another dimension in the world of demons, where the atmosphere of dark forces reigned. Suddenly, a monster's hand began to emerge from the water near the castle, trying to get to shore. He was a monster who managed to escape from Hanaro, and now he could tell his leader about the boy. In the castle hall, a man was sitting on a throne with his assistant next to him, and he was immediately informed that the monster had returned, and he was the only one who managed to survive the search for Sana. The mutilated monster bent the knee before the Demon King and was ordered to tell everything he had learned. The king listened attentively, and the monster began to say that Sana was no longer alive, but he had met a guy during a visit to the apartment where the woman lived. He said that the boy looked like a traitor but knew nothing about his demonic power, and he wanted to bring him to the world of demons, but their powers were not equal. The monster continued to tell about the young man that he had extraordinary strength and speed, and his breath was very cold. The king listened attentively to his subordinate's story, but he didn't answer anything, trying to compare all the facts that the only surviving monster told him after searching for the key. The king's assistant was surprised to hear that the young man had cold breath, for this was not a characteristic of all demons. The monster didn't know what else to say, so he just kept silent and hoped that they would let him go. The king's assistant was a military officer of the demon army named Chen. He came down and walked toward the monster, and everyone immediately began to bend the knee to show their respect. He came close to the monster and asked if he was sure that the young man had icy breath. The monster immediately began to say that this was accurate information because he had experienced the icy flames and would never lie about such things. Chen did not like the news that the monster from the human world brought, so he was not going to give him life. The man cut off the creature's head with a single movement of his hand and killed it for bringing bad news. The second man did not see what was happening during the conversation between Chen and the monster, so he was very frightened when he saw its head at his feet. The man realized that he could face the same fate and decided to calm the king and the military officer down a bit. And he started talking about how the icy breath was a sign of their main enemy, but this was impossible because it had been destroyed a long time ago. Chen smiled and said that he too thought the monster was just mistaken and imagining things. But Chen really didn't like that the man allowed himself to speak without asking permission. Suddenly, the king got up from his throne and interrupted a conversation between a subordinate and a military officer that was clearly at a dead end. Chen wondered if the guy could really possess the icy flame that their main enemy possessed. The king got up from the throne and briefly said that this meant that the descendant of the king they had defeated many years ago was alive. In ancient times, people and demons were constantly fighting each other. The reason for this was a crack that appeared and created a passage between two worlds that simply could not exist together. The battles for power lasted for a very long time, but one day the path that led to the world of people was closed. As time passed and everything gradually changed, the story that connected the two worlds could not simply end without one winner. Monsters and demons were well aware of the existence of the human world, but people heard about them only in myths and fairy tales, and could not even imagine that they really existed. But over time, the crack between the worlds grew larger, and all the seals that held the demons back were bursting at the seams. The next day, Hanaro came to the police station again to find out how the investigation into his grandmother's disappearance was going. The boy ran into the investigator's office and asked if it was true that they had found clues about the disappearance, and the investigator told him that he could see for himself. Hanaro's grandmother was indeed in the video, but the fact is that it was old material and recordings. Hanaro looked closely at the face of the woman in the video and did not understand what she could be doing on this street. The investigator's assistant suggested that the woman might have been ill and asked the boy about it. After all, the video was from a place known for its number of pharmacies, and Naro seemed to be on to something. He mentioned the pills he was constantly taking and the fact that they were not available in any pharmacy in the city. Hanaro realized that on this street he could find someone who could help him figure things out. The guy decided to come to that place immediately and asked the police to send him the address, but the investigator tried to stop the young man because the video was 2 months old. Very quickly, Hanaro found the right street, which turned out to be bigger than he expected, but he knew for sure that this was where his grandmother came to get pills for him. The guy was walking down the street and trying to figure out where he should start looking. He decided that he could find out more when he found the place where Sana was buying the medicine, so he went from kiosk to kiosk and asked people if they knew the woman in the photo. At some point, the guy realized that the search was more difficult than he expected, because he didn't even know what the pills were for. Suddenly he stopped because he smelled a very familiar odor, similar to that of the monsters trying to find the key. The young man approached one of the shops where he thought the smell was coming from and told the seller that he was looking for medicine. The man slowly turned around and asked who the medicine was for, realizing who the guy was. Hanaro was in no hurry to answer, because what he really needed was not medicine but information about his grandmother. The man continued to go about his business, but was forced to stop after the young man said the name of his grandmother, Sana. The salesman immediately went into the back room and asked the boy to wait for him in the store. Hanaro did not understand why the man did not say anything to him, but simply left in silence, and he did not know what exactly the young man was waiting for. Because of his strong feelings, he began to get annoyed that no one told him anything, and Naro had a lot of questions. So he decided that he had to catch up with the man so that he could not go anywhere without giving any answers, and he definitely knew something about Sana. The guy looked into the back room, but there was no one there, so he thought the man had run away. Suddenly, Hanaro heard sounds coming from the courtyard and thought it might be the seller. He ran outside and actually saw a man trying to run away from him. Hanaro was very surprised to see that the man was not young, but he was able to jump over the high fence very nimbly. This made the young man think that he was not a simple man either, and he followed him, trying to catch up. Hanaro begged the man to listen to him and answer at least a few questions that haunted him. The man was not going to stop, but he definitely noticed that Hanaro was very fast because no one had managed to catch up with him before. The seller turned around and was about to strike the guy who was not giving up on his idea to find out about Sana. The boy managed to withstand the man's attack and told him that he was interested in Sana because she was his grandmother. The man did not expect that the young man could be her grandson because he thought he was one of the demons trying to find the woman to find the key. Hanaro took out a bottle of pills and repeated that Sana was his grandmother, showing him the medicine she always brought him. Finally, the man realized who exactly he was seeing in front of him, and he was definitely one of the monsters who were constantly infiltrating the world of people. He began to tell the boy that these pills were a suppressant. They made the demonic powers that the boy possessed weaker. The man said that demons like him needed this medicine to be able to survive in the human world and handed the young man a bottle of pills, adding that Sana had asked him to give them to him. Hanaro asked how the medicine worked and thought that it helped him not to turn into a monster, but that was not quite true because the boy was not a monster. All his life, the guy knew nothing about his true self and his origins. Hanaro recalled his visions of Sana holding a child in her arms and running to the abyss to save herself. But the young man did not know who the child was that was in his grandmother's arms. He didn't know where to start and decided to just find out everything about Sana to begin with, because she was the one he was looking for. The man began to tell Hanaro that Sana was a great warrior in the entire demon kingdom and was close to the imperial family. But one day everything changed. The ruler's younger brother Kum rebelled and broke into the castle, which was the beginning of the terrible days. Those who tried to defend the king and queen were killed and the rulers were overthrown, after which Kum got rid of all his brother's supporters and seized the throne. Only a few managed to escape and get to the world of people where it was safer for them. The demons who did not support Kum were forced to settle in the world of people, and accordingly, San also. And sometime after her husband came into this world, Sana found him, and they hid together. Later, Kum began to send his soldiers to this world to kill all the survivors to avoid a rebellion against him. He added that he thought Naro was Kum's messenger, which is why he decided he needed to run away from the young man. The man told the boy that he was also a demon, But it was mainly Sana who aroused the monster's interest, and the man really started to worry about her when she did not come for the pills. After all, the ones she had taken earlier should have run out by now, and he asked Hanaro if anything bad had happened to the woman. It was difficult for the boy to answer because he began to realize that Sana was most likely no longer alive, and he began to cry from this realization. Everything inside the young man was soaked in pain because Sana was the only person he knew, and now he would never see her again. The man understood the emotions that the boy was experiencing, but he could not help, because not everything in life depended on their desires. Hanaro realized that the monsters would not rest until they found the key, even though Sana was gone. The man quietly said that the monsters would continue to hunt them until they got what they wanted. And he added that since Sana was no longer alive, the monster's attention would be switched to Naro, and the guy began to realize that it was his turn. Hanaro thought about how, in his life, he had always been lonely, without friends, scared, and unable to get rid of the chains that held his body together. And yet, repeating this in his head every time, the guy did not give up and continued to live. Now Hanaru didn't care whether he was a human or a demon. He didn't care about life. The only thing that mattered was that the monsters had taken his grandmother's life, and he had to take revenge. At this time, in another world, the demon king Kum was heading for the gorge that led to the world of humans. He wanted to check if anything had changed about the passage because the information he had received from the monster had scared him a bit. The king asked the military officer Chen how many men they had already sent to find the key. Yichen replied that hundreds of monsters had gone to the human world, but none had returned, and added that he expected the monsters to be able to deal with Sana. But it turned out that it was not so easy, and all those who went in search died because this passage was called the Path of Death. The king was sure that he would open the gate, and all of humanity would stop mocking them just because they were locked in their own world. Chen told Kum that Sana had probably already given the key to the late king's son, and Kum confirmed that this child was their best chance. He ordered a military officer to plunge the entire world of people into chaos, but first he had to find the boy. And turning back, he added that he was their key to getting into the world that was closed to them. Hanaro was at his home, packing his grandmother's belongings into boxes and packing them up. Suddenly, the young man noticed another frame with a photo at the moment when he thought he had already packed everything. In the frame was a photo of Naro with his grandmother when he was a small and happy boy. The young man realized that he loved his grandmother very much, regardless of who she really was and where she came from. He took the photo out of the frame and put it in his jacket pocket because he wanted to forever capture the moments when he was happy with his grandmother. And no matter what, Sana will forever remain his favorite grandmother who sacrificed her life for the boy's happiness. Later, the young man came to school and noticed that the rumors about his fight with Sang Chun had spread quickly, and he was worried about rumors that he had become strange. As soon as the boy entered the classroom, all the attention of his classmates was immediately focused on him. This made Hanaro feel not very confident and even confused because he did not understand what to expect. But it wasn't as scary as he thought, because his classmates started greeting him, which had never happened before. They even tried to start a dialogue with the young man, saying that Hanaro was on time because in a couple of minutes he could have been late for class. Right after the boy, Jonghyun came into the office and asked why the young man was hanging around, and Naro, recovering from his pleasant shock, greeted his friend. Jonghyun couldn't believe that no one had ever said a word to Sang Chun before, and after Naro defeated him, he would definitely not bully anyone at school. While the friends were talking, Li Luna suddenly came up to them and wanted to talk to Hanar. The girl asked if he could meet her after school, but Naro didn't quite understand what she wanted, but she was sure he wouldn't be able to refuse. While Naro could not answer anything, Jonghyun decided to take responsibility and said that the girl could be sure that the guy would definitely come. Hanaro was a little angry that his friend had agreed to meet him instead, but Jonghyun said that he had guessed about his relationship with Li Luna when she sat down with him in the dining room. Sang-chun was incredibly angry because the whole school was talking about his defeat of Hanuru, so the guy tried to get rid of his rage by beating anyone who looked at him wrong. Sang-chun beat the boys and shouted that it was their fault that the whole school was discussing his defeat. Kin-hak, who was standing nearby, suggested that they leave before they killed those boys. Mr. Kin-hak began to ask Sang-chun whether he intended to deal with Hanar after all. And it seemed that Sang-chun was going crazy because he was beaten by a loser in front of everyone, and now the whole school was making fun of him. The boys went to the school and saw Naro's friend Jong-yeon and demanded that he tell them where his friend was because they wanted to say hello to him, hinting at another fight. Jong-yeon didn't know what to say because he realized that if the boys didn't like his answer, they would start beating him. And he was right, because literally a second later, Sang-chun's fist was already near the guy's face. The young man's glasses fell to the floor, and Sang-chun told him that despite the misunderstanding that occurred during the fight with Naro, nothing changes, and he is the boss of this school. He continued to beat the guy who could not defend himself and did not even see from which side the blows were coming. Jong-yeon tried to reach for the fallen glasses, but when Sang-jun saw this, he kicked him hard in the arm. The young man twisted in pain and could not even move because he could not bear the unbearable pain. The boy was holding on to his broken arm and did not know whether his suffering was over or whether the boy would continue to abuse him. Sang-chul was furious that Jong-yeon had been discussing the fight all morning and was proud that his loser friend had defeated him. Jong-yeon didn't want to be bullied and dared to hit Sang-chun, but of course it didn't change anything. But Jong-yeon wanted to show that he wasn't going to be afraid of an abuser who was trying to appear tough when he wasn't. This manifestation of the young man made Sang-chun lose his temper and severely beat the boy who dared to say something against his opinion. The lesson had already begun, and the teacher was teaching a new topic. Hanaro sat there and did not understand why his friend was late, because he was usually always on time for class. Jong-yeon told Hanai that he was going to the restroom and would be back, but it seemed like he had been gone for quite some time. Then Naro noticed that the group of bullies were not in class either, and the boy began to guess that they were the reason Jong-yeon was late. The lesson was over, and Hanaro decided that he should go look for his friend because he felt that something might have happened to him. He knew that Jong-yeon would never skip class, which meant he was definitely in trouble. Hanaro went to the restroom and opened the door to see his friend, who didn't look very well. Jong-yeon tried to make a joke and said that he thought he was late for class. Hanaro immediately took his friend to the medical office and found out that Jong-yeon had beaten Sang-jun, which is why he was unable to attend class. Jong-yeon tried to joke and said that he was able to hit the offender many times, and he was probably sitting somewhere crying. Hanaro realized that the boy was beaten because he was his friend, and he definitely did not deserve to be treated like that. Jong-yeon said that Naro didn't deserve to be beaten up all the time either, but the boy didn't want to hear anything and just asked where Sang-chun and his friends were. The friend tried to restrain Naro and said that everything was fine, but Hanaro realized that now Jong-yeon was their victim, just as he had always been. Jong-yeon tries to tell Hanaro that he has changed a lot, and suddenly, for everyone, he was able to fight back against the main bullies at school. He was proud of Nar and thanked him for showing him that he shouldn't be afraid of anything or anyone, because the problem will never be solved by itself. Jong-yeon wanted to change like Naru and stop being a punching bag for Sang-chun and his company. Hanaro understood his friend, because only recently he was also unable to stand up for himself, but when he felt the power in himself, everything changed in an instant. Jong-yeon was confident that he would succeed, because he was just at the beginning of his journey and realized that he should not expect quick results. Hanaro came to the classroom to pick up his things and met Luna, who was waiting for him, but the young man said that he couldn't talk right now because he had urgent business. Sang-chun and his friends met the boy at the exit of the classroom and said that Naro should go with them and that he and Lee Luna would talk later. The students went out into the corridor after class and saw a group of monks in cloaks with hoods under which not even their faces were visible. No one could understand what was going on and what kind of event was going to take place in their school because there were no announcements. Absolutely everyone who passed by paid attention to this crowd because they looked very strange. At this time, Sang-chun and his friends brought Hanaro to a place where it was not crowded so that no one could watch them. Hanaro followed them voluntarily because he wanted to avenge his friend Jong-yun and was definitely not afraid of anyone. The guy decided to warn the offenders to never touch his friend again and added that this was his last warning. The guys brought Hanaro into the room and told him that there was a problem because they had other plans for him. As the young man was entering the door, Kin-hak was already standing outside, ready to hit the boy to minimize the likelihood that he would beat them again. The students in the corridor looked at the strangers and realized that they looked very suspicious and probably needed to tell their teachers about them. One of the men in disguise began to approach the students, as if he smelled something. This behavior frightened the children because they did not know what to expect from a group of very strange people. One guy was passing a man and accidentally touched him with his shoulder and added that he should be more careful. The man began to turn around slowly to see who dared to speak to him in such a tone. At the same time, a fight was going on in the room where Naro was about to be beaten, and Hanaro noticed that Kin-han was trying to hit him and quickly dodged. The guy realized that he had to defend his interests and his friend right now because the boys clearly did not expect to get screwed over again. Hanaro struck his offenders without feeling a drop of fear as he had before. The team of guys were frozen in place for a moment because Hanaro had done something that an ordinary person could not. The metal stick they were trying to beat the guy with ended up in Naro's hands, and he just threw it up and the stick got stuck in the ceiling and didn't even move. While Mr. Kin-hak was looking at the ceiling, Hanaro was not going to wait and dealt him a powerful blow that the young man did not expect. Kin-hak's friends were shocked because they still could not understand how a guy who was not physically fit suddenly became unrealistically strong. But they couldn't face the mud and decided to attack the guy together to increase their chances of winning. The boys believed that Hanaro would not be able to deal with them if they attacked together. But their plan didn't work because Hanaro was much more agile than all of them together, and his punches were definitely more accurate and stronger. Sang-chun stopped and could not believe his eyes that the boy easily scattered all the attackers, because the young man was not like this before. Hanaro stood in the center of the room, with his attackers lying around him, no longer threatening him. He heard that Sang-chun was behind him and told him to come over because he was sure that he could definitely handle the young man. Sang-chun looked at Hanaro and thought it was just a joke, because the guy couldn't have changed so much in just a month. Sang-chun was visibly nervous and realized that he would not be able to deal with Naro without a weapon. And suddenly he noticed an empty glass bottle behind him, and a plan of action immediately appeared in his head. He broke the bottle, and now he had a dangerous rose in his hands that could seriously injure Hanaro. The young man was serious and told Sang-chun that he would not go anywhere else, and that this was where their showdown would end. Suddenly, cries for help started coming from the corridor. There was some chaos, and everyone could be heard running somewhere. Sang-chun and Hanaro's fight was forced to stop because something definitely wasn't normal was happening outside the door. At that moment, the corridor was full of horror. The students were attacked by unknown people, and almost no one had a chance to survive. The hood fell off the unknown man, and it turned out that it was a monster. Cries for help were heard from everywhere. Everyone was shouting for someone to call the teachers. There were a lot of monsters on the school grounds, and they began their hunt for all the people they met. The students tried to run away, but it was all in vain because the creatures did not stop for a moment in their desire to mock the people. At that time, Jong-yeon was lying in the infirmary and realized that something was going on that was not good. The boy tried to understand what was happening and decided to stand up and ask the teacher. He peeked out from behind the curtain and asked the teacher what was going on, but he didn't hear an answer because no one was there. Suddenly, a terrible black monster began to enter Jong-yeon's room, unlike any other person who had ever come into the world before. Hanaro came out of the room and saw a crowd of students running away and shouting that there were monsters. The boy immediately realized that they were after him, but he could not even imagine that they would look for him in such a crowded place as a school. The young man realized that if he did not stop them, Everyone who was present in the school would die. Sang-chun did not pay attention to what was happening and decided that he had to end the fight with Hanar right now and wanted to hit the young man with a rose from the bottle. But the guy realized that there were more important things to do than deal with school bullies, so he decided to just lock Sang-chun up so he couldn't get out. Sang-chun did not expect such actions from Hanaro and did not even have time to stop his blow and hit the iron door with all his might. The guy was very angry that he was not able to put Hanar in his place, but Hanaro locked the door and told the young man to stay there unless he wanted to say goodbye to his life. Sang-chun was beside himself with anger because now he was being told what to do by a guy he had always considered a failure. But he was not going to listen to Hanar's orders and did not consider their conversation to be over because he still wanted to be killed. The guy looked around and figured out how to get out. There were windows at the top through which he could climb out. One of the teachers heard students screaming in the hallway and decided to go out to see what was going on. He started shouting loudly, trying to drown out the students and thus calm them down, because he simply did not understand what was really happening. Suddenly, the teacher saw one of his students being chased by a monster and struck him. The teacher could not say a word from what he saw because his shock simply did not allow him to do anything. A second later, the student was deprived of his life, and his lifeless body was lying right in front of the teacher, who did not know what to do. He did not understand what was happening, but the feeling of horror and fear was overwhelming. And suddenly, the monster pushed the teacher back into the classroom with such force that no other person in the world had ever possessed. The teacher flew at breakneck speed across the classroom, past his colleagues who were working without paying attention to the children's screams. The teachers began to scream and call for the professor, who was no longer breathing, not understanding what could have happened, and suddenly saw a monster in the doorway. All the teachers immediately raised a shout and tried to run away and hide, not knowing that the situation in the corridor was even worse. The monster showed its true face, which was so horrifying that no one could help but be frightened by its appearance alone. Liluna was on the floor above during these events and heard the boys talking in the hallway, saying that the entire school chat was flooded with messages about monsters in the school. The girl could not believe it because it sounded very strange that monsters could appear in school. At the same moment, she quickly ran to the epicenter of the events to check if the chat was true. The girl was running in the opposite direction from everyone else and thought that the monsters had decided to appear in this place too soon. All the students were panicked, and Liluna thought only of one thing. She had to find Hanar. Suddenly, one of the monsters appeared on the girl's path and tried to grab her and destroy her. But it seemed that Liluna didn't feel afraid at all when she saw the creature nearby, as if she had met monsters before. The girl lowered her hand and pulled a thin string from her pocket that looked like a lasso. Liluna skillfully used her weapon, and in a few seconds the monster was wrapped in thread. The girl made a jump and found herself behind a monstrous creature that could not get out of the net. Standing behind Liluna, she pulled the thread and tightened the noose around the monster's neck. The creature felt that the last moments of his life had come because he could not get out of the trap. Liluna struck a powerful attack on the monster, leaving it no chance to escape or strike back. And having completed her attack, the girl took the life of one of the attackers who threatened not only them, but also hundreds of students who were in the school. There was not a single body in the monster's place. It simply disappeared into thin air, and along the corridor there were many lifeless bodies of students who had not been able to escape. A little further on, there was another monster that grabbed a young man, and the boy desperately begged his friends not to leave him and help him. But they were so frightened that they did not even dare to confront the terrible creature. They fled without looking back because no one wanted to say goodbye to life. The monster knew that no one could hold him back, so he was in no hurry to deal with the young man who was in his hands. Suddenly, Hanaro appeared next to them and pressed the alarm button so that those who still had the opportunity could evacuate the school. When the monster saw Hanaro, he immediately realized that he was the one they were looking for, and he immediately released the young man he had been holding. He was not going to waste any time and started running towards the boy to attack him and bring him to the king. Hanaro immediately thought of finding some deserted place so that no one would get hurt and see the boy's true appearance. Hanaro quickly ran to take the monster to where he needed to go, but Sang-chun managed to get out and was already waiting for Naro. Sang-chun tried to strike with his pre-prepared weapon, not realizing that he could be in the hands of a monster. Hanaro noticed the boy in time because his speed was faster than ordinary people, and he managed to dodge the threat posed by Sang-chun and tried not to think about him because the problems were bigger than a simple bully. Sang-chun was angry at Hanaro for dodging the blow again, but he certainly didn't expect a monster to follow him. The creature immediately grabbed the boy and pushed him against the wall, not allowing him to resist. Sang-chun didn't understand what was happening, who the creature was that was holding him, and the monster told Hanaro that if he ran away, this guy would die. Sang-chun was very scared when he heard this and shouted for Naro to not stand still and help him as soon as possible. But Hanaro had no desire to help his abuser and simply asked him why he thought the boy should help him. At that moment, Sang-chun was very scared because he realized that his only hope was for the boy he was constantly humiliating and abusing. He immediately began to say that if the young man helped him, he would do whatever Naro wanted for the rest of his life and apologized. Sang-chun once again asked for help, hoping that Naro would take pity on him and save him from death. In a second, Hanaro disappeared and suddenly struck a powerful blow to the monster holding Sang-chun. The guy had really lost all hope of being rescued, so he was pleasantly surprised that Naro did not abandon him in such a difficult situation. Hanaro's face changed, his eyes filled with blue, and a demon's mark appeared on his cheek. He was not going to let go of the monster and dealt it powerful blows that could not be repelled. The attack caused the monster to lose its sense of space and began to fall next to Sang-chun, which made it impossible for the young man to say a word. Hanaro was unstoppable and confident that he would win, and that this creature would no longer threaten anyone. After the last blow, the monster was destroyed, and Hanaro could rush to help the others, because this time the number of people who wanted to find the key had increased significantly. Sang-chun covered his face and head with his hands to avoid being caught by the guy's hot hand. But then something happened that scared him to death. The body of the defeated monster began to burn and disappear right before his eyes. The guy tried to put into his head the information that he was facing a real monster, and Hanaru managed to destroy it. The young man just looked at Sang-chun and did not answer anything because he realized that it was already difficult to realize this without going crazy. The last thing Sang-chun decided to ask Naro was whether the boy was actually human, but again, there was no answer. Hanaro didn't know what to do, because what Sang-chun saw was wrong and could endanger the young man. Suddenly, another monster fell from the side, and it was clear that it was not because he was feeling bad. Hanaro was very surprised and began to consider who was trying to fight them, because ordinary people could not resist monsters. At this time, Li Luna was slaying monsters as if she had been doing it all her life because her skills were incredible. Li Luna looked like an ordinary girl, and no one would even guess that she possessed such power. Hanaro did not expect to see the girl and was very surprised that she also understood who the monsters were. Sang-chun was incredibly happy to see Li Luna because his feelings for her were now even greater. The guy looked at her with admiration and asked her uncertainly if she was feeling well. As she was coming down, she landed directly on Sang-chun's face with her foot and told Hanur that she would protect him. She approached the boy and told him to run away from the school, and she would deal with all the monsters herself. The girl said that he had to run away from the school to lure the monsters away because there were still students in the school, and Sang-chun could not run away because their condition was not very good. She added that she thought that all these monsters had come for Naro, and that's why they would hunt him. Hanaro was just about to ask how a girl manages to fight monsters to understand who she is, but Luna said he had to go to the gym right away. All the monsters that were in the school gradually converged in one place, where Hanaro was. Li Luna exclaimed that there was no time for thinking and talking anymore, and that we needed to act faster. The monsters saw their target in front of them and did not notice any obstacles because their task was to catch the boy. Hanaro listened to Li Lun and immediately jumped out the window to get to the gym as soon as possible and lure all the uninvited guests there. He tried to get there as quickly as possible to minimize casualties among students and teachers. He quickly got to the gym and ran inside, realizing that very soon all the monsters who were hunting him would be there. The young man did not understand why no one was there and did not know whether he had succeeded in luring the monsters out of the school. Hanaro carefully examined every corner of the hall to make sure that no one was there. But it didn't take long before a couple of monsters flew into the gym and wanted to destroy it. The guy realized that it would not be easy to resist two creatures at once, so he had to come up with something that would help him escape. Hanaro quickly figured out how to defend himself by taking an iron ball basket and using it as a shield. And it turned out to be the right decision, because it became clear that the monsters are not very smart and are not able to think normally. But the problem was that these creatures were stronger than the monsters Hanaro had fought before. Suddenly, the pressure stopped, and he saw a thread being tied around the monsters' necks. He didn't understand what was happening, but it helped him escape certain death. The monsters were neutralized, and the young man was able to get up and see who had saved him. He was amazed that someone managed to defeat two monsters at once, despite the fact that they were quite strong. Li Luna was approaching Hanaro, and jokingly asked him why he was sitting down and not in a hurry to help destroy the enemy. Hanaro was shocked that the girl had dealt with all the monsters so quickly and managed to save him. The girl just managed to say that now was not the time for talking, and immediately monsters started jumping into all the windows. In a moment, Hanaro and Li Luna were surrounded and had to quickly deal with all the creatures that were hunting the young man. Seeing the number of them, Hanaro immediately agreed with the girl that now was not the time to talk. The monsters were eager to destroy the boy right here and now, and they realized that they were already winning at least by their numbers. They realized that they could no longer hide and decided to reveal their true identity by taking off their robes. Hanaro and Li Luna realized that it would not be easy, especially since the monsters began to do something incomprehensible and strange. They began to merge with each other, turning into one giant monster, all bodies and powers united together. The giant monster tried to kill and crush the boy and girl with a blow from his hand. But thanks to their speed, Hanaro and Li Luna managed to escape and hid backstage on the stage, and the young man asked how the monster managed to get so big. The girl assumed that they had a special ability that allowed the monsters to unite and act as one. After a few minutes of thinking, the girl said she had an idea on how to defeat the giant monster. Hanaro had no other options, so he had to agree to the idea that Li Luna came up with. She began to draw the monster's attention to herself, so that it would try to attack her, and she and Hanar could realize the girl's plan. Li Luna went to the center of the stage and tried to provoke the monster to strike. It was clear that this giant would not even think that he could be trapped, and he immediately rushed towards the girl. Li Luna held the rope in her hands and waited for the moment when the monster was in the right place. The unsuspecting monster was heading for the girl, thinking that there would be no problem in eliminating her quickly. As soon as the giant monster was in the right place, Li Luna pulled the rope and started to run away. Her plan was to throw a large curtain over the monster, depriving it of its sight, and as soon as the fabric covered the creature, she gave the command to Hanaro. The young man was above the monster and had to do his part to destroy the threat to himself and Li Luna. He was supposed to throw a large iron beam that was above the stage to hold the wings and lights onto the monster. But it wasn't as easy as Hanaro and Li Luna thought, so the young man had to use all his strength to the fullest. The guy started to break out the beam, but it was quite firmly attached and he only managed to bend it a little. The young man tried to pull out all the parts that held the main beam, but he could only bend them. After a few minutes of practice, Hanaro's abilities were fully developed, and now he didn't have to worry about failing. While the guy was getting the beam, the monster managed to get out from under the curtain, and now he was more annoyed and wanted revenge. But he didn't expect to be attacked by the young man right then and there, and Hanaro managed to get an iron beam to destroy the terrible monster. While the fight was going on in the gym, a terrifying demon came out of the first aid station holding Hanaro's friend Jong-yeon. He slowly walked along the corridors that were covered with dead students who had fallen into the hands of monsters. The demon already understood where Hanaro was and where he needed to go to finally get the key that everyone had been trying to find for so long. Hanaro and Liluna destroyed the monster, and the plan that the girl proposed worked 100%. The girl and the boy looked closely at the monster's body to see if they had managed to destroy it, or if they were still in danger. Hanaro looked at the creature and realized that the monster's body was turning to ash and simply disappearing before his eyes, and he assumed that his grandmother could have been the same. Liluna told the young man that he should hide in a safe place as soon as possible. Hanaro agreed to do as she asked, but first he wanted to ask her a question. But suddenly someone called out to him, and he recognized the voice of his friend Jong-yeon, and when Naro saw his friend, he was shocked by his appearance. Jong-yeon was badly injured, and it was clear that he needed help. Hanarot did not hesitate to rush to the aid of his friend, for he was badly wounded. Liluna tried to restrain Hanaro, but it was useless because he was very worried about Jong-yeon. She immediately realized that something was wrong and tried to warn Hanaro about the danger. Liluna shouted for the boy to pay attention to Jong-yeon's shadow, which seemed strange and did not match the boy's silhouette. In addition to the strange shape of the shadow, it also had a different color than usual. Hanaro saw this, but he could not leave his friend in danger and ignore his request for help. Jong-yeon could barely stand up and tried his best to get closer to Hanaro. The guy realized that it was incredibly hard for him, and he was definitely not to blame for the fact that such a misfortune happened to him. Jong-yeon stumbled and began to fall, and Hanaro quickly picked him up, despite Liluna's warning about his shadow. He was holding his friend and started asking him if he could stand on his own, and heard a girl screaming for Hanaro to run away immediately. The guy lost his vigilance and did not even notice that he was in a very dangerous position. Hanaro was warned that a demon had appeared behind him and wanted to destroy him. The demon took advantage of the opportunity to pierce Hanaro and Jong-yeon through with a single movement of his hand. Liluna was shocked by what she saw and could not believe that she had failed to protect the boy. Jong-yeon lay across from Ha-ran and realized that at that moment his life was over. He felt sorry for his friend because he had just begun to live a normal life. Hanaro also fell to the floor because his wound was severe, and it was unlikely that anyone would have survived. Liluna immediately ran to the boys in the hope that she could help, but she was too late, and it was impossible to turn back the clock. The young man lost consciousness, and memories of his grandmother Sana began to appear in his head again. The boy saw his birthday as his grandmother congratulated him and gave him a giant cake with candles. He was very happy because this was what he wanted so much, and his grandmother's attention was important to him. The woman said that it was time to taste a delicious dessert, and the boy hurried to make a wish and blow out the candles. He said that he wanted to always be with his grandmother. Naro was a child when he blew out the candles, and he had no idea what a steep turn his life would take in the future. Suddenly, Hanaro regained consciousness and began to slowly get up to finish his work and destroy the demon. The monster did not expect that the guy was still alive, because he thought that after such an injury, he would not survive. Liluna looked at the wounded young man and realized that Naro was very strong and that everything could not end as tragically as she had thought a minute ago. Hanaro still remained in the world of his thoughts and visions, and like a little boy, he began to call his grandmother and say that he could not see anything, as if he had lost his sight. The young man continued to sit at the table with the birthday cake, but as an adult, he saw his grandmother lying unconscious on the table. Hanaro started screaming and calling for his grandmother, asking if she was alive, and he took her hand to check her pulse. He heard that they had to protect the gate, and at that moment the light went out, and Sana turned to ashes. The young man was hurt by the fact that his grandmother had left him, but not by her own will, and now he had to confront the horrible creatures that threatened humanity. He did not know who he was because he did not understand his origins, and his grandmother did not have time to tell him his main goal. Hanaro stood up, and his demonic side came out as he was just dreaming of revenge for Sana and his friend Jonghyun. The demon was confused and somewhat frightened by what the boy had become because no one fully understood who they were dealing with. Lee Luna looked at the young man and noticed that there was a blue flame coming from him, which meant that he was the main obstacle for demons to enter the human world. Hanaro was still unconscious, but his strength had increased significantly, and no one knew what would happen next. The guy took just a couple of steps, and the demon plunged into a blue flame that chained him with ice. The demon looked at the young man through the thickness of the ice and thought that this was nonsense and that everything that was happening was simply impossible. Hanaro raised his hand and attacked the demon, taking his life. He was so strong that his abilities were amazing. Liluna watched in fascination as the boy did what he was doing and did not expect him to be able to destroy the demon with such an injury. After the monster was destroyed, Hanaro returned to his normal human state and simply fell down because he had no strength or vital energy. Liluna immediately ran to him and begged him to hold on because he could not lose his life now. Hanaro woke up after being seriously injured and did not understand what had happened to him and how the battle with the monsters ended. He sat up on the bed and tried to figure out where he was because he didn't remember anything. Suddenly, the young man felt a strong pain in his abdomen and realized that it was bandaged. The guy looked around and realized that this was not his apartment, but he had no idea what kind of place it was. He decided to get up and go to see what the place was like, and as he walked down the hallway, he thought that it looked very much like someone's house. But the bars on the windows made him think that he was definitely not ordinary, and it seemed that the young man had problems. The guy looked at every detail in the house and realized that it was just huge and that the owner was safe. Hanaro decided that nothing would happen if he looked into the room a little to see whose house it was. He opened the door to one of the rooms and saw a real weapons warehouse, and it seemed quite strange because not every house had such a collection. The young man went inside and tried to understand why the owner of the house needed so many weapons. After everything he saw, Naro decided that it was definitely not safe in the house and decided to arm himself with an axe. Suddenly, he heard music coming from the next room, which meant that someone was definitely there. He cautiously left the room and went to look for the place where the sounds were coming from. The guy stopped because he seemed to have found the source of the music and decided to enter the room. He quietly opened the door and made sure that there was someone behind it. Hanaro swung his axe to strike if he was in danger, and I saw Lee Luna just getting out of the shower and clicking on her phone. Hanaro was shocked to see the girl, and she did not know why the boy had gotten out of bed and was holding an axe. The guy left the axe and went to the hall where he was waiting for Lee Luna to explain to him what had happened and why he was in her house. The girl had already cleaned herself up and was going down the stairs to see Hanaro, who had just regained consciousness. The young man heard footsteps behind him and heard Luna telling him that his regeneration was amazingly fast. And she thought that it would take at least a few days for Hanaro to recover. The guy kept looking at the girl, trying to understand who she was and how she managed to deal with monsters. The girl continued to say that she thought the young man had already died, because after such a wound, it was more than possible. She went into the hall and sat down on the couch and noticed that the fact that the young man was standing on his own was impressive, but Hanaro did not remember what had happened. And Lee Luna said that it was good that the boy did not remember anything, because these memories were not pleasant. Hanaro didn't know where to start the conversation and decided that he should first thank the girl for saving him. Lee Luna joked that he was not very nice to his rescuer a few minutes ago when he was holding an axe in his hand. The young man started to get angry because he did not want to hurt her. The boy told Lee Lun that he wanted to ask her something, and she knew that she could not avoid the young man's questions, so she was ready to answer. The first thing Hanaro asked was what had happened to Jonghyun, and the girl immediately said that she hadn't expected such a question. But she immediately replied that he was currently in a safe place and that doctors were taking care of his health, and the young man breathed out for a second because he was happy to be alive. Hanaro couldn't believe it was true and asked if it was true that he was okay, and Luna said it was. The guy sat down on the couch and said that he was relieved that his friend was going to be okay. The young man lowered his head and said in a trembling voice that he was glad his friend was alive. Liluna leaned over to Hanaro and asked him why he was crying. But the guy stopped in a moment and asked another question about who Lilun really was. The girl stopped and definitely did not expect the young man to ask her about it at that moment. Liluna stood up abruptly and suggested that Hanaro go eat first because she was hungry. Because it was not the first time Luna had refused to answer questions about herself, the young man's thoughts were a complete mess. As if nothing had happened, the girl continued to say that she was very hungry because she hadn't been able to find time to eat for 2 days. Hanaro did not understand what the girl was hiding, so he silently got up and started to leave Liluna's house, but the girl immediately asked where he was going. The guy turned around and said he was going home because he couldn't stay in the house with a stranger. But the girl insisted that the young man could not leave right now because his physical condition was still weak and it was dangerous for him. She added that she would let him go if he managed to defeat her in a duel, and the young man began to get angry with Luna because of her conditions. He immediately tried to strike the girl, but she easily dodged him. Because Hanaro was exerting himself so much, his wound began to bleed, and it was clear that he was having a hard time. Luna looked into the boy's eyes and told him that he was acting completely wrong and that he should listen to her. The girl immediately overpowered the young man and asked if he really thought he could defeat her in this state. Naro could not stand it and began to say that all his life his family was only his grandmother, but now she is gone, and he has received a power he knows nothing about. He continued to say that monsters were constantly hunting him and that it was because of him that the students at the school had suffered and that it was all his fault. Liluna, hearing the young man, calmly said that she was a protector and from now on she would always protect Hanaro. The guy was surprised to hear that Luna was his protector and did not know how to react to this and what it could mean. She saw that he was a little surprised and said that she understood that it was difficult to believe all this at once and helped him to stand up. Liluna added that the most important thing now is to stay strong and recover from the injury as soon as possible. The girl said that Hanaro was her first guest, and she even took care of the dinner and cooked it herself. The guy got up from the floor and thought something was burning because the smell was not pleasant. She looked toward the kitchen and wondered what it could be. The food that Liluna had tried so hard to prepare burned in the oven while she and Hanar were talking. The girl handed the boy a pot of burnt stew and asked if he would eat it, and the young man replied that he would rather refuse such a delicious meal. Luna reproached the boy for bringing him home, treating him, and even letting him rest, and thought they would have lunch together, but because he decided to quarrel, the food was burnt. Hanaru was uncomfortable with Luna's having done so much for him, so he asked her if she had any more food left to make a new meal. The girl gave the young man some groceries, and he decided to cook his own lunch. He practiced in the kitchen like a real master chef. The guy had a real talent for cooking, and Luna only had time to watch Hanaro's movements. When everything was ready, the girl sat at the table and asked where the young man had learned to cook and who had taught him. Hanaro replied that his grandmother Sana taught him everything, and Luna immediately asked if they were close. The guy smiled, as if he remembered all the pleasant moments associated with his grandmother, and said that they were very close to her. The girl looked at the boy and realized that his grandmother really meant a lot to him, and that her death was a big blow to the young man. Liluna was very interested in learning more about Naro's grandmother, and asked the boy to tell her about her. While Hanaro and Liluna were talking in the city, news that the school had been attacked by monsters was spreading through all the news chats. Some people were scared, and others did not believe it and thought the video was a fake. There was a meeting in the security office about the incident, and they immediately deleted the video when it was posted online, but there were still a lot of witnesses and victims. And the leakage of information could not be prevented. In the video, they saw Hanaro, and it was clear that he had power, and the company director asked who this young man was. Colleagues said that he was a student of the school where the monster incident took place, and he was currently in hiding with their agent. The director was more serious than ever, and said he wanted to meet with the boy as soon as possible. Hanaro and Liluna went out on the terrace, and the boy told them about his grandmother, that she was frightening when she was angry, and at the same time a gentle and kind person. He said that he often complained to her, but she never got angry with him or ignored him. He said that he wished she had been dissatisfied with his actions at least once, but Sana had always supported the young man no matter what. Hanaro sighed heavily and said that then his grandmother simply disappeared and he never saw her again. Liluna noticed that the boy was sad and decided to change the subject and said that he would be safe in this place. Of course, Hanaro was grateful that Liluna had saved him, but he couldn't stay because he had his own business to attend to. The girl began to ask the boy why he didn't ask anything about the monsters or wasn't interested in who they were. Hanaro didn't know what to say because he realized that the girl really knew a lot, because back in school, she had told him that they had come for him and there were a lot of weapons in her house. Liluna said nothing, waiting for the boy to answer whether he was interested or not, and looking at the boy, she realized that he must know the truth. She called him to follow her, and together they went to the car, and the girl said that they were going to a place where the young man could find all the answers. Hanaro did not deny the power that would help him fight the monsters more effectively, and they went to the place Liluna had mentioned. The guy and the girl arrived, and when they came out, Luna started telling them that it was a secret organization that protects people with special powers and trains them to fight monsters. It was the main defense force against the monsters, or simply for short, M1. Hanaro could not believe that such an organization existed at all. They were standing in front of a giant building, and the boy had even more questions about whether Luna had powers, whether she knew about him before, and why the secret organization was in front of everyone's eyes. They went inside, and Hanaro thought that everything looked like an ordinary company, and nothing strange was noticeable. Hanaro walked very slowly, thinking about the new information, but Liluna hurried him along and said that if he was so slow, he would be left behind. Hanaro asked if they really just call them monsters in the company, and the girl said that they have been fighting them for a long time and the name monsters fits best. She added that to defeat them they needed more people with extraordinary powers. They got into the elevator and the young man just wanted to ask about these people. But the elevator doors were held open by a girl, and Naro decided it was better not to ask questions in front of her. While Liluna was confirming her identity for the elevator to go to the right floor, the guy looked at the girl who came in and was surprised that she was wearing their school uniform. Liluna put her hand to the identifier and the system instantly recognized it, and they could move to the right place. The elevator started to move and Hanaro was very surprised to feel that they were going upstairs, because he thought that the secret part of the company was located underground. The three of them drove in silence with very serious expressions on their faces, and Hanaro did not feel very comfortable in such a company of girls. Naro decided to ask the girl who had entered the elevator at the last minute which floor she needed to go to, but she just looked at him sternly and said nothing. Her look made him feel uncomfortable, so he realized that it was better not to ask this girl anything. The elevator doors opened and Liluna said they had to get off. Seeing a girl they didn't know get off with them, Naro was surprised that they needed to go to the same floor. They walked along the corridor and the walls of the offices were transparent, and Hanaro could see some of the company's agents training. When they were at the big iron door, Luna said they were there, and Naro realized that the girl with the musical instrument was going to the same place with them. Liluna was just about to open the door when a girl stopped her, and Luna greeted the girl and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Her name was Erin. They went inside, and Luna asked Erin if she thought she should meet the guy first. Naro felt unsure and confused because he did not understand where they were going and what was going to happen. They entered a large hall with a large number of surveillance cameras, and Hanaro asked what kind of place it was. When Luna, Naro, and Erin went inside, they were watched from above by the director and another employee of the company. The director said that he had finally waited for them to come and added that now they could start. The boy looked around and thought that this gym was much more spacious than their gym at school. Erin went to the table and opened the case for the musical instrument, but it was not a cello at all. She started taking out parts from weapons and assembling them as if she was preparing for some kind of fight. Arin's actions frightened Hanaro because he did not understand who she was or what her intentions were. After a while, the girl picked up the machine gun and began to lift it up. And suddenly, she pointed it at Hanaro, which definitely threatened his safety and life in general. The guy did not understand why the girl pointed a gun at him, since he had done nothing to provoke her. Liluna also did not understand what was happening and started shouting at Arin, asking if she was crazy. But Arin remained completely calm and dryly replied to Liluna that it was strange that she did not understand why she was doing this, adding that they should have been alerted when they saw the weapon. Hanaro could not believe that all this was happening to him and that Luna, who had just saved him, had brought him to be killed. Liluna began to ask the director what he was going to do because this was not what they had planned to do. But the director didn't say anything and just watched Arin try to take the boy's life. Arin pointed the gun at Hanaro and said that it was their fault and asked them not to blame her. The guy was very scared because he definitely did not expect such an unpleasant situation to happen to him. Arin pulled the trigger and the bullet quickly approached Hanaro, threatening his life. Thanks to his extraordinary abilities, the guy was able to quickly dodge the bullet to avoid piercing his head. But it still hit him, and a fresh wound appeared on his cheek. The director watched him and said that Naro had passed the speed test. And at that time, Arin was preparing to fire another bullet at the guy, not giving up her attempts to kill him. When she fired a few more bullets, Hanaro avoided them and headed toward Arin to deny her the opportunity to take his life. Hanaro quickly approached her and now intended to deprive her of the opportunity to attack him further. Arin was not afraid and prepared to pull the trigger again with a cold mind. But Hanaro was ahead of her and sent the muzzle of the gun upward with a strong blow, and the bullet Arin fired flew into the ceiling. And Hanaro was able to see how powerful her weapon was, which could damage the ceiling with one shot. Stones started falling from above because a bullet from Arin's machine gun had hit it. Hanaro hurried to move to another place so that he wouldn't get hurt by these stones. Hanaro heard a strange sound, and because of the dust that had risen, he could not see his opponent, and suddenly 2 sharp objects attached to an iron chain were flying at him. The guy managed to dodge, but Arin didn't stop attacking him and wanted to finish the job. Hanaro wanted to try to get closer to the girl, but he was very worried that his true power might be released. And if this happens, they will see the demonic beginning in the guy, and he will become an enemy for them. Arin attacked the guy over and over again, not allowing him to get any closer to her. Hanaro was holding on with his last strength because he could not resist and could not show real strength either. The director kept his eyes on Hanaro and was simply in awe of the young man's defense skills, but he didn't understand why he didn't attack. Arin was determined and did not stop her attacks for a moment. Hanaro jumped high and wanted to land in a place where Arin's weapon could not reach him. When he stopped, he thought he had succeeded, but everything went a little differently than he had planned. And the sharp blade of the weapon was right in front of his face, which was already starting to frighten the young man. The girl had hidden blades that could reach even further than the main ones, so Hanar's plan failed. At some point, Hanaro could no longer hold the line and was thrown back. The guy fell to the floor, and now Arin had a better chance of dealing with him than before. But at that moment, Liluna came up to Arin and restrained her, saying that it was enough to mock the young man. The girl said that she was not going to just stand by and watch Arin try to destroy the guy. Suddenly, they heard that the test results were ready, and Arin pulled her hand out of Liluna's with a sharp movement. The boy sat on the floor and the girls stood waiting for Hanaro's results. Liluna and Hanaro went up to the principal and he began to ask the young man why he did not resist and why he was hiding his strength. The girl immediately intervened to try to protect Naro and said that this method of testing abilities was too cruel. Luna was angry with the director because he gave Arin an order and did not tell her anything, and the director said that this test helped determine how the young man would react to an unexpected attack. The girl continued to say that Naro was wounded and was now recovering, but the boy was thinking that he had not attacked, which could mean that he had failed the test. Hanaro did not attack for one simple reason. He knew that if he resisted, Aaron would be hurt. The principal looked at Aaron from the window and told the boy with a smile that he did not underestimate the girl, and added that he too had become a victim of monsters because they can sense people with power. He asked if he understood correctly that the young man had only recently learned about his abilities, and Naro said that he did. The director said that the monsters want to get rid of people like Aaron Luna, and he doesn't want anyone to stop them from taking over humanity, and asked if he would stand by and watch, hinting that the boy should have attacked when he felt threatened, but Hanaro did not know what to say. Without waiting for an answer, the director continued to talk about how to survive the monster hunt. You need some things like weapons and training, and the support of their company, and to get all this, the guy has to prove his value to them right in front of the director. Hanaro began to say that he understood the desire to see him attack, but he could not demonstrate it now. The director didn't want to hear any more and turned around and walked away, saying that they would meet next time. Hanaro asked if all monsters had to die, a question that surprised the director, and he said that all attempts over the years to establish relations had failed. Therefore, absolutely all monsters that exist must say goodbye to life once and for all. After talking to the company's director, Lee Luna and Hanaro left the room and walked down the hall. The boy noticed that Luna looked very upset, but he did not understand why. After walking a few more steps, Hanaro noticed Aaron waiting for the elevator. The girl's name was Lee Aaron. She was 19 years old and one of the M1 combatants. The young man asked Luna if she was a human fighter like Aaron, and she began to say that she was a combat agent, and that she had come to this place as a child when she discovered her abilities. Luna noticed Aaron's innocent look, but only a minute ago she had tried to kill the boy and told him to be careful with her. Hanaro replied that Lee Luna should also be more careful, given the number of weapons in her house. But Luna was angry and said that Aaron was really scary when she fights, or the guy had forgotten, and she attacked him even though he was unarmed. The girl continued to say that Aaron was not a good friend, because if she had been ordered to attack the young man, she would have refused. Hanaro looked at Lee Luna and said briefly that he doubted she would have refused. The girl joked that she had even treated him to a chicken at school, and after that he still doesn't trust her. Doctors quickly ran down the corridor carrying someone wounded, and the doctor said that they needed to check his vital signs urgently. The girl said they had to turn around, and Hanaro said he was leaving, but he was very curious who the doctors were carrying down the hall because he thought he had seen this person before. At this time, in the demon world, the military officer of the demon army, Chen, was in training. He practiced his sword skills in preparation for a battle that could not be avoided. The man realized that very soon their army would have to go to the world of humans and face Hanar. His strength was really impressive and powerful, and with a single swing of his sword, he could easily cut through stone as if he were cutting butter with a hot knife. He couldn't wait for him and Hanar to fight, after which the gates between the worlds could be opened and all the monsters would flood the world of humans. The Demon King Kum came up to Chen and said that he had heard that this time no one had managed to return. The military officer turned and bent his knee and said that it was true that no one had returned. Chen tried to reassure the king and said that they still had soldiers and their time would come soon, but this time they had chosen the wrong time. But the king said they had no time because he realized that the boy was getting stronger every day. Chen understood perfectly well that they really did not have time, but he believed that the gate would open. Everything was calm in the world of people, and Hanaro decided to come to the merchant who told him about his grandmother. The man looked at the young man and quietly said that he was looking for him, but he was not in the apartment. And Hanaro told the man that he had just moved out because the apartment was empty. The man said that it was good that the young man had found a new place to live, and asked if he needed any more medication. Naro said that he doesn't need suppressants now, but he wants his demonic self to manifest. I asked him how he could use this power and how to learn to control it. The man said that only practice could help the boy and he had to learn to control his inner energy. He added that this was the only way the boy could fully master his body and demonic power. Hanaro leaned over to the man and told him decisively that he wanted to train, hoping that he would help him. The man slowly reached out his hand to the young man and grabbed him by the hood. I advised him to cool down because he wouldn't be able to handle himself the first time. The man told Hanaro to come to him after sunset every day from now on. On the one hand, Hanaro was glad that the man had agreed to teach him, but on the other hand, he was afraid of his demonic side. The school was repairing the gym, but they did not say anything about the events of that day because the video was deleted, and if there is no video, there is no evidence. After class, Hanaro hurried to his first training session after sunset, as agreed. The guy wanted to leave the house unnoticed, but he failed. Luna noticed him and immediately asked where he was going. But Hanaro could not tell me where he was going and said that he just needed to visit a place. The girl thought it was very strange, and the young man was behaving differently than usual. Luna began to say that she had already asked him to be careful and that it was dangerous to walk alone so late. Hanaro replied that he felt a little stuffy and wanted to take a short walk before going to bed, and thanked the girl for taking care of him. Luna began to pretend that she was not worried about him and asked if he was walking a lot because he was wounded. But it was impossible to restrain Hanaro, and he went to the meeting he had arranged. The man met the boy and took him to the warehouse, and the young man immediately asked where he would train, saying that it would be good if no one saw him going there. The guy carefully examined the warehouse, where everything was very old and seemed not very reliable. But the man told the young man that they were not interested in the warehouse itself, but in what was in the depths. And after disassembling some things, they could see a large gate leading somewhere. It was a hatch that looked like an entrance to a basement, and the man invited Hanaro to follow him into this dungeon. Hanaro followed the man and thought that Luna had a similar room in her house, and that such hiding places were normal. They went downstairs and the man told Hanaro that they had come. The boy was standing in front of a stone wall, and the man said that this was the place where he would train. Hanaro looked at the man closely because he didn't quite understand how he was supposed to train in this cramped space. But the man put his hand to the wall, which was the key to open the door. On a large wall, a drawing began to appear that shone with a green light possessed by a man, after which the wall began to rise. Now Hanaro could get to the exact place where his daily training would take place. The man looked at Hanaro and said that now they could test how strong the boy was. And the young man immediately prepared for the fight because he wanted to master the power as soon as possible. They stood opposite each other and were ready for a duel that would show the power of Hanaro. The man pulled out a stick, which he was skillful with, and was about to strike the boy. The first blow was obvious, and Hanaro was able to dodge it without any problems. But I realized that things would not be so simple, because I saw that this stick could be stretched. After that, the man turned the stick into a spear, and the guy was definitely not expecting that. The man rotated the spear in his hands to confuse the young man, so that he could not understand exactly where the next blow would be aimed. Hanaro was dodging again, and he was doing a great job because his speed didn't let him down. The man continued to strike and shouted at the boy to stop dodging and start attacking him. Hanaro realized that now it was time to try to show his strength and not worry that someone would see his changes. The guy jumped high again to avoid the blow and tried to think of the right sequence of actions. The man kept his eyes on Hanaro, waiting for him to act. The young man landed and was confident that he would be able to launch an attack and defeat the man. He took a fighting stance and waited for the right moment to strike back. The man looked at the young man and realized that he was not going to attack him, and he realized that until he made him angry, he would not attack. He thought that if you do not know how to fight, you will never be able to become a warrior. And he began to attack Hahar powerfully to make it clear that it would not be possible to simply run away from the blows and that he needed to hit back. He pushed the guy against the wall, leaving Hanaro no chance to escape, and he had only one option: to attack. The man did not stop, and the young man began to realize that no one would pity him, and this battle might really end in his favor. The man realized that until all his actions made the boy so angry that he released his power and decided to use more brutal methods and asked how Sana died. He said that Sana had suffered at the hands of monsters, but she was the best warrior, which meant that Hanaro had interfered with her and she was wounded. The man said that Sana had sacrificed herself for the boy and that he did not even know how to fight. And remembering his grandmother, the boy's strength began to show. The man continued to say that if the boy had not been weak, this would not have happened, and struck him. But Naro held back the stick and said that this was why he had to become strong. Only then will he be able to take responsibility for his grandmother's death. When the man saw the strength that the boy had, he was shocked because he did not expect it to be possible at all. After all, the boy had icy breath, which was a sign of the eldest son of a real king. The man could not believe that Sana had come to the world of men with the king's son, and he thought that it was most likely some other child. Previously, the world of demons was different from the present. Monsters always wanted to take over another world, but people always restrained them and understood that if there is an entrance to their world, there must be a way out. And one day, they managed to find a crack through which they could pass and enter the world of demons. But there was one problem. Everyone who managed to get there was quickly crushed because of the weakness and fragility of human bodies. And the demons had no problem destroying everyone who entered their world from the human world. Once upon a time, the demon king Khan wanted a quiet life and helped a woman survive. This rescue was not for nothing, and the king and the woman fell in love. A demon king and a mortal woman fell in love, and soon their lives changed. Because they became parents, and he was not an ordinary child. He was half human and half monster, and this boy became the cause of everything that happened later. The reason was the son of King Khan, who fell in love with an ordinary woman, and Sana, when she was forced to flee, brought not just a child into this world, but the prince himself. The training was over, and the man and Hanar came to the warehouse, and the man tried to heal the young man's wound. He could feel how strong the boy was and how much power he had inside him. The man thought that this force was going to break out and it could happen at any moment. It was not just a force. It was both evil and innocent at the same time, because the young man was half demon and half human. The man told Naru that he should not forget to maintain the flow of energy in his body. He formed a magical energy ball in his hands and sent it into the boy's body, saying that it would clear the way for his abilities. And Hanaro immediately began to feel his body as if it were being torn apart by the powerful release of demonic energy. The energy was so strong that the guy could not stop screaming because he felt like his soul was leaving him. The demonic energy instantly began to fill the bottles, which had been prepared in advance and were supposed to help the boy in his further training. After the energy was released, Hanaro fell to the floor without strength, and the man said that for now it would be enough for the young man to control the power. He added that the suppressors would have simply poisoned him because it had been a long time since he stopped taking pills. As the man left the room, he told Hanar that now he had to decide whether to hide his power or show it to the world. He added that a young man can use his demonic power without turning into a demon, but first, he has to make it his own if he can control it. After that, he would have more power than he could ever imagine. Hanaro listened intently, but he couldn't get up, his body as if paralyzed. When the boy got better, they went to the training room, and the man said that the boy's strength could not surpass his energy, and that was why it was getting out of control. And the guy can't restrain it with the methods that demons usually use. Hanaro was determined to train and constantly repeated in his mind that he had to control the force and make it his own. The man took out one of the bottles that was filled with the boy's power to give Naro the opportunity to realize his full power. He warned the boy that very soon fear and pain would come and something would appear that would attack the young man. This is something not real, an illusion that manifested Hanaro's inner strength. The boy listened attentively to the instructions because he realized that he had to learn to control his power. Hanaro's task was to surpass and defeat his power that began to emerge from the bottle. The smoke curtain began to rise, and the guy felt it was difficult to breathe. The smoke filled the entire room, and the young man could not see anything through it, and suddenly he felt that the smell completely interrupted his sense of smell, but Naro still felt something. The guy closed his eyes, and he thought he was still experiencing very familiar sensations. The young man felt that it was something bigger than he had imagined, and that it was approaching and heading toward him. Suddenly, out of the smoke, a giant fist approached the guy and attacked him, and Naro realized that it would not be easy for him. The force was so powerful that the guy's hood flew off, and he didn't even have time to blink as the fist struck him. Hanaro was thrown far back, because the power was so strong that even its owner could not master it and restrain it. The young man had a feeling that a terrible explosion had occurred right in front of his face, and he was thrown back by the blast wave. The man was standing on the other side of the stone wall and heard the sounds of blows that shook everything around him, and he realized that it had started. Hanaro tried to recover and thought that he would have to be more careful in the future, or he would get hurt again. The guy was thinking about what to do and seemed to have a plan of further actions in his head. The boy realized that he was looking at the embodiment of his own power, and it was simply unrealistically large. But Hanaro was glad that the smoke had cleared and he could now predict his movements. The guy decided that he should focus on his speed and then attack, and he was just about to strike when he felt something strange. Behind him, another incarnation of his power appeared, and at that very moment began to launch its own attack. And the boy felt a strong blow from the side, which was caused by his own strength, and the young man did not expect it to be so difficult. At that moment, I realized that there was more than one incarnation, and it was not clear how many more there were. The attack happened too quickly, and Naro did not even have time to see anything. He did not even realize that the force was so strong, and the young man lost control of himself from the powerful blow. The guy thought that he was still the same Naro who could not defend himself, but he quickly pulled himself together and said that he was no longer like that and had to defeat his own demon power. The guy was so angry that he intended to kill everyone who tried to attack him, and his power broke out again. At this point, one of the manifestations tried to strike Hanaro again, but the young man was determined to win. He was ahead of his enemy and struck first, and he wanted to prove that he had changed and that his life had changed. The manifestation of Hanaro's demonic power missed the first blow of the young man who was out of his mind with a thirst for victory. He was sure that he would be able to win and master his power, which did not want to obey. The fierce battle continued, and it was clear that neither of them would retreat. The man behind the wall began to feel that the shocks were getting stronger, and he did not understand why the shaking was so strong, because it was the power of just one creature. The man realized that if the strength increased further, the boy would simply destroy himself without even realizing it. As everything was getting out of control, the man realized that he had to stop this confrontation and hurried to the wall. He just wanted to put his hand to the stone wall to open it, but it was already covered by Hanaro's power, and he was simply thrown away from her because the force was several times more powerful than he was. The man realized that the wall did not open because it was blocked by the young man's forces. Only the king's power could close and open the passages. Hanaro was badly wounded and could no longer resist, but he did not want to give up and could not afford to lose to himself. The manifestation of the young man's demonic power was intact, which could not be said about the boy's body. She gradually approached Hanaro, who could not even get to his feet. The manifestation of power stretched out its icy hand and touched the young man's head. The guy started screaming and feeling unbearable pain that pierced his entire body. The man sat next to Hanaro and finally waited for the boy to wake up and come to his senses. He started to say that he did not think the fight would get so big, and he was not going to throw the young man into the middle of hell. Hanaro was lying on the ground completely exhausted and asked only one thing: how it all happened. And the man began to answer that his power was out of control and it was difficult to contain it. The man felt guilty because he had underestimated Hanaro's strength and had to get into such a mess. When he heard that the power was out of control, Hanaro was very upset because it meant that he had failed and could not master it to the fullest. The young man repeated that he would not give up and would make his power work for him and would try to conquer it even if he lost his life. When the man heard this, he gave only one piece of advice and told Hanaro to try not to die. Meanwhile, a storm and lightning were raging in the demon world, and the demon King Kum was watching from the castle window. His servant approached him and told him that the storm was destroying the land in the north, and that the area habitable for life was decreasing every day, and that food supplies were running out. The king listened to the news with gloom and realized that he had to do something urgently to open a passage to the world of people. The servant dared to pass the demon's question to the king, who was interested in when the passage would open and they would be able to take over the human world and how long they should believe Chen. The king obviously did not like the question and began to turn sternly to his servant. And the demon immediately realized that he shouldn't have asked that question and added that he didn't mean that demons don't trust a military officer. The king did not answer and ordered his servant to urgently call Chen to him. King Kum looked at his lands and thought that they were becoming uninhabitable even for demons and monsters, and there was no more time. And the longer the king delayed the moment of passing through the abyss, the more unstable his position as ruler became. Chen, a military officer of the demon army, stood on the edge of the cliff and watched the whirlpool that led to the world of humans. An assistant to the king came up to him and told him that Kum was waiting for him and noticed that something was wrong with Chen. But the man smiled and said that he was fine and nothing had happened, so there was no need to worry about him. The assistant looked at Chen and thought that he was called the King of the Sword and that he had no idea what a demon like him could think about. Chen approached the assistant and said that he had noticed his anxiety and asked him what was wrong and why he did not trust him. The assistant began to tremble with fear and said that it was not true, but Chen said that he had many supporters and knew about all the rumors at once. The military officer added that he had earned his title by fighting the enemy and that his words were not an empty sound and should not be questioned. And he warned his assistant to be more careful with his statements in the future, or he would lose his head. The assistant bowed his head in front of Chen and continued to tremble, knowing that the man's threats could quickly come true. Chen did not continue the conversation and went to the king, and his aide said that he would remember his warning. Hanaro and Li Luna were in the kitchen doing chores after dinner, the boy washing dishes and the girl clearing the table. Luna suddenly started asking the young man where he goes every day in the evening, and she had been patient for a long time, but there is no room for secrets in their relationship. Hanaro couldn't tell the girl anything because his training had to be a complete secret from everyone. And the young man was surprised by Luna's phrase about secrets, because he didn't really understand what kind of relationship they had. Unable to find a common language about their differences, the boy and girl simply kept silent and finished what they had started. A little later, Hanaro came to the training again, and the man said that if the boy was ready, they could start a little at a time. The young man took off his hood and confidently replied that he was always ready and wanted to start training as soon as possible. The man watched Hanaro sitting on top of a tree branch and saw that the young man was serious. So he didn't waste any time and immediately prepared a bottle with the guy's strength to start training as soon as possible. Smoke began to envelop everything around, indicating that the battle was about to begin, and the man advised the young man to focus on everything he saw. After all, this incarnation was created by the boy's power, and he should not have lost his own discretion when using his power. The personification of power began to attack the boy, and he managed to dodge the blows. The young man tried to remain as calm as possible and not give in to emotions, because he realized that he had to make this power his own. Another attack of force was unsuccessful, but Hanaru managed to hold back the blow and hold his opponent's leg. He confidently and calmly returned to the embodiment of power and quietly spoke to the catcher, making it clear that he was now in charge of the game. Hanaro did not hesitate with his attack, and the giant creature was forced to suffer defeat. The man watched the young man and could not believe that in just a week of training he managed to develop his skills so much. He realized that Naro was constantly increasing his powers when he controlled them. The boy had talent, but it was frightening talent. The young man possessed a power that could not be taken lightly. It was the legacy of those who ruled the world. Hanaro stood in the center and was surrounded by the manifestations of his power that Hanaro was to conquer. Each figure symbolized a separate property, namely strength, speed, ice barrier, and unquenchable flame. Hanaro looked at all the manifestations and realized that it was all his power, and he would not allow anyone else to control him. He was determined to destroy them all, and began to gather the necessary energy. The young man looked at one of the figures and realized that he had to fight it. After all, the people felt that it was different and gave off the most powerful energy. Suddenly, the young man rushed to attack, thinking that he had to defeat the strongest first. And he struck one of the figures with incredible strength and confidence in his actions. A giant hole formed in the figure's body, and as it fell, it tenderly ran its hand over the boy's face, which surprised and embarrassed him. It was as if Hanaro froze for a second and could not continue to fight because he was shocked by what was happening. Suddenly, the figure said that the guy was caught and struck him a powerful blow in response. And the hole Hanaro made in her body healed, and there was no trace of the attack the young man had made. Hanaro tried to stay on his feet and thought that there must be a way to win. And he realized that he needed to find him as soon as possible because he would not be able to withstand many attacks from his own force. The young man realized that if he let his guard down even a little bit, he would receive a much more powerful blow. The next incarnation of the force was ready to attack Hanaro, seizing the moment. The silhouette differed from the previous one by its energy power, but it was still hard to beat. Before Hanaro could even land, he had to dodge the attack again. The silhouette struck a blow to a guy who had tried to win this battle not for the first time and had never succeeded. But experience helped Hanar in this struggle because he knew what to expect. The boy felt that the embodiment of his power was not trying to attack him out of cruelty. And because he also wants to win this game, Hanaro seemed to have figured out what he had to do and tried to get around the silhouette to avoid the attacks. The man felt that the energy changed, and Hanaru finally began to conquer his power. The incarnations kept on attacking the boy and did not want to, and each time these attacks became stronger. Hanaro skillfully dodged all the dangers and confidently headed for the place that would lead him to victory. The last attack posed a great threat to him because a large number of sharp ice flows were heading for him, and the guy instantly thought of a way to hold them back. He lifted the top layer off the ground and used it as a shield. After that, he continued his movement without losing his vigilance so as not to accidentally miss the attacks. The embodiment of the boy's strength began to lift the earthen depth with ice flows upward, with the intention of putting an end to the boy's attempts to win. While the silhouette was climbing the hill, Hanaro found a place where he could attack and struck back. He shouted that it was his turn because he was always running away from the blows and was ready to defend his right to use force. This time, after Hanaro's blow, the hole was in the figure's head, and it seemed like a small victory for the young man. The crown of the silhouette was broken, and the guy hoped that there would be no more repairs. Suddenly, after the crown was destroyed, the forces began to return to Hanaro. Now the young man understood what he had to do, and he knew that the power should belong to him in full. Therefore, he began to defeat the next incarnation of his power in order to regain them and conquer them. The young man threw blow after blow, stopping at nothing because he was determined to win. And in each figure the destroyed crowns appeared, and one by one the strength returned to the boy's body. All the incarnations of Hanaro's power were defeated, and the young man managed to win a complete victory. His body was filled, and the forces seemed to form a thin film of magical energy around him. Everything around him was covered with ice, and it was very cold. The man continued to watch the boy who managed to master his powers. Hanaro stood in the middle of the training room, the only victor in this difficult battle with himself. The man knew before that the boy would cope, but he could not even imagine that he would succeed so soon. Hanaro smiled and looked at the man, wanting to thank him as soon as possible, because it was only because of his advice that the young man had succeeded. The old man looked at the young man with delight and pride and thought that he had succeeded. The next one began at M1, a morning training session to test the agent's ability to enter locked buildings. The participants of the training were given a task to reach the target, which was on the 10th floor, finding the shortest way. All the windows in the building were blocked. Any damage should be minimized, and the agents had only 16 seconds to complete the task. After warming up, Lee Luna was ready for the test and took the starting line. Next to her was her main competitor, Lee Arin, who was also waiting for the start of a kind of competition. The start signal sounded, and the girls began to complete the task, trying to outrun each other. The girls quickly approached the building, and now the task was to get to the 10th floor. They quickly overcame floor after floor, getting closer and closer to their goal. Liluna stopped for a second and was glad that she managed to get to the right floor faster than Arin. But Arin quickly caught up with her, and the fierce struggle between the girls continued. Liluna began to watch Arin start to overtake her almost at the final stage. And I started to get really angry at the girl, thinking that Arin could have just lost and not made Luna strain so much. All the agents were scratching at the wall, some faster, some slower, but none of them had any intention of retreating. Another agent started the task, thinking that she could easily cope with this task with her super glove, but the observers forbade her to use the tools. Liluna and Lee Arin continued to compete and argue over which side was the more comfortable point of support. The principal and his assistants watched the task, and all their assumptions about the girls came true because they expected them to be competitive. Suddenly, the director changed the subject and asked how the boy was doing, and the assistant just started to answer. As the director of Company M, he noticed that Dr. Han Solwa, who was the director of the company's laboratory, came into the office. She wanted to tell the director something that was very important and unusual. She said that he should come with her and see everything with his own eyes, and they went to the laboratory. As they walked, Han Solwa suggested increasing the budget for more powerful weapons, but Hajek said they could not do that because there could be civilian casualties. Hajek and Han Salwa went to the ward where Jongyeon was lying, and the director asked the doctor if he was recovering because he had been injured by monsters. The director was waiting for a response from Kan Salhwa, and she said that there was something very strange about this situation. When they took Jongyeon out of the gym, he was definitely dead. While the workers were checking the building and dealing with the wounded, it turned out that the guy was brought in with the other wounded. And now he was absolutely alive, and Hajek asked if the boy was coming too. And the doctor said that if they woke him up, he would wake up because he was only sleeping because of the medication, and the director ordered them to look after him. In the evening, Hanaro went to his training as usual, without telling Liluna. But the girl was watching the boy and didn't like that he was keeping secrets from her. Hanaro arrived at the training, and the man told the young man that the strength he felt in him exceeded all expectations. After all, his speed, power, and endurance were simply incredible, and no one could compare to him. The man wanted to check how much stronger the young man had become after he was able to master his power. Hanaro realized that the man was up to something, so he was ready for any surprises. And the man started attacking the guy with his weapon to see his reaction and further actions. The young man realized that he was in danger and had to defend himself from the man's unexpected attack. After a powerful attack, explosions began that did not stop for a second, and Hanaro had to make quick decisions. The guy quickly began to avoid attacks that threatened to injure him. Hanaro thought he had to avoid the attacks and did not want to start striking back. The boy skillfully dodged, and no magic spinner could harm the young man because his speed was extraordinary. After the first phase of attacks, Hanaro landed and realized that this test would not end so easily, and he needed to prepare for the next attack. He concentrated and prepared himself because he now knew how to avoid danger. The man noticed that the young man's gaze had changed, and while he was dodging attacks, he studied the enemy's movements. The old man realized that Hanaro not only conquered strength, but also changed his attitude to fights. He was no longer going to just block attacks, but was aimed at the enemy. The second attack began, and the young man began to evade the threats again, despite all the difficulties. The guy was getting annoyed that the man's weapon was flying at him endlessly, so he decided to change his tactics. He pulled out one of the spinners that was stuck in the wall and decided that he needed to aim at his opponent. Hanaro began to launch his attacks again and again, and it seemed to work. The man did not expect Hanaro to use his own weapon against him, but he was glad that the young man was learning quickly. The tree on which the old man was standing was hit by the boy's blows, and there was no place for him to hide. The young man looked attentively at his opponent and waited for his further actions in order to neutralize the threat to himself in time. The giant branches of the tree began to fall down and raised a large cloud of dust. Hanaro waited for the attack, but nothing happened, and he wondered if their fight was over or not. Suddenly, something happened that the young man did not expect. The man jumped to the ground, and he was definitely not going to give the victory to Hanaru. The man grew to enormous size, and, approaching the young man, said that he had done a great job with the dangerous weapon, and now he needed to overcome the old man's strength. The man was much bigger than Hanaro, and the boy did not even realize how much strength he could possess. The man's name was Musan, and he was the head of supply for the demon army, and after he escaped to the human world, he constantly helped the demons exiled here. Hanaro knew that all powerful demons have special powers to grow in size and change skin color, but he had to test what kind of power he had. The guy gathered his thoughts and struck Musan first, without waiting for him to attack. After the punch, the young man felt not very pleasant sensations because his fist just flew back without causing any harm to the man. Musan calmly said that it was his turn to attack and stretched out his giant hand to the boy. The man pushed Hanaro away without using much force, and his blow was so strong that the young man was thrown far back. He had a feeling that he had just been hit with something heavy and iron. Musan did not stop striking the young man, and after several attacks, he said that Hanaro should have realized everything by now. The man began to tell the boy that he could not be hurt, which Hanaro already understood perfectly well. After Musan activated his power, he could not be wounded, and any attack left no scratch on him. But Hanaro was not satisfied with the fact that the man was invincible, because there had to be a weakness, and he had to find it in the shortest possible time. The guy was holding Musan's arm while he was trying to finish him off and end the fight. Musan was really surprised to see how strong Hanaro's arms were, as the young man managed to hold back the man's attack despite his enormous strength. This attack was contained, and now Hanaro had the opportunity to try to outplay his opponent. The man liked the fact that the boy did not try to give up and fought for himself, but the next moment of attacks came, and Musan warned the young man that now it would be even more difficult. They stood opposite each other and looked into each other's eyes, making it clear that neither of them intended to give up and give up. Musan and Hanaro faced off in a duel, and the young man knew he had to win at all costs. The man was pleasantly surprised that the boy managed to deliver many accurate blows in a short period of time. But the fight continued, and Musan wanted to test what the guy was capable of after he had conquered his strength. Hanaro's attacks and defense were improving every minute, and it was a truly unsurpassed quality of the guy. Suddenly, Hanaro activated his demon power and dealt a powerful blow to Musan that he did not expect. The ground in the training room began to crack, and Musan was forced to transform back into human form because he could no longer resist the guy. The man admired the fact that even during the battle, the young man was able to hide his demonic energy and use it at the very last moment. The morning came, and Liluna was sleeping sweetly in her bed and was in no hurry to wake up. But she had an unpleasant dream and woke up, went downstairs, and saw a beautiful breakfast bathed in sunlight. Hanaro continued to cook something, and when he saw the girl, he asked her with a smile if she was awake. He immediately invited Liluna to sit down at the table, and she was a little confused because she did not understand the reason for the young man's activity. They started eating breakfast, and she started talking about how she was surprised that the guy was so willing to cook breakfast, and he said that he would do it from now on. He added that he hadn't done this before because he had been very tired of his business lately. The girl said that even a fool could understand that he would get tired if he played hooky every night. Hanaro wanted to tell Liluna what was really going on and why he was going out every night, but he couldn't. And the girl continued to say that the guy decides what to do, but he could at least share his thoughts with those who care about him. He didn't expect Liluna to be concerned about him because she hadn't told him anything. But the girl started shouting at the young man that it was because he hadn't joined the M1 yet, and it was too dangerous to walk alone. She continued to yell at Naro and said that he did not even think that she could be hurt because of his actions. Hanaro didn't know what to say because he hadn't expected such a conversation since the morning. The girl was a little offended and was waiting for the boy to tell her what he would say and how he would justify his actions. The young man immediately apologized and said that after his grandmother passed away, he did not think anyone would care about him. After breakfast, Luna and Hanaro were walking down the street, and the young man asked if he had to go, and the girl replied that she had to find out something for a report. They were passing by large shop windows, and the boy noticed his reflection. He was worried about whether Luna was aware of who he really was. After all, during the battle in the gym, his demon mark definitely showed up, but Naro didn't know if the girl noticed. And he couldn't ask her about it directly because all the M agents had to destroy monsters and demons alone. Hanaro decides to ask Luna how M1 distinguishes between monsters and people with superpowers. And the girl said that some monsters really look like people, but during the battle their appearance changes and a mark appears. After hearing this, the young man concluded that Luna does not know who he really is, and M alone believes that monsters are hunting him because he is a man with superpowers. But Naro remembered Musan's words that the demons would not give up and would pursue him until they got what they were looking for, and since Sana was gone, their target was now a young man. Hanaro mentioned at some point that the demons wanted something from him, but he didn't know what it was. Luna noticed that the boy was thinking about something and asked what happened. The guy froze for a moment, and realizing that the girl was waiting for an answer, he began to speak. He said that before they went to the headquarters, he had to visit one more place. At that time, nothing changed at the school, and Sang-chun continued to look for victims to bully. He caught up with a guy who was reading a book, and Sang-chun started telling him that he should go to the store and bring him a pack of cigarettes. He added that if he did not receive them by noon, the young man would regret it, but the boy was not going to follow Sang-chun's orders and continued to go where he needed to go. Sang-chun did not understand why the young man was so bold, since no one had ever said a word against him before. And Sang-chun immediately began to threaten the young man in an attempt to elevate himself in the eyes of his friends. But the boy was not going to just listen to the threats against him and told Sang-chun that no one was afraid of him anymore, because everyone saw him almost crying when he was beaten by Hanaro. He added that he had to draw conclusions after that situation, and if this had happened to him, he would have been ashamed to even go to school. Sang-chun was very annoyed by what the young man was saying and continued to threaten, trying to prove to everyone that he was the boss of the school and that everyone should listen to him. Everyone in the schoolyard looked at Sang-chun in surprise because now they realized that he was just like everyone else and could be beaten at any time. And at that moment, Sang-chun was very upset because Hanaro no longer had the same authority among the students of the school as before. Hanaro and Luna were riding a bus and passed a school with students playing in the yard. He began to think about how unfortunately he had no good memories of school. But still, he was a little jealous of the students because they were so cheerful and carefree, but the young man could not turn back the clock. The boy's normal life was over and would never return. A few minutes later, Luna and Naro arrived at the place where the young man wanted to go. The boy wanted to go home, but Luna was not sure it was safe because monsters could be waiting for him. They were passing a store, and the young man said that the girl worked there, and she said that she had already quit because there was nothing to do. She went on to say that the only people who usually came into the store were students who tried to buy cigarettes even while wearing school uniforms. Hanaro was surprised that the girl was working as a moonlighter, since M1 was supposed to provide financial support to its agents, and the young man began to realize that Luna was watching him. Very soon, the boy and the girl were in the apartment where Hanaro and his grandmother Sana lived. Suddenly, the young man froze in place and did not move, and Luna immediately asked what was wrong and what had happened. And the guy said that everything was fine. He just remembered the old days when this apartment was filled with life and invited Luna to come inside. He immediately said that he had to find one thing, but the problem was that he didn't know what it was, but he was sure that it had to be his grandmother's. The boy tried to find the key that the monsters were constantly looking for, because now they were chasing him, thinking that Sana had given the key to her grandson. Liluna was waiting for the young man in the room and suddenly noticed a frame with a photo. In the photo were little Hanaro and his grandmother Sana. The girl was looking closely at the boy's family photo. And suddenly it seemed to her that she had definitely seen Sana's face before, and maybe she even knew her personally. Liluna went up to Hanaro and asked him if he had found what he was looking for and what he was so urgent to find in his apartment. And the girl continued to ask if this thing was really so important to the guy that they postponed all their plans and came here right away. Hanaro decided not to tell the girl what he was looking for and said they could go because he couldn't find anything that looked like a key. At that time, a doctor was standing next to Jongyeon at the Modine hospital, and the boy regained consciousness after being seriously injured in the school gym. Jongyeon abruptly got out of bed, which made the doctor very worried because he needed to rest and had to force himself to move so immediately. The boy took off the oxygen mask from his face and immediately asked what happened to his best friend Hanar. The doctors were in no hurry to answer. They immediately took Jongyeon's blood for tests and recommended that he hold the puncture site tightly and never scratch it. The director of the laboratory, Kan Salwa, held a test tube in her hand and told her partner to let her know immediately when the results were ready. The doctor looked at the young man and said that in exchange for the information they would receive after the study was completed, she would tell him about Hanaro. She smiled and said that Hanaro was completely safe and that Jongyeon would recover very quickly while undergoing treatment. Jongyeon didn't understand where he was, so he asked the doctors about it and when he could see his friend. But Kan Salwa told him to take his time, because first he needed to deal with his health. She added that the boy should not worry because he would soon be able to meet Hanaro. Jongyeon breathed a sigh of relief and said he was very happy that both he and Hanaro were okay. The doctors left the ward and the guy decided to go look around and figure out where he was and soon found the laboratory. He began to look at the equipment and was looking for his blood tests that the doctors had just taken for examination. And very soon, Jongyeon managed to find the right test tube that he wanted to take with him. Suddenly, a girl came into the lab and asked why he was hiding the test tube because it looked very suspicious. When the girl saw the young man's face, she was stunned and said that he was very handsome. The girl warned Jongyeon that if he was caught in this place, Seol-hwa would be very angry, and added that she could entertain him if he was feeling sad. The girl smiled sweetly at Jongyeon and introduced herself. Her name was Jang Se-hee, and she was one of the agents of M. And she immediately asked the name of her new friend whom she had met in the lab. While the girl was busy with her feelings about meeting Jongyeon, the guy was holding 2 test tubes in his hand, which he tried to hide so that Jang Se-hee would not notice them. Suddenly, a doctor came into the lab and started shouting, asking what Jongyeon and Jang Se-hee were doing here. She immediately said that they were not allowed to be in the laboratory, and Jang Se-hee pretended to catch the boy and was going to take him to the ward. The doctor grabbed the young man by the arm and he was unable to hold one of the test tubes and it fell to the floor and broke. The doctor held Jongyeon's hand with the second test tube in it and asked what it was and why he had broken into the laboratory and stolen his tests. The woman immediately asked Jang Se-hee if she shouldn't be at training and ordered her to return there quickly. The girl came out of the lab, and Jongyeon immediately asked why he was considered a biohazard. The doctor started to say that something very bad had happened to him, and suddenly interrupted and said that they would talk later, and took the guy to his room. They were leaving the laboratory, and the woman was saying that something very bad could have happened to the young man, and he would have had huge problems. The doctor continued to instruct the young man, but suddenly Jongyeon grabbed her by the neck and dragged her into the laboratory and murdered the woman. After that, he took the doctor's coat and badge and left the laboratory and went in an unknown direction. The guy walked as if nothing had happened, but there were large traces of blood on his robe. At this time, the training room was hosting a training session for M1 agents, and all the participants were busy discussing that Lee Areen had lost to a civilian. It was about some kind of test that was forced to be interrupted, and most agents simply did not believe the gossip that was spreading. Lee Aron was approached by one of M's agents, a guy named Yu Han Sung, who wanted to tease the girl a little. He began to say that he had heard that Lee Aron had some problems with a civilian who had just woken up, and that everyone was already aware of this incident. The girl didn't want to get into a fight and just ignored Han Sung, but the guy didn't give up and kept asking how strong the guy who defeated her was. Unexpectedly for everyone present, the door to the hall opened and Lee Luna and Hanaro entered. Hanaro felt out of place and superfluous because he realized that he could never show his true strength. Yu Han Sung just said that he would like to see the newcomer who didn't let Aron win, and he was already in the audience. When Jang Se-hee saw Hanaro, she was immediately impressed by his appearance and said that the guy was very cute. All eyes were on the young man because they realized that it was Hanaro. Suddenly, he heard that he was welcome at the company's M1 agent training. It was Director Ha Jae-hee who spoke and asked the young man if he wanted to take part in the entrance exam. And the guy immediately said that he would do it if they cooperated with him, and Lee Luna was very surprised by Hanaro's decision. The director was surprised that the young man was asking for cooperation, and Hanaro explained that he did not want to follow all of Jae-hak's orders, but they had a common enemy. He added that they could join forces in confronting monsters and demons. Yu Han Sung walked behind him and asked him if he really thought the world was a quiet and peaceful place. He added that the young man could not even imagine how hard they tried to make people think so. Hanaro immediately replied that he didn't think so because his world was not at all peaceful, and Yu Han Sung noted that the young man was not a man of his word. Yu Han Sung began to say that he was in a good mood and that he would teach the boy a lesson right now so that he would not be so confident in his abilities. The boy asked the director for permission to fight Hanaro and immediately received a positive response, and Ha Jae-hee added that he wanted to see all of Naro's capabilities. The young man realized that he had to show himself with dignity and not give away his true demonic nature. One of the doctors was walking down the corridor and stopped near the laboratory and told her partner not to wait for her because she had to pick up something from the incubator. The girl entered the laboratory but immediately stopped and started screaming because she saw the body of her colleague who had been murdered by Jong Yeon. At that time, in the training room, Yu Han Sung strongly recommended that Hanaro take some weapons because he would not be able to fight him, as he considered himself very strong. Hanaro thanked the man for his concern and said that his fists would be enough. Jang Se-hee was simply delighted by Hanaro's confidence and shouted that she had already fallen in love with the young man. She shouted that she was rooting for Hanaro, and Yu Han Sung said that he was lucky to have fans. Yu Han Sung really didn't like the fact that the newcomer was as arrogant as Lee Aron, but he wanted to put an end to it. The guy was sure that he would succeed if he defeated Hanaro, and was recognized as one of the strongest. But Lee Aron had other plans, and she struck Yu Han Sung a few times to teach him a lesson, so he wouldn't try to humiliate her anymore. Hanaro tried to get ready for the fight because he was facing a difficult task and had to remain calm and not give in to emotions. Suddenly the boy felt his opponent, Yu Han Sung, running behind him. After that, he came close to Hanaro and said that he was very fast and that the young man would not be able to beat him. Hanaro had just turned around when there was no one behind him, and Yu Han Sung was circling around him, trying to knock him down and confuse him. Han Sung told the young man that he was the fastest and unrivaled, and that he would not be able to follow him, and asked how Hanaro would catch him. But the guy, maintaining maximum calm, simply waited for the right moment and hit Yu Han San hard, hitting him right in the head. Naro's opponent immediately fell from the powerful blow, as he did not expect the newcomer to be able to defeat him so quickly. Khan Salwa was surprised that Naro hit with his eyes closed, and the director said that people often rely on their eyesight and sometimes it just gets in the way. Jang Se-hee was overjoyed with her favorite's victory and shouted that she wanted to try to fight Hanaro as well. Lee Aron saw the young man's attack and thought that no matter how strong he was, such a blow was quite difficult to make, and it seemed that the young man had something that could replace his eyesight from birth. Hanaro immediately tried to check whether his appearance had changed and whether the mark had manifested itself, and when he was sure that everything was fine, he was very happy that he could control it. Li Aren watched Hanaro, and it seemed to her that the boy had changed since the last time they had seen him. At this time, Jongyeon quietly approached the training room and tried to see everyone there. Suddenly, a man approached the boy and asked who he was, because he did not know that there was a new nurse in the company, and the man had never seen this young man before. The man noticed that there was blood on the boy's robe, which scared him a bit, but Jongyeon was not in the mood to give answers and seemed to have his own plan. In the world of demons, the military officer of the demon army Chen was sitting in his office. He kept a small dragon in a large jar that looked like a test subject who had spent his entire life in a closed space. Suddenly, a monster began to crawl out of the dragon's body, and in a moment the dragon was no longer alive. Chen watched this action with interest. I admired the ability to capture someone else's body and control their mind. That was the true power of shadows. It was such a shadow that possessed Jongyeon's body and killed everyone who interfered with the demon's plan so that they could enter the human world. The battle between Yu Han-san and Hanaro was over, and the former needed the help of doctors. The guy was screaming on a stretcher that it was impossible that he was defeated at the first blow. Hanaro watched as they took the guy away, and it was clear that he was a little nervous. Li Luna came up to him and told him not to worry about Han Seong, as M1 doctors would get him back on his feet in no time. Luna noticed that Erin was laughing at something and asked what it was, and the girl said that it was just fun to watch Naro worry about his enemy during the war. Luna immediately pointed out that this was not a war but a friendly sparring match, and added that the girl would never understand this, and their conversation was interrupted by the director who came downstairs. Ha Jae-hyuk admired the young man, and said that his ability affects his physical characteristics, and if he sticks to constant training. The director did not have time to finish, because he was interrupted by an alarm notification, which meant that someone had entered the company and threatened the safety of everyone present. It was reported that the intrusion took place in Zone C1. Luna did not understand how the monsters could get through the security at the entrance. Hanaro immediately realized that the monsters who had snuck in had come for him. Hae-jaek immediately ordered everyone to take their seats and everyone else to immediately evacuate to a safe area. Hanaro told the director that he would fight the monsters too, but Ha Jae-hae couldn't let him and told him to go to the safe zone. Hanaro insisted that he had to take part in this fight and said that his strength would help them defeat the enemy. The director told the young man that no one knew him and that his abilities could be confused with the enemy. Liluna approached the director and insisted that she had to leave with Naro because he was not registered with the company and would not be able to enter the safe zone. But Jang Sehee could not miss her opportunity to save the young man and shouted that she was the one who should lead Naro away. Han Salha ran down the hallway and told Ha Jae-hyuk to hurry up. The director ordered Luna to take his position and Jung Se-hee to escort Hanaro to a safe area. Jang Se-hee immediately grabbed Hanaro's arm and assured him that she would protect him. The girl smiled at the young man and told him that they should go there and pointed in the right direction. The alarm notification system did not stop talking and constantly repeated that all agents should take their places. One of the agents found a man who had been wounded by Jongyeon and reported that there was a victim in Zone C3. Hanaro ran after Jang Se-hee and asked if anything like this had happened before in the company. And the girl said that there are rumors that monsters used to break in here often, but it had never happened in her time, and added that the young man should not worry. After all, M1 was created to fight monsters, and now Hanaro wondered why it happened exactly when he joined the company. The guy was sure that it could not be a coincidence and the monsters came for him. Suddenly the young man heard someone coming and stopped to look. It was Jongyeon, who was heading straight for Hanaro. The boy could not believe his eyes that it was his friend who had been injured in a battle with monsters at school. When Jongyeon saw Naro, he ran up to him and began to hug him as if he was very happy to see his friend. Hanaro didn't understand why Jongyeon was in the company, and the young man said that he was so happy that Naro was okay. Jang Se-hee immediately recognized the young man she had seen in the lab. Hanaro was surprised that the girl knew his friend, and she told him that they had met in the laboratory. The girl picked up Hanaro and Jongyeon and was overjoyed to have two handsome guys walking with her. Jongyeon said there was no time to talk because there was an alarm and said they had to hurry up and leave. Jang Se-hee told them that they had nothing to fear because she would protect them and take them to a safe place in no time. The director and other staff members watched the surveillance footage and found the recording of the incident. In the video, there was a guy who grabbed the doctor by the head and seemed to just take all her life energy. The director immediately noticed that the victim was a member of the medical team and ordered to zoom in on the video to see the attacker's face. Hajek was shocked when he realized who was in the video because he did not expect that they had brought a monster into the company. Jong Yan was in the video, and after seeing it, the director ordered to find out where the boy was now. At this time, Jang Se-hee was happily leading the young men to the shelter, and no one could even suspect anything. But the appearance of Jongyeon seemed very strange to Hanaro. They quickly arrived at the shelter, and Se-hee said that she could be trusted. The girl immediately ran to get water and asked to wait for her in this place, and the boys went inside. Jongyeon happily said that they were definitely safe in this place, and Naro thought about how Luna had told him earlier that his friend was in a safe place. Hanaro decides to ask if Jongyeon is okay, since he was badly injured at school. The guy said that all the doctors said he almost died, but thanks to the medical team, he is alive. Hanaro looked down and thanked his friend for surviving, because he realized that it was because of him that Jongyeon had been hurt. And the guy started telling his friend that he would protect him and would not allow him to ever get into such a situation again. Hanaro felt responsible for Jongyeon's safety and knew that if he hadn't been friends with him, he wouldn't have gotten into a situation where he almost lost his life. Jongyeon began to question Hanaro's words and immediately asked if he had the strength to defend him, and it was clear that it was not Jongyeon who was speaking. He began to accuse Hanaro of being in this place only because of him, which made Naro hate himself, that he was a threat to the safety of his friends. At this point, the conversation was interrupted by Chan Se-hee, who brought drinks for her wards during the alarm. The girl gave Jongyeon a bottle of water, and the boy kindly thanked Jang Se-hee and said that she was very responsible. Hanaro was deep in thought and began to blame himself more and more for being a threat to everyone around him. At this time, the search for Jongyeon was over and he was found, and the company employee reported that he was currently in the first safe sector. The director didn't understand how this could happen, and he remembered that Hanaro and Jang Se-hee had gone to this sector. The management turned on the cameras from the first sector and saw that Jongyeon was next to Naro and Se-hee. The man immediately asked whether to send agents to that place, and Khan Solhwa immediately replied that it was useless. After all, Chan Se-hee turned on the safe mode, and now no one will be able to enter. The man could not believe that they would just watch and do nothing, and began to accuse Solkva of not watching the young man and not recognizing that he was a monster in time. The director said that now they could only watch and hoped that Hanaro would be able to protect everyone from potential danger. So far, nothing terrible has happened, but no one could have predicted how things might change. Jang Se-hee looked at Hanaro and could not stop looking at him. She admired the young man and thought only of how handsome he was. But the girl didn't quite understand why the boys didn't talk to each other, since they were friends. The girl never stopped dreaming and wondering who she would choose, Jongyeon or Hanara. Jang Se-hee looked at Jongyeon and thought that the young man matched her type and seemed to love learning. Suddenly, she noticed the medical gown and wondered if the guy had ever worn such clothes before. Jang Se-hee noticed that there was blood on Jongyeon's coat, and he immediately said that he had broken something in the lab and got dirty. And the young man began to say that Seiki was also in the lab when it happened, and they almost got into trouble together. When Jongyeon spoke to the girl and looked into her eyes, she seemed to be frozen and unable to say a word. And the boy insisted that she remember the situation in which they met. The young man was standing in front of the light, and his shadow was not like other people's. Hanaro noticed that something was going wrong and took Jongyeon's hand off the girl's shoulder and asked what the young man was doing. Hanaro began to say that the guy had been acting very strangely since they met in the hallway. Everyone present immediately paid attention to the boys' conversation because it was a strange situation. Hanaro watched as his friend's face changed, and he didn't look like the guy he had always known. Jonghyun tried to put a smile on his face with his hands and said that Hanaro was very cruel because he was the real Jonghyun. Hanaro realized that something was wrong and that he was not really his friend, so he told Sehee to leave the young man as soon as possible. Suddenly, everyone heard that they had to go to Safe Zone B, and Chan Sehee was very surprised because the first zone they were in was the safest. Then the director turned to Jang Sehee and Hanaro, to which the boy and girl were very surprised. And Hajaek said that the monster was right in front of them, and they had to neutralize it and capture it. The monster in Jonghyun's body was ready to destroy Jang Sehee, and Hanaro had to hurry to prevent it. Hanaro pushed the girl away and held back the monster's attack, preventing it from taking the girl's life. The boy restrained the monster and asked who it was and why it was hunting him, even though he knew he would hear about the unknown key again. But the monster did not want to tell the young man about himself, and only asked why Naro did not recognize his best friend. Hanaro could not fully realize that Jonghyun no longer existed, and continued to ask the monster what happened to his hand. Jang Se-hee was better at following Jae-hyuk's orders, so she didn't hesitate to activate her weapon and strike the monster Hanaro was holding. Instantly, Jonghyun's body began to behave strangely, and the boy did not understand what was happening because he did not want to believe that he would have to destroy his friend. When Jang Se-hee tried to strike, Jonghyun simply disappeared as if he had fallen through the ground. It scared the girl because no one knew that Jonghyun could use demonic powers. The Security Council was watching everything on video, and someone asked if the young man could teleport, but the answer was unequivocal. The boy was simple and had no special abilities. Khan Salwa began to realize that it could be the monster that was at the school, and that it had been controlling the boy all along. The director said that it was a monster who was able to pretend to be a human being, and it turns out that they cured him themselves. Han Salwa said that Jonghyun was a special case, so she decided to study him and was wrong. But Jae-hak was sure they could catch the monster if Hanaro was there. They could only hope that Hanaro would handle everything and destroy the source of the danger. And Han Salwa thought that it would have been great if Hanaro had gotten the monster and not ended up killing Jonghyun. The monster was destroying Jonghyun's body in front of them, and Hanaro and Jang Se-hee realized that they had to destroy the creature that threatened everyone in the company. The girl noticed that Jonghyun seemed to be using a strange power and was ready to take the fight. Hanaro told Se-hee to stand behind him, and it was not the same Jonghyun he had been friends with, and the monster managed to hide his scent. But the girl asked the young man not to hold her back because she was so happy that she could finally join the fight. And the monster tried to insist that he was the real Jonghyun and wanted to convince Hanaro that he shouldn't be hurt. After that, he disappeared again, and Hanaro and Jang Se-hee did not understand what else to expect from the monster. The girl and the boy looked around to see where the monster had moved, but it was not visible. Jang Se-hee was distracted by trying to see Jonghyun behind her, but it was the wrong decision. And the monster managed to strike the girl when she was not expecting it. He was glad that he could attack Seiki, and the girl did not have time to react to the danger that awaited her. Fortunately, Hanaro had a quick reaction and rushed to Jang Se-hee's aid. The boy was ready to strike the monster that attacked the girl. But the monster used its ability again and disappeared just as Naro was about to strike. The young man could not figure out how to defeat an enemy who was definitely more cunning and faster. Chan Se-hee was sitting on the floor trying to recover from the blow she had suffered. Hanaro was getting angry and demanded that the monster tell him what he had done to his friend Jonghyun. Jonghyun tried to tell Naru that his body was moving against his will and that he didn't really want him to get hurt. The young man said that he did not want to die and asked to be saved, but it was all a monster's game. While the monster was trying to convince Hanaro not to attack, Jang Se-hee stood up and dealt a powerful blow to her enemy. The monster flew into the wall and it was unclear whether it had been defeated, so everyone stood waiting. The director said that they seemed to need help, and Salwa asked excitedly if her husband was going to go there personally. She added that the entrance was blocked, but Hajihak said that there was no door in M1 that he could not open. The director received a universal key to unlock the door, but when he got to the entrance, he could not understand why the door would not open. And one of the employees was angry that the key broke and the door remained locked at such a difficult time. He started shouting for the repairmen to be brought in immediately, but the director realized that it was something else and the door was in good condition. Hayak realized that someone in the middle of the room had created a barrier that they could not pass through. Hanaro and Jang Se-hee continued to fight the monster, and there were more chances that they would win. Jong-yeon's face showed that there was nothing human left in him, and he was completely dominated by a monster. A guy and a girl stood in front of it and watched to see if they could weaken and destroy it right now. The monster began to say that they would not succeed because they could not predict his actions, so they should not resist and just surrender. Hanaro and Jang Se-hee tried to come up with a plan for joint action, but they had no ideas. Chan Se-hee noticed that the monster dissolves into shadows every time they try to attack. And finally, Hanaro realized that this monster used shadows to move, which meant that it could be defeated. The guy remembered that this monster was in the gym at the time, when he took Jong-yeon's life, and then just entered his body and used him. Hanaro told the girl to move to the wall, but she did not understand why and what the young man was up to. Hanaro began to implement his plan and asked Se-hee to listen to what he was saying for once. The boy pushed back hard and jumped out to break the lamp and deprive the room of light. The light disappeared, and now nothing was visible on the camera screens, and the company's employees could not observe the course of events. Khan Salwa immediately ordered the emergency lights to be turned on because they had to control the situation inside the building. But Khan Salvi was informed that Hanaro had removed all the lamps in the room, and the emergency lights could not be turned on, and the doctor did not understand what the young man was thinking. Hanaro realized that if there is no light, there will be no shadows, and therefore the monster will have nowhere to hide. The monster in Jong-yeon's body realized that Naru had gotten rid of the light so that there would be no shadows, and told Naru that he had done this so that now he himself could not see anything. Hanaro kept telling himself to be calm and remember his feelings as if he were at an entrance exam. He told himself that he didn't need his eyesight and closed his eyes to concentrate on his feelings. The young man activated his demonic power, and now he could defeat the monster in the body of his friend. Jong-yeon provoked the young man, trying to remind him that he had promised to always protect him from any danger. The monster continued to speak, trying to hurt the young man's feelings, but Hanaro was unstoppable. He dealt a powerful blow to the monster at a time when it was not expecting it, and it had no more opportunity to hide. When the monster saw the blue light, he was very surprised that the boy had not been transformed and could use his power. And Hanaro did not stop and conducted a series of powerful attacks that the Moscow Patriotic Army could not resist. The boy's power was as powerful as it was when he was transformed, but no one knew that he had conquered it and could now use it as he pleased. The monster was sitting on the floor and asked Hanaro to wait because he wanted to say something else to try to persuade the boy not to attack him. He looked directly into the young man's eyes and told him that he was his friend and he could not just take his life. Hanaro immediately told the monster not to use Jong-yeon's name and not to try to hide behind his friend. The guy became very angry at the monster's impudence and was ready to deal with him right then and there. The young man's strength was gaining momentum, and the monster realized that he was unlikely to escape. The monster tried to cover up and did not understand how it was possible that the boy's strength was getting stronger every minute. He remembered exactly what the guy was like only recently in the gym, and it was impossible to develop his abilities so much in such a short period of time. Hanaro, not stopping his attack, gradually turned the monster into an ice sculpture, and he could only think that he had to tell Chen as soon as possible. But Hanaro had other plans, and in a moment the monster in Jong-yeon's body completely turned into a large piece of ice. When this happened, The boy did not hesitate to direct his attack at the frozen monster, and a powerful explosion occurred in an instant. This explosion was so powerful that it was seen even through the surveillance cameras by the employees of M1. Khan Salwa was very surprised when there was a flash of blue color because none of the company's agents had such power. Hanaro finished his work, and the monster in the body turned into a pile of ashes and could no longer threaten anyone. Immediately after the battle ended, the doors were unlocked and the director and his assistants rushed inside. Small pieces of ice were flying around, and Hajaek was the first to call out to Hanai to make sure he was okay. Jang Se-hee was also very worried about the boy, because even though she was inside the room, she could not see anything because the lights were off. Without saying a word, Hanaro simply walked past the director and the girl and headed for the exit. It was hard for the guy emotionally because he defeated a monster and lost his only best friend who always supported him. Representatives of the company, headed by director Ha Jae-hak, gathered in the meeting room. Employees accused Khan Salwa of allowing the monster to enter the company, and one of those present tried to calm everyone down and offered to listen to the explanation. How could it be that the doctors brought a monster to the company on their own and were very interested in what happened to the student in whose body the monster was? Salwa explained that the young man was lifeless in the gym, but the monster entered his body and forced all the vital systems of the body to work. She added that they suspected it, but decided to investigate because they noticed an amazing ability to imitate a human, and the doctor was very upset that she would not be able to take the test. One of the workers listened to the woman and said that they could classify the shadow monster as a high-level one, but why did it settle in the body of an ordinary student? And the director began to say that this student, Jong-yeon, was a friend of Hanaro's, who had recently joined their company. And he continued to say that they can conclude that the monsters need Hanaro and are trying to get to him by any means possible. It was for this reason that the monster chose Jong-yeon because it was one of the few ways to get close to Hanaro. Hajaek realized that the monsters were hunting Naro, but he didn't understand why they were so obsessed with him and wanted to find out. Hanaro walked slowly through the corridors of M Company alone, thinking about what had happened. He understood that Jong-yeon suffered only because of him, because the monsters realized that they could approach him through the young man. Hanaro realized that if this continued, he would not be able to get close to anyone, because losing loved ones was very difficult. In the corridor, he suddenly met Lee Arin, who seemed to be waiting for him. The girl looked at Hanaro and asked why he started to hesitate and didn't finish it faster. Hanaro did not expect to meet a girl, let alone hear such a question, because he did not know how to answer it. Lee Arin began to say that with the strength the boy possessed, he could have dealt with the monster faster and Jang Se-hee would not have been hurt at all. Hanaro slowly walked on and told the girl that Jong-yeon was his friend. But Arin did not seem to be satisfied with this answer and stopped the guy, making it clear that they had not finished speaking yet. Lee Arin didn't understand how it was possible that the guy was Hanaro's friend, because he turned out to be a monster who wanted to kill them all. Hanaro did not like the way the girl behaved, and did not understand that everything in life is not divided into black and white. You could tell that he was getting very angry because Arin was trying to accuse him of acting slowly. Suddenly, Lee Luna appeared in the hallway and told Arin to stop talking to Hanaro like that. She tried to explain to Lee Arin that even though it was a monster, it used the body of the boy's friend. She asked whether she had the right to say such things to a person who had just taken the life of his friend against his will. But Lee Arin began to say that if a girl wants to play friendship, she should find another place, because Modine was not created for that. Liluna couldn't believe that Lee Arin was so insensitive and didn't understand what the young man was feeling. Liluna told Hanaro to come to the lab before he left so they could treat him a little, but the boy didn't want to listen to anyone. He just exploded from the pain he felt because, in addition to losing his friend, Arin blamed him for Seiki's injury. Ha Jae-hyuk and Han Silwa watched the video from the cameras, and the woman noted that it was difficult to see anything on the recording without light. And in complete darkness, only one flash was visible, which was the guy's last blow. The director noted that no open flame was visible and drew an analogy with a microbrewery that had no open fire, but due to the waves, the temperature inside increased. But if the pressure is increased, the explosion will not be avoided. Silva tried to understand exactly how Hanaro's power works. She noticed that after the fire, the walls and floor froze, and it looked like the guy was controlling the ice. But it wasn't that simple, and the woman came to the conclusion that Naro's ability to control the flame was not just any flame, but an icy one. Hanaro came to Musan and told him that his friend Jong-yeon had died, but the monsters used him anyway, and it was very cruel. The man was surprised that this time the demons sent a shadow monster to get the boy. Hanaro said that as soon as he destroyed one monster, a new one would appear, and he had no fewer enemies. The young man was mentally broken and began to despair because he could not know how long this fight with monsters and demons would last. Hanaro did not understand why they were after him and what they wanted to get. Musan sat silently listening to the boy and suddenly said that the time had come. The man stood up from his chair and bowed to Hanar, which greatly embarrassed the young man. The boy immediately started asking what Musan was doing, because he could not understand what the man was talking about, what time it was, and why. Musan briefly said that this gesture was a courtesy of Khan's soldiers, and he said that he was congratulating the son of Han the Pleasant, who had received the power of the king. Hanaro was shocked to hear this because he could not even imagine that it was true and that he was the son of the demon king. Musan decided that he needed to tell the boy what really happened in the demon world and why he ended up in the human world. He began by saying that because of the war, the demon lands were devastated, and his Kum's soldiers were able to break into the king's castle. Musan was King Khan's guard at the time, and as soon as the enemy broke through, he gave the order to defend the king from the attackers. Everything around him was on fire, and the man did not understand how he was supposed to get inside to bring King Khan out and save him, because none of them expected such a confrontation. The war began because King Khan's brother Kum opposed his brother's union with a human woman and did not want to recognize his son as heir. King Khan was a brave and good ruler and was not going to run away from the castle and decided to fight his brother. Their battle began, and the fierce struggle lasted for a very long time, because neither of them was going to give up the throne. The brothers each defended their own understanding of the proper construction of the demon world, and Kum believed that this world was no place for humans. But the battle was not entirely fair, as Kum's supporters began shooting arrows at Khan from behind, and his back was like a pillow for needles. In addition, Kum used the power of his dragon, and Khan was caught in the flames released by the giant beast. By weakening the king as much as possible, Kum was able to defeat him in battle and take his life. Thus, King Khan died and his brother Kum came to the throne. The king's wife realized that she would be left alive, so she wanted to at least save her son. The monsters, Kum's supporters, saw a woman in the walls of the burning castle. The main target of the king's brother was not a woman, but his son. The woman realized that she had only one way to return to the burning castle and find a way to save her son. She wrapped the boy in her arms and ran in search of salvation, trying to hide from the army of the traitor Kum. Gossip began to spread around the castle, saying that King Khan was not alive and neither was his son. Hearing this, Musan believed what the people were saying because he realized that they would not be able to defend the castle in the conditions they were in. One of the soldiers told Musan that he had to run away because Kum would kill everyone who fought on the side of Khan. The man did not understand where they could go, and the soldier said that they had to go to the human world through the crack between the dimensions. And the wounded soldiers of King Khan's army went to the world of humans without fully understanding whether they would be safe there or not. Musan took full responsibility and led his people, who served the king honestly all the time. After that, they all found themselves on a hill from which they could see the city to which the demons were to go. Musan fled, losing all hope of ever returning to his world, and many demons followed him. Among these demons was Sana, and she was not the only one who adapted to human life. Hanaro began to understand why all the monsters were so desperate to find and destroy him. After all, he was the child brought into this world by Sana, and this child was Hanaro, the son of King Han. Musan said that when he first met him, he did not recognize the young man and thought he was an ordinary child of demons. The boy wondered how the man realized that the king's son was him, and not someone else. And Musan replied that he understood through the eternal icy flame that this is a legendary power that every demon knows about. Such strength was a sign that the boy was the heir to a real king. Hanaro could not believe that he was really of royal blood, and told Musan that his grandmother had never told him about all this. Musan explained that the boy was too young, and Sana wanted to hide the truth as long as possible. Sana guessed what might happen if the monsters found out that Hanaro was the key, so she didn't say anything and protected the young man. Finally, Hanaro realized what the key was that the monsters had been looking for all this time and that they were always talking about. They went outside, and the man began to explain that the power to open and close the gate is held by the king in each generation. And the key is the same power that Hanaro possesses, which is why Kum is hunting him. But the boy didn't understand what Kum wanted to do with the key. And Musan answered that the demon wants to open the door to the world of people, so he is constantly trying to find this key. And if he succeeds, then a full-scale invasion of the human world will begin. And if war breaks out, there will be many victims, both among civilians and demons. The young man didn't understand why to start a war if the price was so high, but the man explained that the Kum had seized the throne. He wanted to get rid of all those who disagreed with him because he had no right to the title of king and was dreaming of getting rid of Hanaro and taking possession of the key. If he succeeds in destroying the boy, he will remain the only king by right, which is why Hanaro prevented him from remaining the ruler. Musan put his hand on the young man's shoulder and told him that the survival of the two races depended on him, so he did not have to say goodbye to his life. Hanaro went for a jog and thought that he had to live and fight, so he had to become stronger. He realized that he had to take full responsibility for his survival, even though it was not easy. Hanaro looked at the lights of the city and knew that he had to protect humanity from the demons who wanted to destroy everyone. The boy finally realized that he was the key and was not going to let the monsters get into the world of people. The demon world was alarmed, and King Kum's servant called him to the door between the worlds to inform him that the gate had begun to shake. King Kum hurried to the gate and asked what had happened and what was the urgency. The servant said that the gate was resonating, and Kum said that it could only mean that the key had awakened. The servant immediately began to worry because the young man now knew of his power and asked if this meant that he would seal the gate forever. The monster thought so because the boy had to realize that the door had closed because of him, and he could also seal the crack through which they had made their way to the human world. The king did not like such negative opinions of his assistant Barrow, and ordered him not to talk about such things anymore, and immediately asked where Chen was now. Chen was standing on the edge of a cliff, where there was a passage to the world of people, and watching the changes. The military officer immediately realized that such changes indicated that the key had awakened. Chen smiled and thought that the queen's dear child had awakened from a long sleep. The man began to recall the events that took place during the coup and the change of power from King Khan to King Kum. He recalled how, during a fire in the castle, the king's wife, named Yan, handed over her son Naro to Sani, whom she could trust. Sana did not want to leave the queen and asked what she was going to do, but John immediately said that she would distract the enemies so that the woman could pass through the gate. Sana took the boy and realized that she had to save the true heir to the king. The woman entered the room holding Hanaro in her arms, realizing that she would never be able to return to the world of demons again. In this room was a little boy holding a small child in his arms. He shouted out loudly to his mother when he saw the woman. The boy was Chen, and Sana was his mother, and the boy was holding his little sister named Rin. Sana was overjoyed to see her son alive and well, and thanked God that he had not been captured by the enemy, and Chen said that he was too quiet to be noticed. Suddenly, the woman became very serious, praising the boy and telling him to listen to her carefully. The woman told Chen to take his sister and run as fast as he could to the service exit. After she left, the young man immediately started asking his mother where she was going. But Sana started shouting at the guy without answering his questions and said that he should listen to her. She gave Chen the pendant and told him that when he left the castle, he would see a path leading to the forest at the end of which would be a stone warehouse, and he had to show the pendant to someone who would be waiting for him. The woman hugged her son tightly as she said goodbye, knowing that they were unlikely to see each other again. Chen began to cry and asked what would happen to Sana, and the woman tried to calm him down, saying that they would meet soon. The woman heard enemy soldiers approaching and could hear that they were looking for the king's son and his wife. Chen couldn't understand why his mother left him alone with his sister and went with the queen's son in her arms. Without turning around, Sana said that Chen was a strong boy and would be able to take care of his sister, and ran away. Chen tried to catch up with her and asked her to take them with her. But he stumbled and fell, which is why he could not catch up with his mother. He was lying on the floor in confusion and did not understand why his mother had left him and his sister. Chen looked at his sister, who was crying hard, and realized that now he had to do everything to prevent anything from happening to her. He took the girl in his arms and calmed her down, because the child's cry could have attracted the attention of enemy soldiers. Chen was angry and upset that Sana had left him in favor of the queen's son. The boy with the child in his arms got out of the castle and found the path Sana had mentioned. And very soon he got to the stone warehouse where he was supposed to meet someone who understood the meaning of the pendant Chen's mother had given him. The boy waited for someone to come out to him, but there was no one there, so he shouted several times to be heard, but it was useless. Chen decided to enter the warehouse to find the person to whom he needed to give the pendant. But there was no one there, and the boy only saw bloody weapons scattered on the floor. Chen didn't know what to do because he was still a small child, with an even smaller child in his arms. So he went outside and started shouting to his mother that he had come and what he should do now. The children were crying loudly in the middle of the forest because they were all alone and no one could help them. Chen stood on the edge of the cliff and thought only about the fact that Hanaro had taken his mother away from him and his sister as children. Although he was still a child, he remembered the events of that day very well because it was a great trauma for a small child to lose his mother. The man watched the people entering the world carefully and thought that very soon he and Hanaro would meet and he would definitely take revenge on him. King Barrow's assistant came to come and told him that no one knew where he was and could not find him. He added that Chen probably feels guilty about the mistake he made recently. The king ordered Barrow to gather an army of the strongest soldiers before the door closed and added that they should open the crack by sending their strongest soldiers. The aide began to convince the king that it was very dangerous and they could all die. But King Kum would not listen to anything and once again ordered the best of the best to gather. In the world of demons, they began to gather a strong army to go on a dangerous journey to the world of humans. Barrow's assistant thought that the lands of the demons had never been peaceful and did not know how much pain Kum's actions would bring. He thought that Chen was to blame for everything, as he believed that Barrow had a bad influence on the king's decisions. Barrow began to recall the time when Kum rebelled against the king and started a war between the demons. The army of demons set up their camp near the forest. They were supporters of Kum. Suddenly, the soldiers heard someone's voice from behind them saying that he had come to them to become a soldier of Kum. It was Chen and his sister Rin who started asking for permission to join their army. The soldiers started laughing when they saw the children and said that they should leave the place as soon as possible. Chen was angry that he was being chased away and began to shout to the soldiers that he would grow up and become strong and easily beat them. The soldier asked the boy why he was so impudent and hit him to teach him a lesson. Chen fell to the ground and saw that he was being threatened with a knife, and Rin was so scared that she tried to hide behind her brother. Suddenly, the king's assistant came out of the tent and asked what all the fuss was about, adding that it was noisy enough on the battlefield, so there was no need to make noise in the camp. Barrow approached the soldiers and asked what he would have to report to the king when they returned. Suddenly, Chen realized that the man was definitely more important than ordinary soldiers and began to say that he wanted to fight for the new king, and the soldiers tried to shut him up. Barreau immediately asked what kind of child it was, and one of the soldiers said that it was probably a military orphan, and they would drive him away. The king's assistant saw that the boy had not yet shown his strength, but was already filled with hatred, and Barreau ordered him to be released. He leaned over to the boy and asked him with a smile if he wanted to become a soldier of the Kum, and Chen said that he did, and that he would destroy all the king's enemies. Barreau asked how the boy could prove his commitment and loyalty to the king, but Chen could not immediately answer this question. And the assistant added that in order to become a soldier of the Kum, he must be ready to part with his own life for the sake of the king. Then he added that in addition to this, the guy had to be ready for any evil he had to do. Barreau said that the young man would have to get rid of the most expensive thing, hinting at Chen's sister Rina. And he asked if they had an agreement and if the boy could prove his loyalty to the king. Chen understood that he had to fulfill the conditions because he really wanted to become a soldier. Barreau did not wait for an answer and ordered the soldiers to take the boy away because he would be of no use on the battlefield. The king's assistant thought that by offering the boy such terrible conditions for joining the army, it would scare him and he would leave. But at night, Chen returned and shouted loudly that he had come and would become a soldier in Kum's army. And it was at this moment that the boy's strength began to awaken from the overflow of hatred inside him. Time passed, and since then, the boy grew up and became the cruel and unprincipled person he was as a child. Barreau walked and thought that he had personally allowed Chen to join them and become a Kuma warrior long ago. Chen thought long and hard about it and decided to try to pass through the gorge into the world of people before it closed completely. The man moved forward, and the further he went, the narrower the passage became, and suddenly something grabbed him, preventing him from continuing. Many magical vines were heading toward the man, trying to prevent him from passing through the passage into another dimension. They began to restrain Chen, squeezing him so hard that he thought his bones would break. But he was not going to give up and tried his best to get out of captivity and continue moving. Chen thought that something like these vines would not be able to stop him, especially after what he had to do to become a soldier of Kum. On the day when Barreau said that the boy had to say goodbye to his dearest, Chen had to take his sister to the forest and leave her alone. The guy gave him the pendant that Sonorini had given him and said that she had always liked this pendant, so he was giving it to her. He added that in exchange for the gift, the girl should wait for him in this place and not go anywhere, and he would return soon. Rina was happy to receive such a gift and asked her brother where he was going. Chen looked at his sister affectionately and said that he would be back soon, without telling her where he was going. The girl shouted to her brother not to worry and that she was not afraid to be alone, while Chen was running away from her, realizing that he would not see her again. Rina stood under the tree under which her brother had left her and asked him to come back as soon as possible, unsuspecting. Chen was running away from his sister and realized that he had done the same thing to her and that his mother had abandoned him. The vines bound and wrapped every part of Chen's body, restraining his movements so that he could not pass through the gorge. The man had almost lost hope that he would be able to reach at least some dimension and seemed to have given up. But suddenly he activated his power and began to act, thinking that he had given too much to serve Kum. Chen was confidently getting rid of the vines that were holding him back because he had one goal that he could not simply give up. The man was obsessed with revenge for being deprived of his mother, and he knew exactly where to look for the one for whom she had left him. Hanaro thought that he was the key, and his duty was to survive and protect the door between dimensions so that there would be no war between humanity and demons. He realized that he could not do it alone and needed a reliable partner. Suddenly, the young man noticed a small blue butterfly that was always near him, and Hanaro was surprised that it appeared at such a late hour. He returned home and saw Li Luna in the living room and asked why she was still awake. Li Luna immediately asked where the young man was going, and he replied that he was just walking around the city before going to bed. Hanaro asked if the girl had training tomorrow, and she said that she did, and asked to come early, adding that the boy would also benefit from going to bed early. Suddenly, Hanaro told the girl that when they met, she said she was his protector and he wondered what that meant. Liluna was very tired and didn't want to talk about anything, so she asked Naro to postpone the conversation until later because she was going to rest. And the guy couldn't get the girl's words out of his head and tried to understand what she might have meant. The next day, Hanaro and Liluna came to M1 for training. Suddenly, Jang Se-hee appeared in the corridor, running to greet Hanaro, and at the same time the doctor tried to catch up with her, telling her not to run away from her. The girl hurried to Naro and told him that she was sure that the boy also missed her very much. Chan Se-hee caught Li Lun and began to tell Se-hee off for being so intrusive and to stop doing all kinds of stupid things. Ha Seol-hwa came out into the hallway and told Jang Se-hee to return to the treatment room immediately. She really didn't want to go back, but realized that she had no choice, so she said goodbye to Naro and told him that she would see him at practice. Luna breathed a sigh of relief and said that they were finally rid of Seiki and could go, but Solva had to upset the girl and said that she would have to go alone. So the doctor decided to ask Luna why she considers herself Hanaro's defender. The girl couldn't tell the truth and said that he had just recently joined the company and needed support. But Kan Solkwa told the girl not to worry and that they would handle everything without her. Hanaro put his hand on Li Luna's shoulder and tried to calm her down, saying that he would be back soon. And he went with Ha Solwa to where he was called, and Li Luna was forced to watch the young man leave her. She heard the doctor say that they should start with tests, but she was getting even more worried about the young man. Hanaro began to undergo all kinds of tests, starting with fingerprints and blood tests. The doctors took test tubes one by one, and the young man did not understand why they needed so much blood for the tests. After that, he had to undergo an MRI scan and many other procedures. Kan Solwa was excited to have the opportunity to study such a special boy. After completing the tests, Hanaro and Han Salwa came to the office of Ha Jae-hak, the company's director. When the man heard them enter the office, he immediately asked if they had managed to get all the biometric data, and the doctor immediately replied that they had done everything. The director immediately asked if they had found anything special, and Kan Salwa said that they already had data. Hanaro began to worry that he had monster blood in him and didn't know if they had managed to find out about it, and Solwa began to say that the boy was not only very strong. And for a moment she stopped, making the boy even more nervous because he didn't know what would happen if Company M alone found out that he was a monster. The doctor finally continued to speak and said that in addition to his strength, the young man was also completely healthy. Hanaro breathed out a sigh of relief, and Solwa began to say that the young man's physical condition and abilities were much better than the others, and suggested that the principal take a look. In the evening, Hanaro visited Musan again and decided to tell him about M1, saying that they had information and weapons and could help. The man said that the boy was determined to fight the monsters, and Naro said that he simply could not afford to lose. Musan fully supported the guy because he knew that this battle could not be avoided and would take place very soon. The young man could not believe that Musan was ready to fight with him because he thought that the man had already lost faith after all the trials he had to go through. But the man explained that he was serving Khan and he had to gather all the demons who were running through the gorge, and they promised to rise up if the king's son was ready to lead them. And the time has come. Hanaro managed to conquer his power and develop it every day, and become stronger and stronger. Hanaro did not believe that he had so much support, and that Musan would gather all the demons who supported King Han. Musan said that in time the soldiers would prepare and Hanaro would get stronger, and then they would help him to take the path of the true king. The man stood up and made an oath saying that he was a demon warrior Musan, and swore with his heart that he would make Naro, son of King Han, the new king. In the human world, at the passage between the dimensions, something strange began to happen, and suddenly Chen emerged from the water. He managed to overcome all the obstacles on his way and get to the place he wanted to go for so long. The only thing on his mind was that he had to take revenge on Hanaro for everything he had been through. When Chen decided to join Kum's service as a child, strange things began to happen in the camp of the new king's army. Things in some tents were turned over, and Barrow and his soldiers tried to find out who had attacked the royal army camp. But there was no one around, and one of the soldiers noticed footprints leading to the forest, and the soldiers began to assume that the rumors were true that some demons had regained their strength. These demons called themselves the Blue Butterfly Group. They were supporters of King Han, and Barrow thought that they had all been destroyed, but it turned out not to be so. The Verndas went to the forest to check, and one of the warriors assumed that the demons had managed to escape and unite. This frightened the king's assistant, because they did not need an armed group that hated Kum. Barrow ordered the soldiers to find a group of blue butterflies and destroy them, and shouted for the soldiers to hurry up because they could not get far. The girl and the boy were standing on the shore of the lake and talking about the day that had passed, telling interesting stories to each other. Suddenly, a beautiful blue butterfly flew out of the water, which surprised and delighted the couple. The butterfly did not stop and flew as if it knew exactly where it should be and whom it should watch. Unexpectedly, he was caught by a man who definitely did not want to be watched. This man was Chen, who arrived to his friend and said that he had done a good job since he managed to get into the world of humans, and the monster replied that others would soon arrive as well. The man held out his hand to the monster, in which was crushed a blue butterfly that had made its way through the gorge and was following the monster. And the monster immediately offered to find everyone else to protect himself and be able to get close to Naro without any problems. Chen ordered the monster to find the members of the Blue Butterfly Group and just watch them. In the evening, Li Luna was walking down the street and suddenly noticed that someone was following her. The girl decided to check her feelings, and they turned out to be true. A man in a black hood was constantly following her. Li Luna tried to see the unknown person's face, but nothing was visible, and she did not know who was following her so persistently, and she decided to lure her observer to a place where there were no people so that she could use her power in case of emergency. Hanaro was passing by on a bus at the time and noticed Luna walking fast and wondered where she was going so late. The guy was surprised because the house was in the other direction and decided that she just wanted to take a walk. Suddenly, the young man felt something was wrong and realized that the girl could be in danger. He saw a man following Li Luna and felt that he smelled like monsters. The guy decided to get off the bus immediately and follow the girl to make sure nothing happened to her. The girl brought the monster to the construction site because no one was supposed to be there at night. Suddenly, the monster felt attacked and realized that it was the girl he was watching. He immediately decided to assume his true form and fight Li Luna. The girl realized that she was being followed by a monster and immediately asked him what he wanted from her. And the monster replied that the girl herself knew the answer to her question. The monster was very large and long, and it managed to grab Li Luna with its snake tail. He picked up the girl and held her in the air so that she could not strike him. The monster began to say that he was disappointed because he was told that the participants of the Blue Butterfly were very strong and could lead him to the key. Suddenly, the girl began to take on her true form, which the monster did not expect, and immediately attacked by cutting off its tail. Li Luna was a demon like the others, but she knew how to hide her abilities. The girl landed on the ground and insisted that the monster tell her why he was following her. Not hearing the answer, Li Luna was determined to beat the answer to her question out of the monster. The girl carried out powerful attacks that the monster could not avoid, and each time his chance of survival decreased. Li Luna told him not to run away from her because it made no sense. Realizing that the monster did not want to give up, the girl began to use another of her skills, the red thread. She tied up the monster, and he thought that the girl was not some weak demon. And the monster decided that he could not leave the girl alive because she was a threat to all the demons who were to come to the world of people. Li Luna twisted her magic threads more and more to prevent the monster from getting out before she knew the answer. She attacked again and again and waited for the monster to become more cooperative. Suddenly, the monster managed to catch the thread with its teeth, and it simply dissolved from its venom. And he was trying right now to destroy the girl who threatened the demon's plan to take over the human world. Liluna was holding back the monster's mouth with her last strength to prevent it from swallowing her and destroying her. She kept her mouth open with her whole body, but felt trembling in her hands because her strength was running out very quickly. The monster was causing damage to the girl with its clicks that could release poison, and Liluna's skin began to burn terribly. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice calling her, and it was Hanaro, who decided to follow her and was right that Luna would need help. The guy realized that he had to do something urgently to save the girl from the monster. Liluna immediately started telling the guy that she could explain everything about her appearance and who she really is. But the girl's strength was running out, and the poison used to harm the monster was starting to take effect. Hanaro told the girl that he would listen to her explanation later and hurried to strike the monster. After Liluna's first attack, she was able to free herself, and now they could fight the monster together and destroy it. The monster didn't expect anyone to come to the girl's aid and was wondering who this guy was and where he came from. Hanaro and Liluna attacked the monster powerfully, and he decided to hide underground to save his life. The girl said that the monster should not be allowed to leave because he posed a huge threat to them. But Liluna could not fight anymore because the poison released by the monster began to work, and she just fell down because she had no strength. Hanaro was unable to stop the monster and managed to escape despite his injuries. The young man ran to the girl and checked if she was alive because he did not know exactly how the poison worked. The girl was barely conscious, and it was clear that she was having a hard time, so Hanaro asked her not to force herself to move, so as not to cause unnecessary pain. After the battle, Hanaro took the girl home and treated her wounds and bandaged them. The guy was worried about Luna and asked if it would be better to go to the hospital because the wound was deep, but the girl said that she would soon get better. Hanaro decided to ask the girl if she was also a demon, and immediately continued to ask how long ago she had known that the young man was different. And Liluna said that she knew when she saw his pills at school that he took every day. Hanaro heard this and began to yell and resent the girl for knowing about everything so long ago and not telling him anything. Luna said that she was waiting for the young man to understand everything for himself, because he would not have believed her if she had started telling him about demons and monsters. But Naro didn't want to listen to anything, because monsters were already hunting him, and he asked the girl how he could trust her now that she hadn't told him anything. Liluna didn't know how to calm the young man down, because she really couldn't just start telling him the truth about herself and her abilities. And the girl said that Naro could trust her because she was on his side, just like his mother. Hearing about his mother, the young man asked how long M had been fighting monsters alone. Liluna began to tell us that the company's director, Hajehai, convinced everyone that the organization was only protecting them from monster attacks. But he had already secretly sent people to the world of demons, and one of the agents was caught. This agent was Ha Young, who was sent to the demons to find out more information about them from the inside. This woman soon became the wife of King Han and later the mother of Hanaro. The agent of M1 became the queen of demons and proved that people and demons can live in peace. But some considered her a threat, and after she gave birth to a child, things only got worse. There were constant attempts on the queen and her child's life, but Hae Young was an experienced and trained fighter and could defend herself. The queen was constantly afraid that an enemy might come and she would not be able to fight back. She realized that both demons and humans would try to get rid of her son, who has the blood of two races in his veins. And she decided to create a secret group to protect her child everywhere and all the time. This unit was supposed to protect not only the boy, but also to preserve peace between the worlds of humans and demons as much as possible. This is how the Blue Butterfly group was formed, and Liluna was also a member. Hanaro realized why the Blue Butterfly was always somewhere near the girl, as the group members were sending messages to each other. The girl called the young man to the computer and showed him the video from the M1 cameras, and said that they knew that the company's goal was not only to defend itself. And in order to find out their true purpose, Luna is looking through their files and suggested that Naro watch the video from the security room. The video showed that part of the recording was cut out, and Luna said that there must be a secret entrance somewhere where information about the queen could be stored. Hanaro said that they had to find out something about his mother, but Luna didn't understand how they could do that because she didn't even know where the door was. Hanaro suddenly remembered what Musan had told him about the key, which was the boy himself. He said that a young man has the power to open and close any door. The monster who fought Li Luna and Hanaro came to Chen and apologized for not being able to finish the job and having to flee. The monster made excuses that he failed because some unknown person interfered. Chen calmly said that the Blue Butterfly Group had found out about the key and about them, but the man was determined that he would be able to get the key very soon. The next day, Hanaro and Li Luna arrived at the company and suddenly met Zhang Seihe in the corridor, running away from someone and asking for help. The girl was screaming that she was being chased by a monster, which scared the boy because he did not understand how the monster could get inside M alone again. But it wasn't a monster that was chasing Zhang Seihe, it was Yu Han-sung, whose face was painted by a girl to have fun. He tried to catch up and teach Seihe a lesson, but Naro and Luna didn't want to get involved in these childish showdowns because they had more important things to do. The boy and the girl stood there and listened to the agents of a serious company playing like little children. After that, we looked at each other and couldn't stop laughing because the way Yu Han-sung looked was so funny. Hanaro noted that Zhang Seihe does not really want to be in the company, but still continues to enjoy life in spite of everything. And Li Luna said that none of them wanted to fight monsters, but their fate was sealed at birth. And Hanaro added that they should just follow her now, because no one knew how this confrontation between humans and demons could end. The boy and the girl came to the place where the video they had watched the day before was and tried to find the door, but there was nothing like it. Suddenly, Hanaro found a suspicious place in the wall and tapped on it, realizing that there was definitely something behind it. Li Luna also started to check, but she couldn't tell if the sound was different because she thought there was no change. The guy decided to try and activated his power and then put his hand to the wall in the place where he thought there was a door. And he was right. At the same moment, doors disguised as walls began to open in front of the girl and the boy. Li Luna couldn't believe that they had found the place where the company was hiding many of its secrets. Once inside, they saw that the room was full of strange things and flasks with unknown living organisms. Hanaro and Li Luna walked on, and the girl said that M1 had been working for a long time, and they had to keep information about their agents somewhere. While Naro and Luna were busy with the company, a guest, the demon Chen, decided to visit the guy's apartment. Hanaro and Li Luna managed to find the archive and began to search for any references to the queen and former agent Ha Yeon. In one of the folders, the girl and her boyfriend managed to find what they had been looking for so long. At this time, Chen was also searching Naro's apartment, trying to find information about the key. He took out an album with photos of Hanaro and Sana from the closet and saw a photo of his mother looking happy with someone else's child. Hanaro was looking at a photo of his mother in the company and was sad that he would never be able to see her. Chen also looked at a photo of his mother and realized that because she had abandoned him, he would never be able to see her again. Suddenly, Naro heard someone going into the secret room, and it would be very bad if he and Luna were seen there. Li Luna immediately told the young man that they needed to hide somewhere, but it was not easy to become invisible in a secret place. The guy looked up at the ceiling and seemed to have figured out what they could do to remain invisible. The company's director, Ha Jae-hyuk, entered the secret room and walked toward where Naro and Luna had been a moment before. The man slowly went to the shelves where the archival files were stored and took out one of the folders. But he started reading without leaving, trying to find exactly the information he had come for. Hanaro and Li Luna hid in a ventilation shaft and watched Ha Jae-hyuk's actions closely. They saw the man take the papers and leave, but it was not clear what he was looking for. Hijack did not seem to notice that someone had just been in the room and headed for the exit. Hanaro and Liluna were sitting very quietly, and at some point the guy said that it seems the director had already left. The girl smiled, happy that they had managed to go unnoticed, and said they could go down. But Naro noticed something strange and looked closely at Luna to make sure he wasn't imagining things. The guy told her not to rush down and noticed the girl's hair. Liluna immediately asked what was wrong with her hair, and Hanaro said that it was developing as if from a draft. They turned back and felt the wind coming, which meant that the ventilation was leading to other rooms. When the director left the secret room, he was thinking about who the offender was and who managed to get into the archive because he noticed that someone was in the secret room. Hanaro and Liluna decide to find out where the ventilation leads and possibly learn something else important about M1's work. The ventilation led to the next room, which turned out to be Khan Salwa's laboratory. Arin and Salwa were in the lab, and the woman said that she had increased the dose for the girl this time and asked if she felt nauseous, and Arin said that everything was fine. The boy and girl were watching, and Liluna was very surprised that Arin needed any procedures. The doctor gave the girl an injection and told her that if she felt any changes in herself, she should let us know right away, and Arin said she understood. It seemed that this was not the first time Li Arin had received such help from Salwa, because their communication was quite calm. In the evening, Hanaro and Liluna returned home, and the girl asked what the boy thought about what they had seen, and the boy said that he thought Arin was hiding something. But they did not understand what the girl was hiding, and Luna suggested that Arin might be sick, but Naro said that in that case, she would have been taken to the ward. They talked about how the lab looked strange, and Arin had always been suspicious, so the young man assumed that M alone could be using it for something. The girl asked why, and Hanaro handed Luna his phone with the answer on it. Liluna asked what it was, and the boy said that it was his mother's file that he had found in the archive. In Hae Young's case, there was a map of the sea showing the deepest places and even unevenness of the bottom, and Luna noted that such information is difficult to obtain even with the best equipment. The guy pointed to a mark on the map and said that he thought it was the entrance to the world of demons, and Luna was scared because she guessed that Arin was going to be sent to another dimension. Chen, while in Hanaro's apartment, was very upset and angry and unable to control his emotions inside. He broke the frame with the photo. He tore up a photograph of his mother Sana and the son of King Khan Hanaro. Suddenly, the man heard some sounds in the corridor that indicated that someone had entered the apartment. It was a security guard who said that you can't go into empty apartments and told Chen that he looked young and suggested that he might be homeless. The man tried to see the uninvited guest and shone a flashlight in his face. Chen didn't like it very much because he wasn't going to meet anyone in that place. The demon got rid of the witnesses that he was in Hanaro's apartment by taking the life of the guard. At this time, the monster world was preparing to pass through the gorge. The demons brought giant monsters and tried to drag them towards the passage to the world of people. The monsters were thrown into the water, but they did not understand how to get through the passage, so they screamed and asked for help. King Barrow's assistant approached the edge of the cliff, and the soldiers shouted to him that the monsters would die if they fell into the whirlpool, but Barrow ordered them to keep quiet. Suddenly, a monster that looked like a giant rhinoceros broke free and wanted to take revenge on the demons who tried to throw him into the water. But the monster's rebellion was instantly stopped because the king arrived and simply took his life. Barrow bowed his head to the king and said that everyone he could find was already here. But Cum grabbed him because he didn't like that answer, and Barrow added that the blue butterfly had lured many people to his side. Cum didn't understand who the assistant was talking about because he didn't know anything about the blue butterfly, and Barrow said that it was a group that followed the will of the fallen King Han. The Cum was furious, but did not want to hear anything about his brother and the monsters who remained loyal to him, and in his rage he continued to strangle Barrow. The assistant begged for mercy, and Cum released him, ordering him to continue gathering soldiers. The king went on to say that they had to widen the gorge so that everyone could pass through it. Barreau replied that he would do everything, and at that moment he realized that if the gorge closed, he would say goodbye to his life, and there was too little time. A boy and a girl were standing on the street in the world of people, and she asked the boy if he had been contacted. The guy replied that of course they did, because otherwise he would not have come, and the girl asked him if he thought Musan was telling the truth. The young man said that Musan had told him that King Khan's son was alive, but he did not know if what the man said was true. Suddenly, the lighter was knocked out of the guy's hands, and they heard someone from upstairs saying that there was some interesting gossip going around among the demons lately. It was Chen who found supporters of the fallen King Han. The man began to ask if they really believed all the lies Musan was telling. The boy and the girl realized that they had to run away because Chen was a great threat to them, for he was not a weak demon, and it would be very difficult to see after the battle with him. The girl tried to escape by climbing onto the roof of the house to hide from Chen. The guy started running in the other direction because he realized that he had to find a way to protect himself. The young man could not understand how Chen managed to pass through the gorge at all, since it had been closed for many years. Chen began to attack and say that the two seemed to have a lot of time since they spent it talking. The guy shouted that we had to run away quickly because Chen was not going to leave anyone alive. He attacked the boy, and the young man's arm was cut off, and now he could not resist the man in full force. Chen went up to the guy and said that of course he pretended to be human, but how could they not recognize him? He added that he would help to clarify who he really was and introduced himself, saying that his name was Chen. The boy was surprised that the king's assistant himself had come to the world of people and realized that his opponent was one of the strongest demons, but the young man had no choice but to fight him. The guy immediately activated his demonic power and tried to attack the enemy, despite the fact that he was seriously injured. But Chen did not care much about this, and he did not feel any fear at all, let alone a threat to himself. With a single movement of his hand, Chen threw his opponent away and didn't even strain much. The boy was badly injured, and Chen approached him and asked where the king's son was, about whom he and the girl were talking. The man grabbed the young man by the face to get an answer, but the boy knew nothing about the whereabouts of the king's son. The girl was on the roof, watching everything that was happening from above, hoping that she would not meet the same end. But the girl was wrong, and Chen launched a powerful attack that she did not expect and did not even have time to defend herself. Chen stood downstairs and watched to see if he had succeeded in killing the girl right away. Then I decided to climb the mountain and check to make sure I didn't leave any witnesses. He instantly found himself in the place where his opponent had been standing a minute ago, and she instantly disappeared. Chen realized that the girl might have survived and decided to check if she had managed to escape. The man looked at the stairs leading down and saw that there were traces of the girl's blood. He decided not to kill her and hoped that if he followed her, he would be able to find out where the king's son was. The next day, a piece of the road collapsed in the middle of the city, creating a huge gap and forcing the police to close part of the road. The men were talking to each other about how the drivers were constantly causing problems and adding to their work when suddenly one of the policemen heard strange sounds from the gorge. He leaned over to see where the sound was coming from and what might have happened. Suddenly, a giant monster came out of it, which had been sent by King Kum's soldiers to the human world the day before. The policeman who tried to see what was inside the crevice died instantly because the monster took off his head. The man's colleague was shocked by what was happening, and the police quickly radioed for reinforcements and reported that a monster had emerged. The monster slowly climbed out of the gorge, taking his time because he was sure that nothing could threaten him. It was unrealistically large, and its task was to kill as many people as possible. A real panic broke out among the residents present at the scene, and people began to flee wherever they could, the entire population being gripped by incredible fear. The company immediately sounded the alarm, and all the agents immediately began to prepare for the field to destroy the monster. When Chansihi heard the alarm, she was incredibly excited because she wanted to take part in a real battle with the monster. Aaron told Seiki to behave because they were not going to play a game, but Seiki had a hard time keeping her cool because it wasn't every day that monsters appeared in the middle of the city. Hanaro was wearing the M uniform alone and thought that something strange was happening, because usually monsters tried to hide from human eyes. Liluna saw the guy and asked him where he was going, because it was not their group that was called, and they had to stay put and wait for the command. But Hanaro didn't care about the orders given by the director. He knew it was his job, so he had to get to the scene. There was a real horror in the city, with more and more monsters, and they were destroying everyone they saw in front of them. Agents M1 arrived at the scene, and Yu Han-sung decided to offer Lee Aaron a competition to see who could destroy the most monsters. Lee Aaron closed her eyes and tried to tune into the struggle on which the survival of so many people depended. The agents received the command that they had arrived, and all jumped out of the helicopter in turn to join the fight. They realized that they had to destroy all the monsters who dared to attack the human world as soon as possible. The monsters were ruthless and insatiable, killing people who tried to escape. They were grabbing cars and just crushing them, and there was real chaos in the city. The agents of Company M alone got to work, and now it was not so easy for the monsters to destroy everything and everyone around them. Yu Han-sung was the first to enter the fight and immediately said that he wanted to test how strong these creatures were. The monster was instantly wounded, and it was clear that it would not be a problem to destroy them. Yu Han-sung used his supersonic speed skill to accurately wound monsters. The boy was very happy that he had used his strength so well, but Aaron brought him back to consciousness, saying that this was a battlefield and not the time to be distracted from the enemy. The guy quickly finished his talk and continued to attack the monster because their task was to destroy them all. The young man struck the last blow, and the monster was defeated, the first victory the boy could record in his favor. Yu Han-sung thought that such a battle was easier than training because he believed that these monsters were not very strong. All the creatures who managed to get out into the world of people were not very happy about their success, because Agents M1 successfully carried out their extermination operation. Chan Se-hee was not lagging behind and with great pleasure entered into a real battle in which she definitely held the lead. After defeating the first monster, the girl smiled and loudly announced that Agent Chang Se-hee had arrived. After the first monster was destroyed, the girl defeated another one, and was the first in the competition for the number of monsters destroyed announced by Yu Han-sung. Suddenly she heard that one of the monsters was still moving, and Se-hee apologized to him and said that it was her mistake and dealt the decisive blow. The girl continued to say that she was going to finish him off with one blow but miscalculated a bit. The monsters did not stop coming out of the gorge, and there were more and more of them every minute. Lee Aaron stood on the roof of a building next to the gorge, watching her colleagues work and preparing to join the battle. She was trying to calculate her actions, taking into account the number of monsters on the street. The girl reported the situation and said that they had to cope without help and had already seen the creature she was supposed to deal with. Lee Aaron activated her powers and headed downstairs to attack the monsters. There were 5 monsters around her at once, and she was able to wound all of them at once with one attack. The monsters could not dodge Aaron's blows and had to accept the fact that they had to say goodbye to their lives. After completing her operation to destroy the monsters, the girl carefully landed on the ground. Verna looked at the result of her work and briefly summarized that these 5 were already finished. Jang Se-hee turned to Lee Aaron and asked her how she was doing, and then added that this was to be expected from a girl. Yu Han-sung said with an offended expression that he too had destroyed many people, expecting that someone would appreciate his work. M1 management reported that the agents did a great job, and the cleanup and repair team has already left and they can return to the base. Lee Aaron replied that she understood and before leaving decided to look at the gorge up close. The girl thought that the monsters had gained nothing from such a miserable invasion and realized that they definitely had another goal. Jang Se-hee called Lee Aaron and told her that if she didn't hurry, they would be left in this place, and Han-sung added that she had to run to them in 10 seconds. The guy started counting down 10 seconds, and Lee Aaron decided that she shouldn't delay, even though she had a strange feeling. She thought that they had killed everyone anyway and went to Yuhan Sung and Zhang Se-hee. Suddenly, a giant monster began to emerge from the gorge at breakneck speed. It was so big that even the company's experienced agents had never seen anything like it. Li Aran turned around and realized that they just wouldn't have it today, and they would have to try. Meanwhile, residents of the city began to receive messages about the urgent evacuation. People did not know the exact reason, but everyone hurried to leave. Musan was sitting on a bench outside his shop and immediately realized that it was not the terrorists or the earthquake, as the residents thought. The man knew that the city was attacked by monsters, but he did not understand why they decided to do it now. He thought it was very strange and knew he had to hurry because it seemed like there was no way to avoid the battle. Suddenly, Musan heard strange noises and went to check who could be there. When he approached the door, he could not feel anyone alive and noticed that someone was in the room. It was a girl who had met Chen, and she was sitting on the floor, badly injured. The man immediately recognized the girl. It was Hannah. She immediately said that Musan had to run away, and he asked what happened to her and who injured her. Hannah was very sick and could barely say that Chen was here in the world of men and he was looking for the king's son. The man could not believe that Chen had personally come to find Hanaro. Musan began treating the girl while there was still a chance to help her not say goodbye to life here and now. The girl stopped Musan and immediately asked him if the boy who visited him was the real son of King Khan. The man replied that he was indeed the eldest son of the king, and he was their true king by right. The girl just managed to say that it was wonderful and turned to ashes right before our eyes. Chen followed Hannah and was already near Musan's shop, in the very place where there were no more people left because of the evacuation. Agents M alone tried to deal with the giant monster, but their attacks did not work, and they urgently needed reinforcements. If no one helps, all three of them will most likely say goodbye to their lives. Li Aran created a barrier, but the monster's power was so strong that she was holding on with her last strength and had to increase the distance to make it a little easier. But her strength was not enough, and the barrier was immediately destroyed, and the girl fell to the ground exhausted. Luckily, Hanaro was able to come to the rescue in time and dealt a powerful blow to the monster that almost killed the girl. Li Aran didn't expect anything to save her, so she was surprised that the guy made it in time. The young man immediately asked if everyone was okay, because he was very worried about the agents of Company M alone. After the attack, Hanaro was finally overthrown and now posed absolutely no threat to anyone. When Zhang Se-hee saw that the boy had dealt with a monster that the three of them could not handle, she was shocked by the boy's strength and power. Yuhan Sung could not believe that this was possible because he had never seen such a powerful punch. Se-hee once again admired the boy's talent, and Han Sung tried to downplay Hanaro's merits, saying that he hadn't done anything wrong, just managed to deliver the last blow. Li Aran was approached by Li Luna to ask if she was okay and needed help. The girl held out her hand to Aran and told her to get up as soon as possible because it was very dangerous. Li Aran couldn't accept Luna's help because she was upset that she couldn't fight the monster on her own and was defeated this time. The girl got up and left, and Li Luna said after her that she always behaves like this and cannot accept help. Agent M alone accomplished his task and could safely return to the base. Medics immediately arrived at the scene and began taking everyone who needed help to hospitals. Hanaro and Li Luna were passing by the wounded, and the girl began to say that they had been ordered to return because they had done their job and had to leave. The guy said that it was not over yet, and the girl asked him again because she did not fully understand what he meant. Hanaro was sure that this was definitely not the end, but rather that this monster attack was only the beginning of the battle with demons and monsters. The girl and the boy looked at the destroyed buildings, behind which the sky was covered with thick fog. At this time, Musan was trying to realize that Chen had personally come to take Hanaro's life. The man gathered a team of demons who were with him, and they began to ask questions about whether Chen was close to come and whether he was responsible for what happened in the city. Musan began to tell me that Chen is considered the strongest demon in the world. He warned his supporters not to expect a simple and quick fight, The man added that unfortunately, the horror of many years ago is repeating itself, and they must once again defend the real king. Musan said that there would be screams of terror and fear of being seen in a truly hellish scene. And they have to live again what they went through many years ago, because history has repeated itself. Suddenly, stones began to fall from the ceiling of Musan's training room, indicating that their fight was about to begin. The ceiling began to split in half, signaling the demons to get ready to begin. Musan calmly looked at the gorge and knew that he would fight to his last breath for Hanaro. This time, the demons who were loyal to King Han did not intend to hide, because they felt that Hanaro would become a real king, and they had to help him. Chen stood before them and said that it was a good thing that so many of Han's servants were gathered in one place, and he would not have to catch each one individually. The demons had just seen Chen and immediately set out to launch an attack that their enemy would not be able to repel. They tried to surround Chen and attack together to increase their chances of victory. The demons tried to capture Chen first, because they realized that it would be difficult to deal with him easily. One of the demons shouted that they couldn't let him in when Chen was surrounded, and couldn't just run away. But the man was not going to run away and give up, and began to use his strength, which was more powerful than all those present. All the demons surrounding Chen were instantly thrown back by a powerful wave, as if from an explosion. Their enemy's attack was extremely powerful, and it seemed true that he was the best warrior among the demons. He targeted Khan's supporters because he wanted to get rid of anyone who could threaten Kum's rule. Chen was ready to do anything to remove all of his defenders from his path to Hanaro. It didn't take long for the first victims to arrive, because Chen was confident in his actions and intentions. The demons that had been in the human world all along were doomed because Chen struck again. But this time he failed to finish off 2 more of his enemies and noted that Musan was not bad enough to resist. The man managed to activate his iron skill in time to protect his allies. Musan realized that it was his turn to restrain Chen and prevent him from getting close to Hanaro. Chen pulled out his sword and told the man that he was once quite a high-ranking member of Han's army. But now he saw not a strong warrior but a pathetic fugitive, so Chen thought he could just handle him. Chen struck Musan, but the man stubbornly stood and confidently withstood all the demons' attacks. Musan began to say that they did not want to be associated with the savages he considered to be Kum's supporters, and that very soon they would unite with the son of the true king. Chen smiled and realized that Musan knew exactly where the boy was and where to look for the key. He demanded that the man tell him where Hanaro was because this information was very important to him. Chen began to use brute force, which was characteristic of Musan himself, and he managed to push the man back. After the attack, Chen landed with his back to his enemies and prepared to strike again. While Musan was trying to recover from the blow, his allies rushed to attack Chen. The demon was very angry that they dared to attack him after they had almost died. Musan rose and could not help his friends who were fighting desperately to ensure that the king's son received his rightful inheritance of the throne. The man did not want them to die, but he realized that this was the end of this fierce battle. Chen returned to his opponents and once again struck a blow that left no chance of survival. A supporter of King Khan said one phrase that nothing would ever go according to his plan. While Chen was dealing with his enemies who stood in his way of achieving his goal, Musan managed to escape, realizing that he could not help his friends. Chen, in search of Musan, went out into a crowded street holding a sword, and everyone was surprised that a man was walking by with a real weapon in his hand. He heard people discussing him behind his back, suggesting different versions and reasons why the man was walking down the street like that. Some did not believe that his sword was real, and some assumed that he was just one of the actors, and that a movie was being filmed nearby. Chen was only thinking about finding Musan and finding out where the king's son was, but suddenly his plan changed, and he no longer considered it necessary to pursue him. He noticed a guy trying to film him, and the plan came to him. Chen decided to simply start taking the lives of civilians, realizing that one of the demons would surely rush to restrain him, and it will force Musan to look for him himself to contain him and try to protect people. Musan tried to escape very quickly to stay alive and be able to help Hanaro in the confrontation with the main enemy. The man constantly replayed in his mind the words of his supporters who had died at the hands of Chen, that Musan must promise that the false king must be overthrown. Musan felt that with every step he took, it was getting harder and harder to think that all his friends' allies had died. He realized that Chen's main target was Hanaro, so he had to pick up the boy and run away with him as far as possible. Suddenly, the man noticed terrible explosions on the street where the shop was located, realizing that Chen had begun to take the lives of innocent people. Chen started attacking people in order to lure Musan away, and the man understood this perfectly well. But Musan's main mission was to protect the king, so he had to find Hanaro as soon as possible. The man recalled all the incredibly difficult path he had to go through, thinking that the king's son was not alive. They were forced to lose hundreds of lives of those demons who were loyal to King Khan. After all, we fought for a very long time to prevent Kum and his army from entering the world of people. But they still managed to find a real king who was to lead all the demons and establish peace between the two worlds. Therefore, Musan could not waste time and protect him for the sake of all the sacrifices made by King Khan's supporters. On the street near the store, a real horror was happening. Chen was indiscriminately killing everyone who came to hand. He hated people and considered them a miserable, weak species whose lives were worthless. Chen was furious that because of Naro, who had half demon and half human blood, his childhood was destroyed. In addition to fighting in the name of Kum, Chen was also driven by a thirst for revenge for the fact that his mother abandoned him as a young boy and went to defend the king's son. Chen stood in front of his next victim, a young man lying on the ground begging for mercy. But Chen was not interested in this because he did not care about people's lives. He only wanted to implement his plan. And Musan could not stand the cries of defenseless people and decided to return to stop Chen. He struck the demon and told him that he had to stop because what he was doing was disgusting even for a demon. But Chen replied that it was too late and he had to finish what he had started. They attacked each other, and neither warrior could compromise his beliefs in favor of the other. Musan tried to explain to Chen that he had chosen the wrong side in a confrontation in which Kum would definitely lose. Chen was ready to fight to the end and still find out where the son of King Han, whom he had to destroy in the first place for personal reasons, was. He was convinced that all weak people and demons should die, and only the strongest would survive. Musan asked how many more people he wanted to kill, and Chen replied that he would kill anyone who got in his way. At the site where the agents were fighting, M alone kept the robots, and Hanaro and Li Luna stayed put. Suddenly, the girl told the boy that someone was looking for the blue butterfly. She added that she did not know the details, but Kum was definitely going to get into the world of humans, and he was already gathering an army. Hanaro realized that the monsters that appeared were not a coincidence, but a sign that Kum had decided to see if they could get through. Li Aran saw that Hanaro and Li Luna were discussing something, and they were definitely trying to talk without anyone hearing them. Unexpectedly, Hijack got in touch with some urgent message. The director said that not far from them more monsters were found attacking people. Everyone listened attentively to the message because it was really very important, because it was the first time that people suffered in such numbers from an attack by monsters. Ha-Jae-hyuk said that unknown persons carried out an act of terrorism and arson. With the help of surveillance cameras, they managed to identify the male monsters who caused this situation. And an order was received that all agents should immediately go to the scene. Yu Han-sung said that it was extremely dangerous to go to that place, and Yang Se-hee noted that these monsters looked like humans, which meant that these demons were several times stronger than monsters. Li Luna knew what was going to happen, but she didn't dare say anything in front of all the agents. Hanaro couldn't believe that Kum's demons had gotten to Musan because he knew they were trying to find him. The guy did not wait for anything and ran to the scene because he realized all the risks that were in this situation. Sehi immediately started saying that Naro couldn't leave because he had to protect her if she was in danger, and Han Sung joked that the young man was scared and decided to run away. Li Luna caught up with the boy, and said she would go with him because it was dangerous to go alone, and Naro said they had to protect Musan. But Li Luna realized that Musan and all the other refugees from the demon world were just monsters for M1 whom they had to destroy. Hanaro could not allow Musan to be killed because he had become very close to him, and Luna, realizing this, said that the young man had to make it before he did. Hanaro decided to trust Li Lun and help him get to Musan as quickly as possible. The boy extended his hand to the girl, and together they had to do everything to defeat the monsters and save Musan's life. In the place where the fierce battle between Chen and Musan took place, everything was on fire around the buildings were destroyed. Chen came up to Musan after another attack and said that the man was really fighting well for a Khan's bodyguard. Then he said that while his sword was in this form, it could cut anything, even metal, and the demon attacked, using his weapon against Musan, and since the sword could cut through anything, the man's armor was under threat. But Musan was sure that neither Chen nor his sword could harm him, so he continued to fight. Suddenly Chen struck the man, and it turned out that the demon had not lied about the properties of his weapon. Musan's hand was cut off. Chen was beginning to get tired of this confrontation and decided to deal with King Han's guard as soon as possible. The demon watched the enemy's actions and waited for his retaliatory attack to end the battle once and for all. Musan thought that he could not have imagined that Chen's sword flame would melt his armor and cause damage, and he would definitely not be able to restore his arm. After all, the fire warrior was the worst opponent he could think of. Chen prepared for the next blow and said that he would cut off the man's leg next. Musan was not afraid of losing his life, so he was not going to tell the demon anything about the king's son, let alone surrender. He told Chen not to be so arrogant and to use all his strength to resist the enemy one last time. The man had nowhere else to turn, so he told Chen that he was not embarrassed by the absence of a limb and would fight even with his throat cut. And the man turned his attack on Chen, using all his strength to stop him and come. An incredibly strong wind was blowing at Chen, and he tried to resist and not succumb to Musan's attack. He did not understand how the man managed to carry out such a powerful attack at a great distance. For a moment, Chen had the feeling that he was facing a hurricane, but he still felt that he would win and thought that Musan was only trying in vain. Chen waited for the wind to die down and immediately began to carry out his attack so as not to waste much time. Musan needed Chen to come closer to him and wait until he was in the right place. The unsuspecting demon came closer, and Musan used his powers at the last moment to strike. He used spears that simply burst out of the ground and were supposed to pierce the enemy man through and through. But Chen was too strong, and he repelled the attack and then immediately struck with his sword and deprived Musan of his leg. Chen stood next to the man and told him that he had really underestimated his strength. And he added that he now understood why all the demon's traitors followed him into the world of people. But that was the end for Musan, because he could no longer fight Chen, one of the strongest warriors in the demon army. Before killing Musan, Chen had to find out where the key was, so he demanded the man's answer again and again. Musan was not going to say anything, and Chen said that in that case, he would have to take his life for nothing. The man said that Chen had taken the lives of so many people by hunting down their king and asked why he needed to do this. And Chen said he could ask the same question about why Musan risked his own life for a half-breed. Musan grabbed the edge of the sword with his hand and took it away from his face, saying that he was just happy to defend a real king. Suddenly, Chen was lost in thought and felt something strange nearby. The aura around him changed. He immediately thought that this was another of Musan's abilities, but he immediately felt that it was not his energy. It was an overwhelming power that made it difficult to even breathe. And when he realized whose energy it could be, Chen could not believe his guesses. It was the energy of Hanaro, who arrived to fight Chen, who had harmed Musan. The guy was mad with rage and launched powerful attacks from which it was impossible to hide and escape. The young man was thinking about what Musan had done wrong when he decided that he had to defend him, because he was able to defend himself. And at that moment, the man remembered the time when he was the king's guard and Khan's words that Musan should protect the weak and those who followed him. After that, King Khan added that if the man fell, he would come to his aid. And now it is the same with Khan. Once upon a time, Hanaro, his son, stood in front of Musan and came to save him and asked if he was all right. Musan felt that the spirit of King Khan was here and thought that after so many years of struggle, the will of the true king was still alive. Liluna ran up to the man and asked him if he could stand up, and the man immediately asked who the girl was because he hadn't met her before. The girl immediately introduced herself as Luna and a member of the Blue Butterfly Group. She told Musan that they had to hurry because M1 agents would arrive quickly. She felt that her husband was not feeling well and said that she would help him, but he did not respond. At this time, the battle between Hanaro and Chen was only gaining momentum, and each of them tried to learn more about his opponent. The Chen whom Hanaro had attacked emerged from a cloud of smoke and said that he had finally met the queen's offspring. Hanaro looked at him and felt a great power, and Chen was not like the demons he had met before. Chen told the young man that he had fought his whole life in hell for the sake of one thing, to save the young man's life, and added that now he would personally do it. But Hanaro was not afraid of any threat from the demon and said only one thing to him to try it. Suddenly, magical ropes appeared around Chen and were directed to resist the demon. Hanaro immediately realized it was Luna, but he didn't expect her to join the battle, and Chen thought he knew the force that was attacking him at that moment. The girl activated her demon power and told Hanar to leave the fight to her and she would handle it. But the guy couldn't let Luna fight alone because it was too dangerous. Luna told the young man that she herself was aware of the danger, but that M1 agents would soon arrive and Musan had to be moved somewhere. She added that this was the right thing to do in this situation, so Naro should trust her. He listened to Luna and went to Musan's aid, asking her to hold on and that he would be back soon. He was walking away from the girl and stopped for a moment to thank her for everything she was doing for him. Luna told the young man that she would wait for him and immediately attacked Chen. Chen was as if paralyzed, unable to move or say a word because he was in a state of shock. Because he immediately recognized the girl who was his sister, Yi-Chen left alone in the forest to join Kum's army. He remembered the nightmare that had haunted him all this time, tormenting him every night that he had abandoned his sister, and he quietly asked if it was really Rin. Luna stopped for a moment and asked what Chen had said, because no one knew her real name. She asked him how he knew who she was, but Chen just kept silent because he couldn't say anything. The girl did not give up and demanded that the demon answer how he knew her name. He was silent, which made her very angry, and she shouted for him to answer, after which she immediately attacked. Chen stood still and endured all Luna's blows because he did not dare to attack back. Luna bound Chen with her ropes because she realized that he was not just another demon who wanted to find the key. The girl pulled Chen to her with a strong jerk, who did not even resist, and allowed Luna to attack him. He fell to the ground, and Luna continued to strike him with powerful blows. Chen could not resist for one reason only. He felt guilty towards his sister for doing to her what his mother had done to him. Luna was filled with anger because the demon did not answer her, and she continued to demand an answer, saying that he should not know her name. Chen again wanted to say something to the girl and called her Rin, but she did not want to hear it and said that her name was Luna, and she had to protect the king. Chen began to say that they had taken everything from him and he wanted revenge and suffered for her sake because he thought that his sister Rin had died in that place many years ago. At this time, Agents M had already arrived at the scene and were immediately ordered to eliminate rather than rescue. The agents immediately went into action, but it turned out to be quite a challenge because it was difficult to get to the place of the fight. There was a wall of fire in front of them that they had to get through, and the agents did not realize that it would be so dangerous. As always, Rena tried to stay calm and told her colleagues to concentrate, but it was not so easy. They could have died not from the monsters, but from the flames that enveloped everything around them. Rena felt that there was a strong energy around her that she had never encountered before. Hanaro was at that moment engaged in transferring Musan to a safe place so that he would not be destroyed by M1 agents. The guy told the man that they were almost there and asked him to hold on, and added that from now on he would protect him and not vice versa. Naro said that first they would heal his wounds and then hide them, that they could live in the shop so that M alone would not get to them. The boy realized that Musan would soon say goodbye to his life, and he could not contain his emotions and began to cry because he was losing people who were dear to him. First, Hanaro lost his beloved grandmother who devoted her entire life to him. Then the monsters took away his only friend, Yongyeon, who was innocent of anything. He was just friends with the guy. Musan said that they did not leave. Their bodies returned to the earth, but their souls remained forever with the people they loved. The man added that all those whom he lost are actually with him and always will be. He told Naru to take responsibility and move forward because it was the duty of the living. After Musan had said everything, he began to vanish into thin air like all demons who have lost their lives. The man said that now it was time for King Khan's guardian Musan to leave. His last words were that it was an honor to meet Hanaro, the son of King Han. The guy was overwhelmed by the pain of another loss, and now he has almost no one left to support him. While the battle between Li Luna and Chen continued, the demon grabbed the girl by the neck and said that she always flew in the clouds and thought only of others. He added that he could not believe she had come back to life for a half-breed. It seemed that he just hated the girl and regretted that she was alive and said that she should have died back then in the forest. But Li Luna called her brother a coward and reminded him that he should have taken her life with his own hands and asked why he didn't do it. While Chen let his guard down because of the girl's question, Luna decided to seize the moment and stabbed him and got out of the trap. She realized that Chen would not give up and would go all the way to destroy Hanaro. Chen recovered from the blow because Li Luna also had great demonic power. The girl looked at her brother and said that if he really wanted her to die that day, he shouldn't have given her this thing. She threw the blue butterfly pendant he had given her when he left her at Chen's feet. The girl said that the blue butterfly saved her life when she showed it to her, which meant that Chen himself had saved her by giving it to her. Chen said that the path he had chosen led only to suffering, and that in that hell there was only blood and fear, so he had to cope on his own. Liluna realized that her brother loved her and wanted the best for her, but he did not expect that they would be forced to be enemies to each other. Chen began to accumulate his demonic power and told his sister to stay out of his way. He added that he didn't want to make her unhappy, so she should step aside and let him fight Hanar. Suddenly, Hanaro, who had just said goodbye to Musan forever, approached the girl. The boy told Li Luna that the man had lost his life, and the girl was very sorry for both Musan and Hanaro, who was very worried about him. Hanaro told Chen that he would not forgive him and would take his life just as he had taken it from Musan. But Chen was not afraid of the boy. He laughed in his face and was ready to fight, because he also wanted to avenge his mother. Hanaro didn't wait long and delivered a powerful blow to Chen, which sent him flying backwards. At that moment, the guy felt nothing but rage and anger and wanted revenge more than ever. Naro attacked his enemy, but Chen managed to avoid the guy's blows every time. Their fierce struggle continued, and none of them could give up their convictions and desires to end this battle once and for all. Naro's demonic power was very strong, and icy flames covered everything around him. But Chen was no slouch either, and he stood up to the guy he wanted to kill more than anything else. It seemed that Hanaro's strength was never ending and only grew more powerful with each blow. Liluna stood aside and watched the fierce battle between her brother and the true king, whom she was obliged to protect. The girl was shocked to see Naro's strength because he could fight on equal terms with one of the strongest demons. Liluna could feel the boy's powerful energy even from where she was standing, which was quite far from the epicenter of the battle. Hanaro's power is clearly superior to Chen's, but there was one problem that prevented him from winning. This was Chen's problem. He was not going to give in, even though he was fighting the king's son, and realized that his forces were more powerful than his. Chen made up for the difference in strength with his skill and innate agility. She felt that Hanaro was in danger, and she had to help him right now. Liluna replayed Chen's words in her head about wanting the best for her because she was his sister, and she immediately slapped herself, because she realized that he was only saying this so that she would not interfere with the destruction of Hanaro, and knew that she had to protect the real king. Chen withstood the boy's blows and said that they were very similar to him, because the young man also had only one parent and had also lost loved ones. He also had his peaceful, quiet life taken away from him, and he only had a desire for revenge, and he asked why he and Naro should have to endure this. The boy did not want to listen to Chen's comparisons because he knew for sure that they were different and fighting on different sides. Chen, noticing that the guy was thinking, seized the moment and struck back, saying that each of them just had such a fate. He added that he would have to live like this for the rest of his life and hate him and share his entire life with him, and at that moment their forces collided. Hanaro could not avoid this blow and thought that he had to become faster and stronger to win. Liluna came to the rescue and told the boy not to lose his head because they were facing a dangerous enemy. She said that she was very sorry that he had to lose his loved ones, but now they need to gather and fight because if Naro dies, everyone else will die. The guy stood up and told her not to worry and that he would handle it himself, but Luna did not listen to him and wanted to fight. Chen was slowly approaching them, and Luna said that no matter how strong the attack was, it was useless if Chen dodged them, and since he was still on his feet, Naru needed help. The girl turned to the young man and told him that if he allowed the monk to take the initiative, he would put his life in danger. Hanaro asked what Luna suggested they do, and she said they should unite and strike a powerful blow, and then victory would be in their pocket. The guy tried to recover and gather his strength not to let Luna down, and he went to finish the fierce battle with Chen so that this confrontation could finally end. Agents. One Liarine rushed to the scene saying that she could feel the demonic energy, and there were 3 of them, so she gave the order to start the operation. Arin sensed one of the demons and pointed out where they should go, but Zhang Seihi looked at where they were supposed to go and recognized Hanaro. Arin stopped because she didn't fully understand why she was feeling demonic power from the guy. After that, I saw Liluna take on her true form, and it was clear that she was not human either. Chen prepared his weapon for the attack and said to Luna that he knew she would eventually intervene. And he thought that in that case he would have to destroy her, even though she was his sister. The girl did not hesitate and struck Chen, who was right in front of her. But as always, he managed to defend himself from the blow, especially since it was not as powerful as Hanaro's. Suddenly, Chen felt that he could not see or hear anything, and he assumed that it was a hallucination that the Luna had sent him. At that moment, Hanaro was already near Chen and struck him, and this time he was unable to dodge the attack. He began to laugh at the fact that the boy and girl had managed to confuse him and still use the opportunity to harm him. Chen began to say that Naro did strike him, and he even felt it, adding that he was indeed the son of the former king, and at that moment he grabbed the young man's hand. Chen said that he was too young to possess such power, and said that he would share his energy with him to open the gate. Liluna understood what had happened, but she could not stop it, because she could have hurt Naro. The girl looked helplessly at what was happening, and did not know what to expect next. Suddenly, something happened, and she was hit, and Liluna was unable to defend herself. Chen activated the key that the demons were looking for all the time, and Naro unfortunately could not hold on to his power and stop what was started. M's agents stood nearby and did not understand what was happening because they had never seen anything like this in their lives. The blue radiance was streaming not only in the world of humans, but also in the world of monsters, illuminating everything around. The army of monsters watched the gates open and were very happy that it had happened. Now the way to the human world was open to them, and this meant that Chen managed to find the key and use it. King Kum stood on top of the giant monster and shouted for everyone to listen to him. And he began his speech by saying that disgusting people had been holding back the demons for a long time, but now they were free. He said that the time had come to pay for their pain, and that today the demons would return to the world that had been taken from them. A giant army of monsters and demons was ready to embark on a long-awaited journey. King Kum ordered everyone to go to the world of people and take their lives. Agent M1 has received a danger alert and all agents must follow the emergency instructions. Lee Arin Yu Han Sung and Zhang Se-hee stood and watched as a giant hole appeared in the sky. Lightning and huge black clouds were raging over the city, and it felt like a real hell had come to Earth. Suddenly, Chan Se-hee noticed something on the roof and drew everyone's attention there. Hanaro was there carrying the wounded Lee Luna to safety, knowing that a serious battle was about to begin. The girl was unconscious, and her injury was so severe that no one knew for sure whether she would survive. The agents didn't understand what was going on, and Luna was injured, and Lee Aaron couldn't believe that Lee Luna was with the guy. People began to notice that something was wrong with the sky and began to flee wherever they could. Suddenly, a giant monster fell out of the sky looking terrifying and very frightening. The townspeople did not understand what it was that had fallen and tried to see it, and when they saw a monster from a movie, they could not believe their eyes. Every second, the number of monsters on the city streets was growing, and they were destroying everyone they saw in front of them. The army of the monster Kuma has arrived in the world of humans, and now the real apocalypse has begun. People tried to run away from the horrible monsters, but not everyone succeeded. Monsters destroyed buildings and the city began to burn and people panicked. Drivers of cars and buses did not understand where to go and how to protect themselves from the invasion of unknown creatures. The news began to urgently report that monsters began to appear everywhere and the city turned into ruins in a matter of minutes. The correspondent reported that the National Security Council was convened and they confirmed the invasion and assigned the highest level of threat. The army arrived on the scene and deployed its forces and prepared to defend the city, but the extent of the destruction could not be determined. Company M received a call one day, and Director Ha Jae-hyuk immediately answered it because it was definitely an important call. He received a call from his superiors saying that they were concerned about the agent's work. Hae-jack immediately replied that he would settle everything in a short period of time. He asked for permission to lead the entire operation to the end if he could stabilize the situation. However, the directors were disappointed and said that the strength currently available in the company would not be enough to win. Ha Jae-hyuk tried to deny it and said that M's agents had been preparing for such a situation for decades. He was ordered to follow the instructions given to him, and the director was forced to agree. Hanaro quickly took Lee Luna home, administered first aid, and put her to bed, hoping she would survive. The boy left the room and thought that the girl's wounds were too serious and deep, and he blamed himself for her injuries. The young man realized that even a monster would find it difficult to cope with such wounds, and they were not in the best situation. Suddenly, Naro stopped because he felt in danger, but he did not understand why, because the house was protected from monster attacks. He noticed that someone had damaged the bars on one of the windows and was probably already inside. Hanaro immediately thought that Lee Luna was in danger, so he hurried back to her room. But before he could, Lee Arin was already in the room next to the girl, trying to do something with Luna. Naro burst into the room and prevented Erin from finishing what she had started. He pushed her hand away from Luna and asked her what she was doing. It was clear that Lee Arin had bad intentions, because she knew that Naro was a monster and automatically became her enemy. She pushed the guy away and told him not to bother her, that the girl's mood was definitely not a sign of anything good. The young man ran into a wall and was not immediately able to restrain Erin because she was a very powerful warrior. Hanaro told Lee Arin to move away from Lee Luna immediately and asked her again what she was planning to do. He warned her that next time she would not get rid of him with one push, and the girl told Naro to stop. She explained that she just needed to check something about her colleague Luna. Lee Arin looked down sadly and said that she was right and thought of everything right away. The girl took the blanket off Lee Luna and told the guy to look at the wound and asked him if he thought a person could survive with such an injury. And she added that any of them would have already said goodbye to Hanaro's life, but he just remained silent, not knowing what to say to Arin. The girl continued to say that the monster could survive such an injury. She added that the less human you are, the more you can take, but Naro immediately told her not to talk nonsense. Liarin kept asking if the young man really didn't realize that Luna was a monster. Hanaro took a blanket and covered the girl and said that Luna was and will remain just Luna. The guy said that they had been fighting monsters for a very long time, and Luna had never let the company down. But Arin did not want to listen to anything and said that Naro was talking nonsense, and she knew exactly what she had to do. She said that any monster was their enemy and prepared to destroy Luna no matter what. But Hanaro could not allow this to happen, so he activated his demonic power and held the girl's hand, and she saw his mark. Liarin was shocked that she had been around monsters all this time and hadn't even realized it. Hanaro began to say that he had not only human but also demon blood in him. He said that it was really hard because all the monsters were trying to take his life. And if people also became his enemies, he did not know what he should do, how to continue living at all, or on whose side he should fight. Liarin definitely did not expect such confessions and could not say a single word because right at that moment all her beliefs were destroyed. The boy and the girl stood opposite each other in full readiness to fight if necessary. Liarin told the young man that the situation on the streets of the city was getting out of control and that only M alone could contain the monsters. She listened to the messages about the situation in the city and made a decision about Luna and Naro. She told the guy that no matter who they are, if their goals coincide, they should unite at least temporarily. Liarin said she was ready to trust Hanaro, then looked at the girl and added that she would trust Luna as well. Hanaro realized that Luna urgently needed help because otherwise she would not survive. He treated all the girl's wounds and was a little calmer and could now help Team M with the monsters. The guy believed that Luna would soon recover and be with him again because he would not be able to forgive himself if he lost her. The young man put on a hood and told the unconscious Luna that he would be back very soon and went to where he was needed. Yu Han-sung ran down the street and wondered where his partner Jang Se-hee had gone. The guy thought that the girl was lost somewhere, and at that time he was trying to escape from a giant monster that wanted to destroy him. At some point, Han-sung activated his speed and instantly found himself on top of the creature and asked the monster if he had seen a girl somewhere nearby. He immediately struck him a powerful blow, realizing that he needed to move faster because there were so many monsters. The guy immediately managed to cut the monster into 2 parts and had one less enemy. Yu Han-sung thought it was hard to watch the girl and started calling her loudly and asking where she was. While the guy was trying to find his colleague, the monster of unrealistic size was getting closer. Han-seong turned and saw the creature trying to grab him, but he realized that he could not escape. Suddenly, the boy heard Jang Se-hee's voice counting down each monster she had managed to destroy, and the one that had captured Han Seong-bu was the 35th. The girl was very happy to be able to fight real monsters in such numbers. After defeating the monster, she immediately thought that she would probably be scolded for damaging the city's property. Yu Han-sung immediately began to scold the girl for disappearing from his sight, and she pretended not to see him and asked where he came from. The guy shouted that she didn't even realize how much he cared about her, and Se-hee heard these words and was very happy that Han-sung was worried about her. But she was immediately upset because she didn't like Han-sung's appearance and he didn't match her preferences. While they were talking, 3 giant monsters were already there, and they realized that they would not be able to cope, and there was no reinforcement because all the agents were busy. The boy and girl had no choice, so they attacked the monsters because they couldn't just run away. They struck hard because there were so many challenges, so we had to hurry up and move on. Liarin returned to the battlefield and wanted to find Jang Se-hee first, but there were so many monsters that she had to act quickly. A large number of creatures were heading straight for the girl, and she thought that they were unlikely to let her go. And Liarin activated her power and began to attack her enemies who wanted to take her life. The girl attacked the monsters, leaving them no chance to escape or strike back. The bodies of the monsters were mutilated and no longer threatened anyone, but that was not the end. The problem was that there were too many of them, and Rena thought that if this continued, they would crush her simply by their numbers. And besides, the girl lost a lot of energy, but she didn't even think about giving up and continued to attack the monsters. Suddenly, one of the monsters grabbed Lee Arin's arm and she was injured and could not continue to resist. Unexpectedly for the girl, someone saved her, but she did not know who it was because all the M1 agents were scattered far from each other and no one was around. Hanaro came to the girl's aid and managed to save her from death. Lee Arin expected to see anyone but Naro, thinking that he was a monster and unlikely to be able to help fight monsters like him. But the girl was wrong, and Naro was telling the truth about which side he would fight on. The guy skillfully attacked all the monsters without noticing their size or strength, and it seemed like he was just warming up. In a few minutes, the monsters in this place were destroyed and no longer threatened Arin's life. Hanaro, having completed the attack, was concentrated and asked the girl where Chen was, but Lee Arin did not understand who he was talking about. The guy was driven by a thirst for revenge and the realization that no one could stop this horror except him. The girl looked at the young man carefully and felt that his aura had changed. Lee Arin wanted to catch up with Naro, but she couldn't because she was seriously wounded, so she had to retreat and treat her wounds. Suddenly, she looked at her wounded arm and noticed that there were ashes on the wound, but she did not know where or why they could have appeared there. The city was destroyed and burning. People were screaming and trying to hide in the world of people. Chen arrived to finish what he had started. He stood on the roof of the building and looked around, knowing for sure that Hanaro would soon return to continue their fight. Chen was visited by his subordinate demon, who was supposed to observe the group of blue butterflies. He told Chen that it was very nice to see monsters finally crushing and destroying people. He added that he was glad that Chen was alive and could watch it all. He added that at the end of the war, King Kum would definitely reward him because he was the one who was able to find the key. He said he was sure that Chen had taken care of the blue butterfly girl he had met. The monster continued to say that the girl was lucky that she did not suffer for a long time and died from Chen's powerful blow. Chen did not like the way the monster talked about his sister Rena and asked how he would get rid of the girl. And the monster began to tell what he would do step by step, describing every detail of his plan of abuse. At some point, Chen got tired of listening to the monster's horror stories and grabbed him by the neck and began to strangle him. Chen said that he thought the monster liked pain, so he had to feel it himself. The monster was destroyed because it had a long tongue and spoke about Chen's sister in a very bad light and paid for it with his own life. Chen was broken inside because he thought that he had taken the life of his sister, whom he loved dearly, despite the fact that they were on opposite sides of the barricades. Hell continued to reign in the city, and there were many monsters. As soon as some were destroyed, others appeared in their place. Lee Arin arrived at Han Solhwa's company to treat her wound and be able to continue fighting monsters and helping other agents. The girl told the doctor that her wound was almost healed, and it was very strange because nothing on a human being healed so quickly. Han Solhwa calmly told the girl that good regeneration still makes her a monster. Lee Arin snatched a syringe from Solhwa's hands that contained the medicine she was injecting her with for a faster recovery. The girl wanted to inject the drug to the doctor to check that there was really nothing suspicious in it. Solhwa resisted and shouted at her not to do it. Lee Arin held a syringe in her hand and asked Han Solhwa what was inside. The doctor was silent, and Arin said that her tongue was in place and she could speak, so why didn't she answer anything? The girl held the woman and asked her what she was injecting her with all the time, and why she was afraid that this drug would get into her body. Han Solhwa began to say that the syringe contained simple painkillers and nothing else, but Arin did not believe her. She asked the woman if she was sure of her answer and continued to threaten her. Lee Arin, without waiting for a truthful answer, said that she would just check it out and wanted to inject the doctor with medicine, but she shouted at her not to do it. The girl asked what was going on, because according to Solhwa, the syringe contained painkillers, and it could not have done any harm. The doctor tried to restrain Lee Arin and asked her to explain everything calmly. and she began to say that in fact the girl had been injected with stem cells containing monster DNA. Liaren began to understand why she had heightened senses of powerful strength and rapid regeneration. Ha-Solhwa dreamed of making humans the strongest race, and this was possible if people were injected with monster DNA. To achieve her goal, the woman conducted experiments on Liaren, and the girl was very uncomfortable with what she learned. Ha-Solhwa tried to calm Aren down by saying that she just wanted to make her stronger. But the girl did not want to listen to anything and accused the doctor of turning her into a monster with her own hands. The woman tried to explain everything to Aren and took her to a place she had never been before. Ha-Solhwa explained that they had come to a secret area where even the highest-level agents could not enter. Together, they entered a room that was quite dark and had giant illuminated flasks along the walls. These flasks contained different monsters with different abilities and powers. When Liaren saw them, she was surprised that the company was supporting their livelihoods, but she did not understand why. Solva said that the director is trying to create a new human species using the power and regeneration of monsters. The woman explained that it was very difficult for them to get a live monster. But they still lacked the resources to complete their plan, so the doctor thought the monster invasion was a great opportunity to get everything they needed. Liaren didn't want the company to continue to abuse people and experiment, and wanted to destroy Ha-Solhwa. The woman did not understand what the girl was trying to do and tried to restrain her with all her might. Aren said that she was always lying to everyone that she was doing everything for the sake of humanity, but in reality, she only wanted to gain power and authority. Ha-Solhwa screamed that this was not true, and she and the director did everything to protect people. The girl was angry about everything she had learned and did not want to listen to the lies the woman told anymore. Suddenly, Liaren struck out and Ha-Solhwa thought that her life was over. But it wasn't quite like that. The girl didn't attack the doctor, she just broke the flasks that held the monsters. The angry monsters began to crawl out, and it was clear that they were not very friendly. Ha-Solhwa yelled at Liaren that she was crazy and asked why she was doing all this. The woman thought only that it was very difficult to collect and keep these monsters, but she did not realize that she would have to be alone with the creatures she had been using all along. The monsters began to grab the doctor, and she screamed to be let go because she could not resist them. Liaren was not going to help Ha-Solhwa and just watched as the creatures attacked the woman. The woman shouted at the girl that she would not forgive her and would definitely punish her, not realizing that she could not do anything in the future. After all, she would have no future, and Liaren calmly turned around to look at the pitiful pleas of the woman who had been abusing her and lying to her face for days. Ha-Solhwa did not give up hope of being saved and asked the girl to return and rescue her. But it was too late, and Liaren was not going to change anything, knowing that Salwa deserved this end of her life. The girl closed the door to the secret room and hurried off about her business. Liluna was lying in her room and finally began to regain consciousness after being seriously injured. The girl opened her eyes and immediately saw Liaren sitting by her bedside. Liaren immediately saw that Luna had woken up and was convinced that Solwa was telling the truth about the monster's DNA and that the injection had worked. Liluna stood up abruptly when she saw Aren and looked around and noticed that there was a syringe on the bed. Liaren immediately told Luna not to get up because her wounds were too deep and had not yet fully healed. The girl thought that she had lost consciousness during the battle and now did not know what happened to Naro and Chen. She also thought about what Aren had said about some DNA, and Luna didn't know for sure if the secret about her had been revealed to Liaren. Luna immediately started asking Liaren what she was going to do to torture her or something like that. Liaren said that she had taken good care of the girl and received such gratitude in return. Luna decided to ask her how she could trust her because she used to be ready to destroy absolutely all the monsters she met. Aren didn't want to say anything to Luna, so she pretended not to understand what she was talking about and said that she was only here to do Hanar a favor. The girl said that now Naro is the only one who can save all of humanity, and therefore he needs help in ensuring Luna's safety. Agents M alone continued to destroy the monsters, and it seemed that their work was completed because the last monster was destroyed. The company's agents were about to return to the base to report back, but suddenly, monsters appeared in the sky again, and the soldiers were forced to retreat. They tried to run away quickly because this time the monsters were bigger than before, but not everyone managed to escape. Hanaro stood on the roof and watched from above as the monsters continued to the city and destroyed people in the streets. The young man realized that he could not waste precious time and jumped down to stop the abuse that the townspeople had to endure. The guy landed and was ready to confront the sheer evil that came into his world. He thought that the lives of people he loved meant nothing to monsters and demons. Hanaro didn't know why the demons wanted to do this, but he wanted to find out and decided that he would do it. The guy understood 100% that he was the cause of what was happening now. And the power he possessed was precisely why he had to fix the situation and stop the monster's attack. The young man knew that no one could do this but him, and that M1's agents were unlikely to be able to help him in any way. Hanaro was destroying monster after monster and was eager to see the confrontation end with a happy ending for himself. The boy's power grew, and the creatures who escaped from the world of demons had no chance to live. The young man felt that the battle was not over yet, and that what was happening was only the beginning. He managed to destroy all the monsters that were in the human world at that moment, but he knew that there were still many more. At that time, in the world of demons, there was a long line of monsters on the edge of the cliff who wanted to get to another world, the world of people. King Kum himself personally controlled everything that was happening and was waiting for the moment when he could go himself to see the work of his army. Kum walked to the edge and asked Barrow why there was still no news from the human world, since the gates had opened long ago. The assistant hesitantly replied that the point was that their enemies were gradually replacing the monsters. Barrow began to talk about how the son of the former king was fighting against them and how strong he was, and none of them knew or even suspected what could happen if he came to them. Kum did not want to hear anything about Hanaro and asked his assistant how he dared to talk about the former king's descendants in front of him. King Kum ordered Barrow to shut his mouth and never mention Naro again, because otherwise he would regret it. Barrow's mouth was already frozen at this point because Kum was furious and realized that his army was lagging behind and could lose. To teach everyone present a lesson, Kum decided not to let his assistant Barrow live and killed him right there and then. He asked the monsters if they were really afraid of Naro more than him, and added that they should remember that each of their lives was in the hands of Kum, and reminded them that he was the king of demons. At that time, Hajaik was watching a video of the monsters destroying Seolhwa in the company, and he said that he did not expect this from Lee Aaron. But he never thought that she would betray them. The director thought that he needed to take control of all the information and prevent other agents from finding out anything. Hijack asked which agent could come to the company right now, and was told that probably no one, because the situation was complicated and there were many victims. The man immediately asked if they were losing to the monsters, and was told that they were not, because one of the agents was destroying a huge number of creatures. The agent who fought the best and never stopped for a minute was Hanaro, and Jaehak seemed to have no doubt about it. He looked at the boy's work with admiration and could not understand how he had the strength to fight alone. Hanaro continued to fight the creatures because he knew he had to stop them right now. Suddenly the monster managed to grab the boy, which threatened his further actions. But Hanaro did not lose his cool and dealt the monster a powerful blow that the creature did not expect. He managed to freeze and destroy the monster, and the explosion was of such incredible power that it flooded the entire space with blue light. When the company director saw the boy's true strength, he was shocked because Naro had icy breath. Yuhan Sung was already very tired, and when another monster appeared on the horizon, he suggested that Jang Se-hee let at least one creature go because he had no more strength to fight. Jang Se-hee began to rejoice that the boy's words meant that he was weaker than her, but Han Sung didn't even have the strength to deny it. The girl agreed that her strength was running out and she didn't mind a little rest. Han Sung began to say that Se-hee should be grateful that he was on her team and the girl interrupted him because someone was approaching them. Jang Sehi immediately recognized Zhang and told Han Seong that they had guests, and he immediately asked who it was. The girl said that she had seen him before, and he was a very strong monster, so they quickly prepared for the battle. Jang Sehi was determined, and told Yu Han Sung that they had to start cleaning up, but the boy understood that it was extremely dangerous. The girl didn't listen to Han Sung and went on the attack, but Chen was really very strong and was able to repel Sehi's attack without much difficulty. Jang Sehi flew far back and crashed into a stone wall and was injured. Han Sung could not believe that he could lose his girlfriend. He turned around and called out loudly to Seki, but she could not answer and signal that she was okay. Han Seong was going crazy with a thirst for revenge for Yang Sehi and attacked a monster that was very difficult to defeat. He thought that he could not attack immediately because the enemy was too cunning, so he decided to confuse the demon first. After a while, he approached Chen from behind and prepared to strike. Chen immediately got behind Han Sung and said that the guy was making very pathetic movements, but Han Sung was sure that he was at the demon's back and didn't understand what had happened. The demon did not wait long and struck a powerful blow to the boy, and he could no longer attack the monster. Jang Se-hee began to regain consciousness and thought that she needed to gather her strength and stand up because Han Sung was in danger. Chen held Han Sung by the neck and said that all the games were over and now it was time to get down to business. Jang Se-hee froze in her tracks as the demon holding the young man began to use his power and simply burned Han Seong alive. Chen immediately told the girl to call Hanaro immediately because he was his main target. Jang Se-hee thought that Chen was stronger than anyone she had fought, and Han Sung told her to run away with her last words. But the girl could not forgive the demon for what he had done to Yu Han Sung and decided to fight. She approached Chen and said that she would never run away and began to attack the demon. The man restrained the girl's hand, and she could no longer use her weapon like an iron fist. But Jang Se-hee did not calculate her strength, even though she realized that Chen was a very strong opponent, and the demon struck a powerful blow to the girl. Chen began to say that when people die, they do not disappear like demons, and he did not understand this way of boasting about their death. Jang Se-hee lost her arm, but she didn't want to give up and told the demon that Hanaro would never lose to a monster like him. The girl did not have time to strike Chen, and he pierced her body through and through, killing her. She fell to the ground, and Chen continued on to find Hanaro and finish his work. Jang Se-hee's last thoughts were that Naro has many defenders, and he simply has no right to lose in this vital battle for all of humanity. Agents M1 contacted Director Ha Jae-haek and informed him that if they continued to stay on the battlefield, their team would be destroyed. Almost no one had any strength left, and there were a lot of monsters, and they were huge and very strong. Agents M alone tried to contain the monsters, but civilians were still in danger and support had to arrive. The man failed to hold the protective barrier and was defeated in his confrontation. He was severely wounded and could no longer hold back the monsters, much less attack them. Suddenly, the agents noticed a guy who was confidently heading for the monster, but they did not understand who he was because the young man looked like a civilian. The guy was standing right in front of a giant monster and was not going to run away as the man advised. Agent M alone was very exhausted and could not even say anything anymore. He just saw a monster that was about to destroy everyone present. The team members noticed that the monster had stopped and decided to seize the moment and use their only chance to escape. Hanaro stood in front of the monster and demanded that he immediately call Chen because the boy's goal was the same as Chen's. The monster realized that he was the son of King Khan, and he began to fear the boy because he realized that he had a powerful power. Suddenly, the monster and Hanaro faced off because the creature from the demon world had a mission to destroy everyone. Hanaro wanted to say something to the monster, but realized that it made no sense, so he just continued his attack. The agents stopped and did not understand who this brave and strong young man was, and suddenly saw blue flames, which shocked them. The boy decided not to ask the monster anything else about Chen because he knew for sure that the demon would find him himself. Hanaro struck the creature with a super powerful blow, and it was no longer alive. The agents had never seen such power before, so they were very surprised by everything that was happening. One of the men began to say that earlier in the company, there was a rumor that the one who would end the war with the monsters would be the owner of great power. At this time, Hajahyok studied the information about Naro and thought that everything was worse than he expected, but it would only be so. He realized that now all of humanity has a chance to buy the future because Hanaro's DNA sample was special. The man carefully studied the boy's case file and blood test, and now he understood where he got such tremendous strength from. The director took his suitcase from his office and headed for the helicopter waiting for him on the roof of the building. He quickly got inside and immediately gave the order to take off because there was no time to waste. Jaehak thought that if he succeeded, they would be able to surpass both monsters and humans, and very soon the powerful weapon would be theirs. A giant flying monster blocked the helicopter's path. Hajahyok began to panic and shouted where he came from and immediately told the helicopter driver to shoot the monster. But the monster had other plans and struck the helicopter with its fiery breath. The temperature in the cabin of the aircraft began to rise and the men could do nothing but scream. But it made no sense because no one heard them and they turned into a pile of ash in a matter of minutes. Chen stood on the roof of a high-rise building and tried to see where Hanaro was now. The demon watched as everything burned and complete chaos, fear, and pain reigned. And he said, looking at the city, that this is what the hatred he had so much of looks like. Chen carefully examined every street because Naro could be anywhere and the demon had to find his enemy. Everything around was burning. People were losing their loved ones in the fire, and the M1 team was no longer able to continue the battle. In the middle of the street, there were women, men, and small children who could not protect themselves from the invasion of monsters. Seeing all this, Chen realized that such a war was so terrible that neither side would be victorious. Suddenly, the demon saw the power Hanaro possessed and knew the exact location of the boy. He immediately got on the monster and flew to the epicenter of the fight, thinking about the upcoming battle. Hanaro was destroying all the monsters, waiting for Chen to find him and for the main battle to take place. Chen thought that it took a lot of strength to open the passage between the worlds, and he recognized that the son of King Han was very strong indeed. The guy had extraordinary strength, and no one else could boast of such power. Chen arrived at the place where Hanaro was and realized that for one of them, this battle would be the last in their lives. Chen assumed the form of a demon and intended to use all his powers to destroy the young man. Hanaro felt that his main enemy was close by and thought that he had finally waited for him. He immediately went to meet Chen to find out who would emerge victorious from this war. Chen was also not lagging behind and was heading toward Hanaro at full speed. In addition to Chen, the monster who brought the demon to the battlefield was also in a hurry to attack the guy. Hanaro at one point thought that Chen would never understand how much he had lost in his life in order to master his power. That's why the young man was not going to say goodbye to his life at the very moment when he became so strong and invincible to monsters. The boy used his power to make sure that only Chen was left in front of him. The demon was not going to give in to anyone either, because it was he who had to take revenge for everything he had to go through in his childhood. Chen accumulated all his strength to destroy Hanaro, the son of King Han. Hanaro, in turn, also used all his power because he could not forgive the demon for taking Musan's life and almost killing Luna. And the demons clashed with their forces, creating a powerful explosion after which it was impossible for anyone to survive.